Alrighty. We're back.
Hold on. We gotta cue freaking music.
Hit the button.
All right. The problem is I don't want to mute anything.
Right.
Where's the camera for the shoot?
That's it.
Okay.
Hey, everybody.
Good evening.
Welcome to the Blue Collar Philosophers Podcast, doing our first live stream. I'm super stoked about this. It hasn't gone swimmingly. We'll admit that.
Technical difficulties.
Technical difficulties stemming from the fact that we're blue collar people. Like, give us a hammer, we'll smash it. A hammer. Like, I can't smash this to work.
This is all very new territory
It's
for us.
way to like learn to code, they said. It's like, that's not working for us.
Unprecedented times call for unprecedented content.
What should I put it on? AP? Just regular?
I think AP is about as neutral as you're likely to find.
Yeah.
That'll work. Yeah, so tonight we are doing a live stream of the U.S. presidential election.
Right.
We won't be staying with it right to the end. We're not going to make you promises like that. We're not the news. We're here to just see how things play out, talk some politics, and talk shit about another country.
Yeah. I mean, on one hand, it's kind of fun to talk shit about another country because they're another country, but the unfortunate fact of the matter is that they're
they
going
have
to
a
affect
very
us.
significant
Yeah.
global effect, and a very significant effect on Canada.
Yeah, they're
itself.
kind of like the global superpower crack house in our basement.
You gotta give me a second here. I gotta share this on
Yeah, that's
Bookface.
exactly it. So
Oh,
if
yeah,
you
yeah.
are watching
If
this,
you're watching
which
this,
nobody-
like and share
Like
on the
and share.
Bookface and all the stuff.
fucking stupid. Do you know how much I hate social media and just saying that in general? All right, well, we're working on that. You guys are all watching. Everybody, nobody. I just want to say nothing we say can be taken seriously. If you do take us that seriously, like, we might be being satirical, we might be being just funny. Don't try and like cancel us. We're just talking shit sometimes, but about things we care about. So yeah, fuck off. I don't like it when people take themselves a little too serious. Oh, home.
All right, I did it.
For
I
this
got it.
Stuff.
Shared.
There we are. And we're live.
Blue Collar Philosophers Podcast.
God, this is like some sort of weird inception.
Right?
Looking at myself.
Really?
Looking at yourself, trying to share yourself on another platform.
like it.
Oh, they put
so professional.
Collar, you stupid.
Are you trying to voice activate your YouTube while you're on a microphone?
No, I am just
And the
trying
lad.
to. I got a new phone. Fuck. Stop it. So I got a new phone, and
It's going great, apparently.
Swimmingly.
yeah, I don't even know how to share anything. It's really horrible. Settings.
Hit the three buttons.
There's no
There we
three
go.
buttons
I did
Hit
here.
the three dots.
Am I doing something wrong?
I mean, so far.
So your
it's-
best bet is go back one page before you're actually watching the live stream.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, right
The
there.
three dots there. That's what
That
you want.
one there. All right.
You can share.
Share. Face crack.
There you go. You got it.
There we go.
You're a big kid now.
Do.
And I'm going to take it. And I know some people that actually went out of their way to be like, hey, man, send me a link. So I'm going to copy the link.
Do it.
And share it other ways.
All right. So if you are tuning in for the first time to us, I am Devin Kickstand Braun. That is Biker Mike from Mars.
Yo.
And this is our
He's
good
Will Smith.
friend and long time recurring guest, Will Smith.
Actual Will Smith. not
Actual
like, yeah,
Will Smith.
William Smitherd
He
the third.
assaulted a small black man.
In a past life.
Where's friggin' Doug? There's one guy.
Yeah, Doug. I don't know who Doug is.
No. Nobody important. Just somebody who asked me to share it to them.
You bet.
Anyways, we're here to talk shit about the election that we have no part talking shit about because I don't know.
It's
we're,
kind of
we're in
taking
northern Saskatchewan,
So,
BC.
question: given the global significance of an election like this, do you wish you got a chance to vote for it?
Yep.
Oh man, with how much it's going to affect everybody, I almost wish I had some kind of say in it. But at the same time, I recognize that would be an absolute just gong show. But it is weird that a country that isn't our country is taking up all the collective airspace or like air in the room, not just for like us as their neighbor up in
Oh, yeah.
Canada, but like globally, a good
Mhm.
chunk of the world is tuning in with bated breath.
Yeah. Everyone wants to know how this is going to go. Now,
Mhm.
early predictions. What have you been saying all day to you don't no, you haven't
No,
talked
I've
to
been
anybody.
alone all day. I haven't said anything. You're the first human beings other than my family I've had social interaction with.
It's quite the honor.
Hey Mac, what do you think's going to happen in the elections? It's just your kid. It's just like
all
I
he
have no
knows is that
idea.
my son, I think, has an innate gravitational pull towards small governance.
Hmm.
How old's your kid? Oh, 12?
Yeah, no,
11 or 12? He's 11, and he's
yeah.
like, we need less government.
He's an 11-year-old boy. He doesn't want anyone telling him what
That's
to do.
right.
Exactly. He's like, I don't want you telling me what to do, let alone the fact that, there's
Daddy government's going to do it. Like, I already have you. I don't need more.
Mhm,
yeah,
mhm.
he recognizes inefficiency and just really doesn't like bureaucracy.
Mm.
And
Same
I
kid,
sympathize.
That, yeah, I've been saying all day because people I work with love talking politics. Like, everyone's like, what do you think? What do you think? What do you think?
Mm.
And I'll say what I've been saying all day. No one's showing up for Kamala. I don't actually think. I think, yes, right now she's doing okay.
You think that she's going to be underrepresented?
Hyper underrepresented. I know many people that are like, I will not vote for either of these doofuses. And left-leaning people, not like right-leaning. Right-leaning, there's always people that just hate Trump and they're not going to vote. But I think there's enough people that say, yeah, I'm going to vote for him. And I don't think there's enough people that actually care enough about this person that they're going to vote. I think she is just an empty vessel. She says nothing, knows nothing, and she just
Okay.
doesn't.
I can hear the Shapiro in your commentary here.
That Daily Wire subscription's paying off, buddy.
I can't wait to watch that new one that they put out.
Mm.
What is it called? Am I a Racist? I can't wait to watch it.
I can't deal with Matt Walsh.
I know.
Like I'll
I
put
don't
up
like
with
him either, though. That's the
Yeah.
thing. There's a lot of things I don't like about him,
Like,
but there's
okay.
enough people saying this is actually very funny that I'm like, okay, I got to give it a shot.
It's a mild tangent, but I swear I'll make it quick. Last night there was a clip of his that went kind of viral on Threads, which is like the only social media that I use reliably now.
Yeah.
And the clip was basically him saying, I'm paraphrasing here, but that grown men saying that I love you, that's stupid. Don't do that. That's just awkward. Just talk about the ball game like a normal human being.
He's
And he is getting
satirical as fuck.
he's
Yes,
getting
he
clowned.
is.
I don't think in this
he's
particular
joking.
case, I don't think he is, because
Fiddles.
even a bunch of his contemporaries are being like, that's not good advice. He didn't make a joke out of it. There was no satire to it. He just said it straight faced to the camera.
He's dead. He is a deadpan dude. I don't like. I've listened to him enough that I'm like, your deadpan is now old to me. Like I can't listen to him.
Me who loves satire can't find the satire, so he needs to
he's
do better.
too dry. He's
too dry.
He's too dry.
So-
That's what I'm saying.
So either he is literal or he sounds so literal that we can't tell the difference. So it may as well be literal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring in a little bit of like bro nerdness into the conversation here. So like in the world of professional wrestling, right? Like there's faces and heels.
Mhm.
Faces are good guys, heels are bad guys.
Mhm.
And like there's kind of like this like I really like, people almost like cheer for the heels because they like the they like the bad guy that's putting up the facade of the
It's
bad
fun.
guy.
Who didn't hate Lesnar and just loved to like you just like wanted to see him fight so he could lose or
However, not a real heel. Like getting adulation and people to like you for being a heel, that
Mhm.
isn't a real heel. It doesn't actually serve the overall product. It lopsides the fans' interaction with it.
Okay.
A real heel is one who legit makes the audience not like them.
Yeah.
Like,
they give a target for the audience's ire.
a target for the audience's ire instead of making an anti-hero out of themselves.
Yeah.
So I think maybe a guy like Walsh is starting to figure out the right place to be for his shtick is to hit real heel.
Well,
heel heat.
I wouldn't be surprised if that is on a grander scale with the Daily Wire, that they actively have him as a heel because he draws fire away from other shows they can direct it all at Matt Walsh, because Matt Walsh does not care. He's made a career of not giving a shit what people think.
Yeah.
Say whatever else you want about him. He seems relatively impervious to criticism, for good or ill.
Mhm.
But I brought up that story because when I walked in here to say hello to you guys, I got nothing but big hugs,
Mhm.
and that felt great.
Oh, we're super
yeah,
squishy.
fuck you, Matt
We're
Walsh.
super squishy.
There's no awkwardness about giving hugs and telling your friends I love you. Like that's good stuff. Get out
No,
of here.
and again, I do not actually think that it's real. I don't think he's
No, it very well could be. You know,
could
like
be.
he could be like just that guy that is like so repressed in his own self, like almost like a real life Hank Hill,
Mhm.
where he's like, oh, you can't do that, Bobby. We, you know.
For his wife and kids' sake, I hope it's a shtick. For his wife and kids'
Yeah.
sake, I really hope it's a shtick.
Turn the volume off.
I'm
Fuck.
I got it. I got it off.
Inception.
I'm just it didn't share
You
the
just-
right
you
episode.
just
That's the
incepted.
problem.
Whoopsie doodle.
Whoopsie doodle.
This is stupid. I hate technology.
But yeah, actually, to go back also what you were saying about people not showing up for Kamala, it's a thing that I've been pondering about a lot lately, because for the last few years I haven't engaged directly with social media a whole lot. I view and I spectate, but I don't engage. And it's only
Mhm.
recently, again, with Threads that I've been doing that. And Threads shows me a lot of people deeply engaging politically in a way that I haven't seen in my lifetime.
Mhm.
And I have to grapple with the idea of like how much of that is legitimate and how much of that is the algorithm feeding me the thing that gives me the dopamine hits.
Social media is really awkward about that.
It
because
is.
It does at an algorithm level want to keep you engaged. And if
Mhm.
it senses it hits on something, then
Yeah.
it just keeps on feeding you stuff. And if that is political engagement, it's going to show you all the things, all the people who are
Mhm.
who are engaging around you, which is one of the it's one of the reasons why, like, you asked first question is what have you been telling people? And I've just been avoiding the conversation altogether because I don't trust my perception.
Yeah.
I simply, like, every election that's happened in the last, I don't know, maybe 10 years,
Mhm.
I've called wrong
Yeah.
because I've been in my own silos.
Mhm.
I remember that because I was the one who was like, I really think this is going to go. So, like last time Trump won
Yeah, against Hillary.
against
I
Hillary.
was like, no,
no.
there's not a fucking shit. The Apprentice guy? No.
And
I thought it was
love-
like absolutely ridiculous, and
Mhm.
it is.
It is.
It is
I don't-
ridiculous. He should
I
have
won't
won.
put anything past the states. There's no level that they won't stoop to as a country at this point. I say that as like when I say country, I don't mean every person in the country. Obviously, I just mean like as a governing body.
Yeah.
Their ruling parties. I don't put anything past them anymore. At this point,
Mhm.
everything's on the table. Like if you'd have told me 5-10 years ago about Project 2025, I'd been like, that's just some college dorm rooms dude's mock up. There's no way that's legitimate.
Yeah.
And now I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I wouldn't put it past people in power to actually try to enact the things in a document like that.
Mhm.
I hope that it's nothing but smoke out their asses, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it past
Sorry,
them.
I was thinking of something else.
No worries.
bad listener. You're talking about what you said, Project 2025?
Yeah,
Oh,
Project
Okay.
this
2025.
this
Yeah,
this thing that they keep saying over and over again, trying to make happen, even though nobody has actually backed it on the right. Not a single one of the. Everyone's
Well,
like they
so-
keep talking about it like it's
yeah.
a thing. It's not a thing.
So
Well,
I mean, let's be fair in the realm of people here. Like, so from the right, we have a strong conspiracy bias, right?
Mhm.
And who's to say the left doesn't have that too? Like,
Yeah.
right?
They
Like,
do.
so you can look at something and be like, okay, I see a pattern here. Like, this was written by a whole bunch of people who used to be in Trump's party or in
Mhm.
his cabinet, all that stuff,
or are currently.
or are currently. They came up with this. They put it out. Like, this is something that that a large portion of that side of the aisle wants to see things like this enacted.
Mhm.
And when they put it to paper, I mean, it gives a focus point, right?
Yeah.
But like, if people thought hard enough about it to put it to paper, why wouldn't they want to do it? So if you're going to look at it from that perspective of like, well, even though they say they don't want to do this stuff on the campaign trail, because let's be real,
Right.
politicians fucking lie on the campaign trail.
Oh
Right.
yeah, all the time.
So when they say nah, never gonna happen. I don't even like it. Don't care about it. Whatever. They could just be lying.
They could
Yeah.
be, but
So that's the thing. So you can look at it like, okay, so they see a pattern on this side here that's not represented by what we're saying.
Mhm.
And we do that like the Kamala.
Mhm.
There's been a lot of that too, right? Where
Face.
as a campaigner,
Where'd the bear face go? Sorry.
it's behind you. It's
Right
on
behind
the
you.
thing there. As a campaigner, she's backed off on a lot of the stuff she's talked about
Oh, yeah.
over her political career.
Her campaign is
Oh.
levied or leaned heavily into trying to get fence sitters
Yeah.
rather than going for the
Yeah,
farther
it's
left.
it's aimed straight at as middle as their party
Yeah.
can possibly go. And there's a whole bunch of the pundits on the right side that's like, I don't care what you're saying, that doesn't track with what the overall pattern we're seeing,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
does that make sense?
Yeah. But
So even though he says, I don't like it, I don't care.
well, no, it's that
you
he doesn't like.
don't-
He doesn't know it because he's like, I haven't read it.
Oh, Trump couldn't give two shits. He probably doesn't
Yeah.
know anything about it.
Yeah.
I don't think of Trump actually as like when I look at this election and I worry about the outcome because I worry about it, or I worry about him getting reelected.
For a second, sorry.
It's okay. I'm not actually worried about him as a person doing it because at this point I'm pretty convinced that Trump as a human being is. I think he's an imbecile and egregious, but as a power figure, relatively benign
Mhm.
because it's very clear that he's not doing decision making. He's just making this shit up as he goes. He's shooting from the hip everywhere, everything. It's the people around him that are actually going to make changes. And so when I look at the people around him, they're the ones who wanted, or some of them are the ones who were attached to that document. So that's the part that worries me. If it was Trump that wrote it, I wouldn't give a shit. I would think it's just the ramblings of an inane orangutan. But it's the people around him that wrote it. And so that's the part that had a hand in writing it.
Mhm.
That's the part that concerns me.
Now, do you think that he, as an individual, when it came down to like the fact is if he's going to win, he will actually be the president, right?
Mhm.
Like he will legally have the CEO power over that kind of stuff, despite what the overall party wants. Do you think he has it in him to be like, "What? This is fucking stupid. I don't want to do that," and just be like, "Next," and then just go away?
If I thought that he would ever look at it that way or ever hear about it that way, I'd say yes, but he won't. He's going to have a circle of yes men around him telling him how it's going to benefit him and how it's going to get him more votes and how it's going to get him more people paying attention to him. And
So
he'll immediately go for it.
at the point of where things are right now, this is his, like, if he wins, this is his last crack at the can. He actually doesn't need to worry about votes for the next
Yeah,
the
he
next
doesn't.
round.
He just needs to get as much. The people around him are going to try to do as much as they can while they can because they're never going to have another character like Trump to pull this off with. I don't think it's going to work again. I hope it doesn't work again because the only way it would work again is if they just get worse. They'd have to get an even more inane character than him, which that's a
I
tall
don't think
order.
so.
I don't think they will. I think they're going to shoot for somebody way more reasonable. They're going to try to find a more quote unquote legitimate candidate or presidential candidate after Trump.
Who do you think? Who do you think? Because I now see that the Republican Party is willing to go outside of the political box that Democrats still can't get themselves out of. They're constantly bringing forth further and further politicians. Trump, before this, he wasn't a politician.
Mhm.
He was just a businessman who kind of saw what the world was happening to, and he's just like, no, I want to change it. I want to make it better. I think I have a chance. And then they told him he couldn't. I think that was one of the biggest mistakes the Democratic Party did, was telling him he couldn't do something. It's like, oh, you'll never make president. You'll never do this. He's like, cool. And he's like, I'm going to dump millions on this and make it happen. And so who would they bring in? I think they could get a Vance. I think they could
that's
get
why I think Vance is there. I don't think
he's
Vance
phenomenal.
He's not a strong VP candidate now, but I think he's a strong presidential candidate in the future. He's young enough.
Yep.
He's got ambition.
He's
got drive.
only your age.
Yeah, he's younger than me technically.
So I think because like all the other big players in the Republican space that I can think of, you're like DeSantis. DeSantis is kind of a laughing stock.
He's milquetoast.
Yeah, he's milquetoast.
He's fine, but he's milquetoast.
And not enough people like him.
He doesn't have the popularity.
Yeah.
I think it seems like he's got his shit together as far as Florida goes.
Did you guys hear him on Rogan?
Managing a state is different than managing a country.
Did you guys hear?
Sorry.
I was going to talk about somebody else because I just find what's his name again?
DeSantis.
DeSantis. So milk toast that I'm like, he's not even worth entertaining.
He is milquetoast, and he's a pansy. Like,
I don't know about that.
Have you seen the memes about his boots?
No, but he was a Marine, like, or he was
Oh,
he
that's fine.
served. He
That's
like as pansies he might
He
be.
wears
I'm like,
he wears platform cowboy boots.
okay.
Like he's got inserts in his boots because he's too insecure about being short.
Oh, that would suck.
It
That'd be
would suck.
unfortunate.
He's not that short.
He's not that short.
He's not that short.
But the world has created this idea that anyone under 6 foot is
No.
just
No,
worthless.
it has nothing. No. It has nothing to do with him being short. It has everything to do with him clearly being so insecure about being short that he lies about.
Are you sure it's actually an insert?
Oh,
or
yeah.
it's just the height of the actual boot?
No, you can see the heel, like his heel sticking out
Yeah.
the back of the boot, about 6 inches up the back of the boot. He's standing on his toes, and like there's a platform inside of his boots. You can find pictures of it.
Now I'm so curious.
Brutally, blatantly obvious, and he won't admit to it.
Do
He never will.
Do you remember the Seinfeld episode where like the short people were like the little actors, and the one guy like started putting inserts into his shoes because he was a double for a kid that was growing,
Mhm.
and all the other little people got super pissed at him. It was
Yep.
like that's a super big faux pas. You don't do that.
That's just it. It's not
Oh yeah,
that he's short or that he's not tall. It's the insecurity that I think loses him a lot of credibility. And
Yeah.
even if it isn't
which
true,
is really funny that somebody would point that out because we're supposed to accept people for what they are.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
it's the
But
thing is that
insecurity is the problem
it's
on
the
that
thing.
one.
I think it all started, if I recall, like things with a grain of salt. It all started because somebody asked about it because his boots had like a really weird shape because they were sticking like a foot out of his pant leg and had that like where his ankle was sticking out.
Mhm.
And someone asked him about it, and he refused. He wouldn't take his boot off. He wouldn't talk about it. He wouldn't do anything about it. He just shut the conversation down around it. And now every time anyone's brought it up, he won't have anything to do with it. All he'd have to do is take his boot off and show somebody, and it would be a non-issue. It's a small thing, like it's a niche thing, to be clear. Like it's not like some
Okay.
big deal. But it's
Well,
just
I mean, what if somebody said like, "Hey, like I think you got a fucking weak chin. Why don't you shave your beard off and show us?"
Exactly.
Show us. Like, would you
No.
do that, or would you be like, "This is how I feel comfortable. Like, fuck off."
as a person, yeah, I'd be like, yeah, I don't give a shit what you think. As a politician, the best power move I could do is be like, yeah, I have a weak chin. So what? The fuck is it to you? Grow up. You could spin that so fast.
Yeah.
But he won't. He won't do it. And that's the part that actually, like, that's the most convincing thing to me that makes me think that he's genuinely.
It's really funny
self-conscious
that
about
if we do the same thing when it comes to Kamala and her race and stuff like that, and it's like, I can't believe you're talking about this. Why is this even a subject? But then we're going to turn around and do it on DeSantis instead of being like, this is a stupid conversation. It is a stupid conversation.
She doesn't have a choice in her color or her race. And I'm sure she's tired of people talking about it. But in DeSantis's case, it's a little bit different because it's a choice that he's making,
Mhm.
not a fact of his being.
Yeah, but she gets to choose which race she is at whichever point. She's like,
No.
I'm more black today. Did you hear her?
She certainly.
Did you hear her
Oh,
code switching?
Yeah, you're talking.
She
about
was
that.
talking.
Yeah.
She was code switching all over the place. It's like,
Sorry.
I
I'm
do. I do
code
that.
switching?
where everyone does it. I think it's a natural thing that people do. I'm not going to give it as much flack.
So depending on the
The crowd.
crowd
Oh,
you're
yeah,
in,
yeah, yeah.
where you switch your mode into taking on affect of the people you're with, right?
Yeah,
Definitely.
you're going to speak more Southern around Southern people.
Yeah.
Like I even
So
say,
she's like when she does it, it's super obvious. Like all of a
Mhm.
sudden,
you better
she's-
thank a union
Yeah.
member.
like, oh yeah, all of a sudden she's
sorry,
talking
what?
like Aunt Jemima, and you're like, oh, like
Yeah.
It's cringy.
it's
but it's
I mean,
to
like,
a really hard degree.
it's
I'm
a
like,
really hard
okay,
degree, but to me, it's not a huge character thing. I'm like,
No.
whatever. Like maybe somebody's super sympathetic, right? Like because
Mhm.
like the more sympathetic you are as a person, the more unconsciously
Mhm.
you do that. The more you mirror that,
Oh, we might be
reflect what's
here.
around you.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the results right now.
Mhm.
We might actually be here for the end. Not intentionally.
It's
We are sitting right now at
It's-
this moment.
so,
at
dude,
99 for Kamala, 178.
it's so hard to say early in
I
counting for
know.
stuff. It just doesn't matter. Like
I just-
it's like
I'm trying not to.
ignore that until the end. Like once the swing states start weighing in,
Yeah.
then it matters.
The swing states
which
are the
way,
important
which
part.
way did Pennsylvania go? They're early. They're late enough. We can probably find out. I'm gonna find out.
Maybe.
I can look on this.
Do
I
they
don't
do
feel
like
going
first
over there.
past the post like Canada, or like where they basically count as the time zones go? And
I don't know.
like, and then it's all revealed like in steps, so after it reaches a certain.
Each state releases it as soon as they get the opportunity to release it. I
Yeah.
know that
It's like I know America though, like there's so much more densely populated.
Yeah,
like
there's-
we're so sparse up here that it's
Yeah.
impossible. It's impossible for like the sparsely
Yeah, there's
populated
still
areas to really
25%.
swing.
Yeah, there's certain states that haven't that have like I can't remember which, not states, sorry, counties, certain counties that have announced that they're not going to be done counting till like 3 a.m. or something like that.
Yeah.
They know ahead of time. They're backed up. They
Yeah.
didn't do as much advanced ballot or advanced voting, etc.
Yeah, there's a lot of counting going on a lot earlier than last time, where they were
Yeah.
like blindsided by how much came out of
Well, exactly,
midnight
yeah,
and
early
voting.
voter
so-
turnout was good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
So
hate.
on that note, like last year, what was it like the most votes for an election ever?
Yes, Do you know-
So in that case, what leads you to believe that it's going to be a less of a voter turnout this time around?
because I really don't think anyone's going to show up for her. I just think she's such an
is that
empty
just
shell.
is that like a gut? Is that a gut?
That is
feeling?
a gut feeling. Okay. There's this one podcast to listen to called The Fifth Column. They're not Republican. They're not right leaning in any way. They're all like, "Fuck Trump. He's an idiot." Like they hate him,
Mhm.
but they're like, "I will not vote for this." Like Camille Foster, phenomenal guy. I love listening to him. He's very smart, and he's like, "I'm not black," and I'm like, I love people like that are very counter cultural in
Mhm.
that way, where he I want to say he is, but he's like, no, I don't identify with what my skin color is. I am an individual and I'm going to act as an individual, and I don't want to associate anywhere with my color. Just let me be a person and judge me by that. And I
So
love
how
that
does
about him.
so how does that make a
Anyways.
good barometer for Democratic voting?
Because of how much I've listened to him. If a person like him who has that kind of influence is like, I can't vote for this person, is willing to not
So
show up.
question: how much influence does the Fifth Column have?
I want to say relative, like
So-
especially along their,
no.
okay, along their
reach
base.
is not,
not that
equal
much.
to influence.
I don't know. I don't know.
No.
I'm just, but I
reach
think-
is not equivalent to influence.
Mhm.
So I'm going to interject actually, and oddly enough, agree with Mike.
I love this.
Strangely
game.
enough, I'm gonna agree in the sense that I do think that there is actually a pretty strong sentiment amongst the farthest left
Mhm.
that they don't want to vote for Kamala.
Yeah.
Okay.
That being said,
All right,
that
sure.
was the sentiment a few weeks ago. A lot of the sentiment in the last few weeks has shifted more towards it's like swallowing a bad pill.
Yeah.
Because they've recognized that a vote for Jill Stein is a vote that is wasted, just wasted.
Mhm.
But they don't want to abstain. Everyone is like really on fire to vote. Like I've never seen as much social media posting from all manner of people, both entertainers and political activists,
Mhm.
that is get out and vote. Like the amount of in-person, like one-on-one canvassing that I've seen, I've never seen anything like it. Like I see
Yeah.
media personalities taking weeks off of their jobs producing media to do nothing but
so
go out.
where's- What's up?
So-
Not recording.
We weren't recording on our device, but
Okay,
we are
we can
on
steal audio
YouTube. We
here.
can just steal audio from there if we.
Okay.
But-
Sorry.
So I'm curious, like, where is the disconnect between you two and your perceptions of this? Because you're seeing this as like, okay, no, people are hot about this and they're showing up, and
Well,
you're just like they're
They're
"No,
hot
I
about
just-"
voting. They're just not hot about Kamala. That being said, I think that there's been a sentiment shift in the last week that has been swallow the bitter pill. We don't want Kamala, but we extra don't want Trump.
Yeah, exactly.
And I
so
agree.
like
I
once
agree. There
when-
are some people who are not voting. They're not voting for Kamala. They're voting against Trump. The people who
Yeah.
are.
and there's 100% people that are like, we don't want Trump, but we sure as hell don't want any more of this administration. So we're swallowing the bitter pill. Like,
Yeah,
so this
so-
is
sometimes
this
and
is
they're just
something
like,
that's swinging both ways.
Yeah.
But
So I'm so curious, like why do you think that like in a society that is as politically charged as it is, like this is like bigger than the Super Bowl, like this is culture showing up.
Mhm.
and there's more attention to it than there's ever been when it comes
Exactly,
to like
there's
people
more-
are
it's
more
like, so
politically
why-
involved than they've
Exactly.
ever
So
been.
just because they're not excited about her, why do you think they're not going to show up for her?
Because she hasn't shown up for them.
Uh,
She hasn't been hitting
that makes
any.
a good
she
bumper sticker.
hasn't-
You're not explaining
No, okay,
it.
I'm
though.
trying. I haven't had a chance yet. She hasn't done the interviews that Trump has done. She hasn't gone to the places that Trump has gone, and they're willing to do it. Look at what he tried. They tried to get her on Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan. He's like, if I'm going to have one, I'm going to have the other if they'll let me. And he reached out for her. They said all the conditions, changed everything, and they said, well, we'll only do 1 hour. And so it's like, oh, sorry, we just kind of go until we have to, like if we minimum like kind of 2. And she wouldn't show up for him, and they were trying to set all these
Okay,
parameters around it.
So
So
let's just be real.
running
though.
scared,
the
like, what I mean
audience,
is
the
running
audience
scared like
for
that.
Rogan though isn't her bread and butter. That's not her base.
Yeah.
No,
That would
you're-
that would
but
have been
that's who you
that
want to
would-
win.
I know, but that would have been an overture across the aisle. What you're saying though, what I'm understanding from you as the evening's gone on, is that you don't think her base is showing up for her.
Yeah.
So if you're going to make that argument, you can't throw out as evidence for that her not reaching across the aisle to another person's base.
Because she's not answering any hard questions and actually doing it.
So
That's
what? It
what I
doesn't
mean. They
have
don't.
to.
That's why I think that they're not going to show
Personally,
up. They're
I
gonna
would
like,
vote for a mop with a bucket on its head rather than fucking Trudeau again. It doesn't matter. Like, I mean, I'll just be real. It
Yeah,
doesn't
nope.
matter who is put up. Like,
yeah,
as
against
when it comes
Trudeau,
to our election, like if it was between like, let's say like Jack Layton was back in action and it was
Yeah.
a head to head between Layton and Trudeau, I'd be
Mhm.
voting Layton. You know, God
Oh,
rest
yeah.
his soul.
Yeah, I
Like,
still
I'm
wouldn't.
just-
But like, no, like I
Like,
wouldn't
I'm just-
because I know.
I'm just saying that when it comes to elections like this, it's tribal. It's not an element.
But I
of,
really don't think enough of her tribe actually backs her. I think personally from. Again, I've been watching left-leaning stuff all day because I'm like, I don't want to just be in my echo chamber. I want to
Mhm.
look like, and most of the pollsters. I've been watching ABC all day today, and the way that MSNBC and CNN trying to just hit on these things and listening to all sides of the aisle.
Yeah.
And I just don't think that anyone
yeah. So
push comes to shove. Yes, verbally with their words, they're like, yeah, we back her 100%.
Mm.
no,
But from what I've seen, they don't.
No, the majority of the left, like anyone very far left of center, doesn't back her in the slightest.
Yeah. Well, look
they're
at
going to
what's
vote for
happening-
her,
look
but
at what's
they're not
happening
going to
in
back
Seattle.
her.
Seattle right now, they're like, it's the silliest thing. They're burning, like some protesters are burning ballot boxes.
Yeah.
Whose ballots do you think you're burning? You think you're burning any Republican ballots over there?
So in a situation like that, like that's a place that's going to go blue no matter what.
Mhm.
Like, so like let's say you're right and she is like very, very underrepresented in popular vote.
Mhm.
That still actually doesn't bear much on her chances of winning or not,
Right.
because
Good old electoral
it's-
college.
because of the electoral college element. She has to win strategic things.
Mhm.
So I mean, yeah, so what if her base isn't super excited and doesn't show out in the overall raw mass?
Yeah.
That doesn't mean anything.
See, I draw parallels between what happened in the previous election with Biden and Trump. Nobody on the left was excited about Biden as an option.
No, nobody.
Nobody. But they did it anyways. But the thing is that now there's a whole lot more that's more directly on the line. I mean, one of the biggest ones that like it gets beat to death. And I mean, rightfully so in my mind, but it does get beat to death is women's reproductive rights being like one of the big things. So we're expecting on the left huge voter turnout from women, like unprecedented voter turnout from women, because
Mhm.
and one of the things that left-leaning advertising, I say advertising, not necessarily from the official Democratic Party, but a lot of left-leaning people and groups and whatnot are really pushing this idea of it doesn't matter what your husband votes. He doesn't know what you vote.
Mhm.
You can vote blue even
Yeah,
if he votes
I've-
red.
I've seen
They're
some
trying
of
to hit
those.
that hard. Like
Oh my
they
gosh.
know what
So
demographic they're
I've-
pushing
I've
for.
seen that.
They're trying to divide.
Yeah, I've
like,
seen
there's a
that.
strong divide.
Like I gotta say though, like I honestly find that so offensive.
So yeah,
It's like,
demeaning. It's like you have so little respect for the person that you've decided to commit the rest of your life to
that you
vote.
wouldn't let them vote another way.
Like I love my wife and I disagree with a lot of things. I know we probably vote in sync with a lot of things, but if push comes to shove, if I say, hey, vote this way and she disagrees with me, I guarantee you my wife's going to be like,
Mhm.
no, I disagree. And she
Yeah.
will vote whatever way. And I'm not going to like, I love you less. I'll be like, I disagree.
Because like, you know, so
No,
there was
It's-
there was a note that was like for people like pamphleting for female votes. If the husband shows up to like at the door when you greet, just turn around and walk away. 'Cause, like, it's like,
Yeah.
Mhm.
are you serious? Like,
Mhm.
like if
in
somebody
certain areas, definitely, yeah.
if somebody canvassed, like, and went to talk to my wife, and I was like walking in the hallway, like, hey babe, how's it going? Like, oh, hello, how's it going? I'm Devin, and they just turn around and walk away. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, what level of cowardice do you have in your actual?
No, I don't think it's
grounds?
cowardice. I think
it's cowardice.
No, I think it's efficiency.
No.
The chances of them flipping
Oh,
a
this
vote
is a
for
stable
a man.
home. We can't.
Nothing
go
about
here
stable.
because
Everything to do with the man. Everything to do with it being a man. Nothing to do
that
with
is
stability.
so sexist.
I mean, it's math. It's just math. The chances of
So
them
if there's
flipping a woman's
if there's a
vote.
husband in the home, if there's a dad around,
No,
this is going to be a right leaning.
no,
I'm trying to find the math on here that's not denigrating.
denigrating.
Denigrating, good word. I was looking for it and I lost it.
It's all good.
Denigrating towards women and this, or even towards men, and being like, oh, this is not worth my time because they're more likely like. And yeah, if you're just trying to hit the numbers and trying to do that,
Well, like, but though the implication is for their safety.
Yep.
Like, that's like the under.
Oh,
the
that too, yeah.
Right. Like, that's the underlying thing that I find so fucking offensive. Like, it's like, are you out of your mind? Like, just like it writ large, being like, men hate women so much
That we
that they
marry
would
them.
beat their wives for considering voting for another party.
I
Is fucking insane.
I beat my wife just for funsies. I don't know what you're talking about.
I understand that connection. I think I think
don't.
honestly, what they're probably hitting more, apart from just the math, is if a canvasser comes to your door and tries to convince your wife to vote differently from you, they're worried that you will attack the canvasser, not the wife. I think that's what they're more concerned about.
I don't think so.
They've already had a couple of incidents
Oh,
of
yeah,
violence
but,
down in the States. I mean,
Yeah,
amongst millions of people, it's a handful of instances, to be
Yeah.
super duper clear. But if you want people to volunteer to canvass, you need to convince them they're safe to do it. And if a handful of incidences are going to stop volunteer turnout,
well, it hasn't stopped Trump from running.
well, no.
There's a handful of incidents of people trying to kill him,
Yeah,
and they're not coming from the right.
that kid was
Which one?
the kid who tried to shoot him.
He was a registered Republican.
Registered Republican.
Register doesn't mean anything.
and-
People will
and-
register just simply so they can vote against him.
Well,
They'll be like, "Fuck this guy! I'm going to register," because it doesn't stop. It doesn't mean it's like, "Oh, I need to fill out a values checklist and be honest about it." Even if you did,
no,
you could be like, "I hate this man so much, I will register and vote against him."
it has nothing to do with the registering. It has everything to do with what little to be super duper clear. We're extrapolating a lot out of very little. But
Very
what we
Again,
know,
we don't know shit.
what we know of his online presence, he was not a left-leaning individual.
Are you talking about the one in what's that stupid?
The one who pierced his ear.
Yeah,
Yeah, Butler.
Butler. Yeah, or the one in Florida, the blue-haired one that tried to go to Ukraine and like do shit.
I
Because
don't
there
remember
was.
that one.
Oh, you didn't hear about that one?
No.
Yeah,
that was
there was a
there
second.
was
there was
they
a few.
didn't get a shot off, but there was somebody camped out at a golf
Hmm.
course ready to take a shot.
Yeah, which is unfortunate. I am against
I mean,
any violence against any people.
Yeah.
It's-
Apart from just being against violence, as a far left person, don't make a martyr, please. And thank you. We don't need that.
You see,
Yeah,
that's why
'cause,
I
like
don't.
that was kind of like where like I didn't think that
I think that's.
I didn't think that Trump was like super hot like going into this election. Like I was like, yeah, he's probably reaching here until the Butler, and I was like that flipped,
sealed the
that
deal.
flipped the switch.
It kind of terrified me how many evangelical groups started spouting off about it being some divine protection after that happened. Like that was
Yeah,
was
but
some-
they're going to read into a lot of things.
Oh,
But if
yeah.
you do look at it, like he was a shitty shot, he had a shitty gun and a shitty scope.
Mhm.
He didn't have himself set up for success.
No.
No offense,
he was a
didn't
kid.
do a good job.
He was a
They're not sending their best.
whoever sent them, that's not their best. Yeah.
So it's one of those things of I again against political violence
Yep.
because I think there's better ways. If you and that's a reason that I thought it was so interesting is like you're really running scared when you feel like you have to assassinate him, and then they accuse the right of turning up the rhetoric. It's like you're literally calling him Hitler day in and day out. And what would you do if you had a modern day Hitler? You'd be like, well, you take him out. You got to stop him. Otherwise, he's going to genocide against the Jews
It's-
or gays or whatever.
It's an easy leap to make, yeah.
Oh yeah, and then they're like, "Oh, but the right is turning up the no, fuck you. Sorry, the left is.
Well,
the
I mean,
Democrats are
that's
turning up the
every-
rotary by calling him a Nazi.
Yeah,
Nobody's
this is every election.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
But
Like-
no one has taken pot shots before.
I mean,
Not to the same degree.
Not since a couple decades back.
JFK was pretty.
Couple decades back. I mean, like,
But again-
political violence used to be a lot more commonplace than it is
I
right
was
now.
gonna say, like,
Yeah.
it's it's weird because political violence, like actual literal political violence, was strangely more common, but the rhetoric with which we talk about these things has gotten
was much less. But I mean, like,
it's gotten much more intense.
the way we talk online too is very, very affected by technology. Like, it's social media norms,
Yeah.
YouTube style things. There's people making like videos where you're just talking at a screen.
Mhm.
You know, we live in a culture that's post Call of Duty where all it is shit talk all
Yeah.
the time. You know, like
I'm sorry, we were talking shit long before this one. Like I remember Call of Duty shit talk. We were doing it good. I got kicked off a few servers.
It's weird.
exactly what I'm saying is like the lack of decorum
Mm.
isn't just political. That's a societal norm now,
Yes.
right?
And it's something that weirds me out because on the left, looking at our political candidates, generally speaking, they still maintain
the airs.
of
Like, right?
decorum. So why it weirds me out. Why is the left generally equally happy to call very extreme names? And I'm not 100% sure how the left gets there. I'm still trying to puzzle that one out. I understand how the right gets there because their candidate says some heinous shit, so they feel like it's okay. Like if the guy at the top is saying it, then everyone at the bottom feels a certain level of empowerment to go ahead and say whatever they want to say. I don't know where the left gets the gall. Like there's obviously some people on the left calling for more civilized discourse, but the majority of them are pretty okay saying some pretty awful stuff about.
Well, it's team sports, right? It's
Yeah.
like, I mean, let's be real. It's team sports mentality.
Yeah, but I just don't know where the left is getting that rhetoric from, because the biggest voices on the left, whether that's the political candidates themselves or
Well,
the news
maybe
anchors,
because rhetoric doesn't come from the top.
that's just it. Like
Just because the guy at the top of the Republican ticket is a verbal loose cannon doesn't mean that's where the rhetoric is coming from. That's an assumption that you're making. It could just be in the water across populations.
It could.
And he's just happens to also be one of them rather than it coming from
I was gonna say it could be the backwards. Like it could be backwards. It's coming from the bottom, and Trump is just regurgitating the rhetoric that he hears.
Yeah, being the populist kind of like mentality that he's got, where he's like, okay, like, all right, I'm gonna match this energy and bring it to the microphone rather than trying to put on an air.
Yeah. I mean, I think if that's the case, he's reading way too much into what people on the internet say, and that's.
That is what we're doing.
Yeah, we really are.
We're doing.
That's
we're
why
reading into what we read on the internet.
That's literally why we went ahead and said, hey, anything we say is just us talking shit.
It is us talking
shit. Can you
shit.
pass me more whiskey?
You want
the whiskey? The whiskey isn't loud enough.
Which one would you like? Would you like some Bullet, or do you like the Bareface?
Since the Bareface is amazing,
it's really good.
I actually quite like it. Shout out to the people who made this great Canadian whiskey.
Oh, it's so good. If anyone gets a chance,
since we're talking American politics, I'll take a bourbon.
Oh, the Bullet.
Sure,
it's the good stuff.
If any of these whiskey companies want to start paying us, that'd be great.
Yeah. So I was curious to ask both of you.
Mm-hmm.
It's like every time you guys talk politics, I'm always away. Like, this is a debate between you guys more than it's a debate between me and you. We're usually on religion.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to hear, like, for the other party, for the other side of the aisle, what is something in their, like, to their credit you can say about them? Like, Mike, what is, like, if Kamala is elected,
okay,
and you could be like, okay, what's the silver lining here?
What
and
silver
if
lining?
Trump is elected, what's the silver lining?
I'm gonna need you to go first. Or do you need me to go first? Because we can both not think of anything.
I'm sure I can find something. It's a big ask, and I'm gonna have to get little with it.
I mean, as little as you can, or as you have to. But like
in the 90s, she was really hot. Sorry.
I'm not getting that.
Give me a minute. Just give me a minute. Sorry.
Oh my God, that really caught me off guard, man. That so caught me off guard.
Wow.
Like, I'm just trying to see how echo chambered you each are,
That is a great question.
right? Because I know your bias.
Yeah, because
That's
I could just stand here and say she's done nothing.
I know. I can hear all the Crowder and Shapiro coming out of you all evening.
Oh,
It's hard to find an upside. I don't like where the right is going with reproductive rights. I don't like where they're going with states' rights. I don't like where they're
I
going.
love all those things. It's really
know.
funny.
I don't like where they're going with political immunity, or sorry, legal immunity for politicians. I don't like that. I don't like where they're going with freedom of speech, because I think that something that the right should be championing is freedom of speech, whereas
They do. How do they not?
I mean, Trump.
Which thing did they do that didn't allow freedom
That's
of
the thing,
speech?
is they
He's bringing on
haven't-
Elon Musk, the guy
they
who put his
haven't
money
done
where
it.
his mouth is.
Elon Musk is not a champion of free speech. He
What are you
says he is.
talking about?
He is
Okay,
not a
let
champion
let
of free
let,
speech.
let him
Anyways,
like get his whole theory
Yeah.
out before you
So I
start.
don't
He
picking
said
it
a
apart.
lot of nuts, and I'm waiting for the positive that,
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
you're
well,
going to
this is the
speak
thing.
of.
Like, the things that I would like is I would like freedom of speech to be a big pillar of their platform, and I don't think that it is. I think that they say it is, but what they
Mhm.
do is different. I think that reproductive rights, that one's pretty straightforward. Everyone can figure out why I wouldn't like that. I think the only thing that I can pull a sort of kind of positive out of is I'm generally more for accessibility, not accessibility. The guarantee of a person's ability to have and own firearms with limitations and background checks attached to that. Like, I'm not one for.
Yeah, he's not an absolute Second
Yeah,
Amendment.
I'm not an
He is-
absolute Second Amendment. I treat it like a driver's license. Everyone has the option to show they are qualified to have it,
Mhm.
but if you're not qualified to have it, you don't get it.
and he
That's
does
where I
lean
stand.
that way, and I don't like that, but not to like a.
Yeah.
I get it. I understand.
Mhm.
There's a lot of adversity to the idea of having a Second Amendment, but I think the risk is worth the reward of not having a tyrannical government being able to lord over you.
I mean, I don't think that any amount of citizens with firearms is going to be able to put up like the discrepancy between citizens with firearms and what the
And the
military has access to.
it's astronomical. It's,
be-
Yes,
it's
but-
nuclear to
but-
pebbles.
But it is. The thing is, the military is made up of civilians, people who have a conscientious objection to what the military is doing.
It's
Supersedes what they're actually capable of implementing on their
Nah.
society.
I mean, that's
and
something
I
that
know
you
that's
can,
hearsay, and I know it's.
that's
I
something you
realize
can
that.
simply hope for. That's
Yes,
Yeah.
I realize that, but I think there's enough of them that it will make a difference. That they're going to be like, "Hey, you're too crazy."
I
you
could
shouldn't do
see I
this."
could see the military fracturing
Yeah.
into groups
Yeah.
Mhm.
that back various sides of, say, a civil
Yeah.
issue.
and then the fight is going to be between the two
But yeah,
factions of military, not the people. The people's ability to affect that is super limited.
Yeah.
Anyways, to stay on topic,
Yeah.
like, it's hard for me to find a positive within the Republican platform right now. Like, I don't like their economic ideas.
I love their economic ideas.
The China tariffs are going to hurt the economy more than they're going to help anything.
Long term, they're going to help.
No, because we're like, not we Americans are going to pay for it.
Yeah.
The Chinese aren't going to pay for it. Chinese couldn't give a shit.
Yeah, and Canada's a small enough market that we benefit.
I mean, Canada will benefit, but the Americans shouldn't be voting on what benefits Canada.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Honestly, Trump being elected is not going to be great for Canada long or short term. Short term, we're going to pay. We're going to have some hardship. I know as somebody who works in the oil and gas industry, it's not going to be immediately great for him to be president. And I recognize that. It's like, this is not something I'm, delusional about. He is going to hurt us because he doesn't like Trudeau. He doesn't like what he's doing. He doesn't like our environmental policy and all that stuff. And he's going to make us pay to a certain degree until we get somebody better in power.
Well,
But
I mean, somebody better in power or somebody
more
who-
complicit.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it would be an element of like if somebody's a good enough a negotiator,
Yeah.
which wouldn't have much to do whether he likes them or not,
Oh, no, it would.
or even
It would.
necessarily what party they.
No, I think it would if he likes them. Because here's the thing: he's worked with people, regardless whether or not he likes them or not. Look what he did with Putin or Putin.
Putin,
Sorry,
not Putin.
misspoke. Look what he did with Putin, where he doesn't like him, but he's still capable of working with him to make sure that things were stable and
Yeah, so I mean,
no,
that's
nothing was
exactly what I
happening.
mean. That's what I mean when I say it doesn't matter if he likes the person or not.
Ye-
It's what is the mutual benefit
Yeah.
that the two countries get
But
from another
he
with
can
a deal that
still
is struck.
he can still act as if he likes them and be like, hey, we're good here, we're fine, and as long as you scratch my back, make things less stressful, we'll be fine, we'll be good, and it is a mutual
I
beneficial
mean, which
thing.
is diplomacy.
I think you give him
Yes, and
far too
he's
much credit.
I do give him a little bit of credit because there was not a single war started under him.
What?
Not a single war started underneath him.
I
Name
mean,
a war.
Some of them carried on under him.
Yes,
Yeah.
but
he
I'm
didn't.
saying
He didn't kick
started.
off anything fresh.
No, he literally took out
there was
terrorists.
there was no like Libya things or
No.
like the stuff that Obama pulled. Like
Yeah.
there wasn't anything like that under.
There was
Trump.
no Fast and Furious. There was no anything starting underneath him. Nothing started underneath Trump. Yes, things maintained,
Google
but not a single thing started
I'd be
underneath
interested
Trump.
to know. I'd be interested to know
Yeah,
if
go
I was
ahead.
wrong.
Feel
there.
free.
But
I'm-
I mean, even if he did start something,
I'm not saying he
it's-
didn't do things
it's
because
still
he took out some
less.
terrorists. He did take out some
yeah,
terrorists.
but that's different than starting war.
Yes, or I agree. I'm not going to say he
Okay,
didn't do
so-
anything. Now,
So you're talking about the things that Trump could do that would hurt us. Is that your argument for
I
for
think
Harris?
no. My
Okay.
argument is that rising tide lifts all sails. So as much as it might hurt us short term, long term, we'll be fine. We're Canada. We have lots of oil and gas. We'll get freedom eventually.
No. I mean, like, what's your positive case for Harris? What's your silver lining there?
I'm really looking for it. I am honestly trying to think of something. I would like to say that she is a puppet. She doesn't actually do anything, but I'm worried
How
about
is that good?
that's what I'm saying. I'm worried about the puppet master, the person behind the person that says, okay, we just need to say center, but the center is moving so far left that it's not safe.
It's a technicality.
Oh, technicality.
It's a technicality, but the Ukraine war started under Trump's presidency.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did. It started in February, and he became president in January.
Yes, because he had no power.
What do you mean? He was the
had
president.
No, he was literally being removed from his ability
Okay.
to do anything. He was like, oh, we can't do anything
No, no.
because
No.
because
So
he
that
he
but
was
that
the
wasn't-
president in January.
that
The war
wasn't-
started in February.
so
He was
the-
the
the-
no.
president.
You just said January, February. He was
He became president in January. He was president January 2020.
Yes.
Is when he
and as
started his
soo-
presidency.
Yeah.
Or sorry.
No. He finished his presidency in January and
you're
the
right, yeah.
fucking Biden came into
Oh,
power
no.
in
Sorry, not 2020. I'm sorry. I misspoke. Give me a second.
2021, January, he was still president January 6th because of everyone likes to talk about January 6th like it actually did something. Fucking, it was a bunch of dummies being led into the. I think January 6th was a little blown out of proportion.
Okay,
It was
that's-
bad. It
Well,
was
okay,
bad.
Let's save that conversation for later. You're jumping from the hot seat where I'm expecting you to throw some credit on the other side.
No credit. Like
Okay.
it's a bunch of dummies jumping into Washington, like doing some shit they shouldn't have done.
So there's not a single thing about
January.
the left.
I don't think anything that Trump did on January 6th
No,
was
no.
good.
That's
but bad.
you jumped to January 6th. Let's table that for later.
Oh.
I'm still trying to get you to say something on the
Oh, yes,
silver lining
sorry.
about Harris.
Or a blue government in general.
Yeah, or
red.
I don't think
red.
that Trump has
Sorry,
much to say in general.
The red. The Republicans are red. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
no,
understand that.
the blue is Democrats in the states.
Blue are
okay?
Democrats.
So
It's
you gotta,
really
you gotta
weird
flip
'cause
your mind because
No, he's got to flip his mind. I'm the one that's correcting here.
all right, sorry. So about the Democrats, is there anything that is a silver lining for you if they get elected?
Okay, if they get elected,
Childcare, school lunches.
no. My stock portfolio will do very well.
So what's not to like about school lunches?
No, that's fine. It's the school lunches that they were providing and where they were providing it and how much money they were wasting on it. Not implementing into it because the school lunches are good. It's the money that was going into it that wasn't going where it should be.
Where else does it go?
It goes into other, like the people organizing it, pockets.
I mean,
Oh, like basically the efficiency is absorbed by the bureaucracy,
Yes.
and so the
That is my problem with it more than anything.
yeah,
I love
the
school
dollars.
lunches. I
The
think
dollars of the budget are getting spent on the
Just like-
inaction rather than the
just
than
like
the
I will
result.
not give to a charity which gives
so that's
too
a
much money into the people that are organizing the charity and less to the people that are
So that's a
actually
people
leading the
problem, not a
charity.
policy problem.
Yes, no, it's not a policy problem. It is a people problem. It is a lot of the money's not going where it ought to. And if you're
Right,
okay
but-
with the money going not where it's ought to, I don't know what to do with you.
on that
But
note,
here's the
on
thing.
that
When I
note,
talk about my stock portfolio, I'm going to say that the only positive I can see is that I am invested in Canadian oil and gas. And do you know what goes very well when it comes to war? Is Canadian oil and gas, because we're willing to use more of our
I mean,
own
if we'll
stuff.
ship it anywhere.
No. We're willing to use it in our own country because we
Yeah.
ship it to America and then produce it and make it what it is and ship it back to Canada. That's great from my personal stock portfolio.
Okay.
I'm telling you, like, if they are going to keep this war shit going out in the Middle East and everywhere else,
Yeah.
that's great for me, beneficial, like personally.
Yeah. So
I would
to-
rather take a loss on myself and let Trump win.
Yeah. So to be clear, you have no good faith view of the other side at all.
I can't think of anything because the reproductive rights, I'm actually anti-abortion in a lot of ways because I don't believe their arguments are actually what they think they are, because they say one thing and say another and then turn around and be like, well, I don't actually believe that.
Okay. No,
What do you mean?
I'm just trying to be clear. I'm trying to
Yeah, I agree. No,
and I'm trying to push you to empathize.
and I'm trying, and that's the thing. And I don't agree with some things, and it's unfortunate because I want to. I'm looking for a silver lining, and I can't find any.
Like, so with your fellas there on the Fifth Column podcast, like
Yep.
the centrist
Centrist left, yeah.
the centrist left, what can you say positive about their worldview?
The fact that they have a firm understanding that Second Amendment is not going anywhere. They're like, hey, guns are here. We're not going to get rid of them. And if we try to get rid of them, we're just arming criminals. Like, they're very set on that. They're like, okay, these are guys that I can logically see where they're coming from. But I may disagree with how they get there or whatever, but I see where they're coming from. And I'm fine with that. I'm cool. We're good. Like, but at the same time, there's a lot of hatred for Trump, and I think that's what makes them more center left than anything else. It's not their actual values. If you look value to value, they're fine. Like, I don't disagree with them in a lot of ways, but reproductive rights, again, disagree, but only because I don't think their reproductive rights are based on the same thing.
I want to dig into reproductive rights, but before I do, I need more alcohol.
What do you want? What do you lean towards?
Seeing as I'm going to be dreaming about not being on this continent anymore, I'm going to need rum.
Rum.
I need a quote unquote neutral spirit.
You love this
Okay,
one.
all right,
I'm
so-
super excited because I love that you want this, because sugar gets me really drunk and I don't need it.
Okay, yeah. then
So enjoy.
I will take some off your hands.
All right. So yeah, let's get into what some people have said. Like, this election is the abortion election.
Let's get into reproductive rights as a bunch of white men.
Yeah.
We are the
Why-
target
why
target
do you
Let,
demographic.
let's trigger all the Karens
Why
today.
do you feel like being a white male excludes us from the conversation?
I don't think it excludes us from the conversation.
But you just did. You just
No,
you
no.
just
I make-
superseded it
I
by
make a
saying
joke
as a
about
bunch. Okay.
I make a joke about it. I don't think that
I
we are
agree.
excluded from the conversation, but I think that we are not the people who are most affected by these laws being passed. We are the least affected of all the demographics out there. We as men, particularly men
No,
in power, are the least
Okay,
affected.
so there's two demographics.
Okay, hold
right?
on. You
So
just said men of power.
between the two demographics
makes
and
us
men and
men of
women,
power?
yes, we are.
I'm sorry, but what makes us men of power? Because I got fucking no power in this house.
Relatively speaking, it's all relative.
I suppose, but I
Anyways,
still don't agree with the sentiment.
we as the people whose bodies these laws are not affecting,
Okay,
we are the
I don't
ones
know
who should
if
be
fucking
doing more
affects
listening.
my pocketbooks.
That may be, but it's not affecting our bodies directly. And so
Not our physical body, but our financial and mental well-being. And how is our mental
Yeah.
well-being not considered
not
a part of it?
I'm not saying it's not a part of it. I'm saying that it is less important than the people
So,
whose bodies the laws are affecting.
do you
not,
think-
not
Okay.
important,
yeah.
no importance, but less.
Do you think
that's interesting?
Do you think the issue of abortion? Do you think it at all can be discussed in the realm of either philosophy or values by men? Like, in like,
Oh, yeah.
do you think? Okay, all right.
I think the discussion is predominantly meant to be had between men. I think there's a little bit of
Pass me the bullet, please.
Oh,
of
yes.
I think that it's not it's tricky. I don't think that men necessarily do or should have a seat at the table with women when it comes to talking about women's reproductive rights. Now, men can and should talk amongst other men about it. And we should definitely be in communication with women about it. And we should be listening to women and what they say about it. But I don't think that we should be making decisions or saying a whole lot to women about what they do with their bodies. I think that we should be listening to what they do with their bodies. We can talk amongst each other, amongst men, about how we're going to interact with those laws and with women about their bodies. But I don't think that it's our place to be having any say in what they do with their bodies. That should be their call. It's their body.
I disagree.
Why?
Because again, it does kind of come back to economics of if I got to pay, if she can abort it, I can choose whether or not to support it. Where if it sucks, it's a horrible thing to say. And I realize that I don't think it's a good thing. I think it's a bad thing. Just like I think that abortion is a bad thing, where if they are allowed to kill it, if you have a choice to opt out, why don't I? And they're going to like allow these child support payments and all this stuff that they're going to put on guys unnecessarily, because all of a sudden
Unnecessarily?
Yes, unnecessarily.
Why
because
unnecessarily?
they had a choice and they chose different from what I chose.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Why should I have
you
to
chose to put your dick in her.
And she chose to take it.
Did she?
I hope so.
I hope so too.
Well,
some
anti-rape,
states don't even let
rape
that
or
be a
bad.
factor.
But that's the thing.
Well, let's say like just in the argument of elective abortion.
Yeah. Thank you for playing moderator, by the way. I appreciate this.
Yeah, I do. Hey.
Yeah. So
still
yeah,
love you,
let's.
we may disagree, but I love you.
Okay, so just for the sake of the two of you not talking past each other at extremes, can we please keep this within the realm of philosophy about elective abortion?
Elective, okay.
And we can talk about fringe cases after the fact.
But again, okay, so it strengthens my argument. Elective point of if they choose to have it and I choose to not to be part of its life, again, I'm very anti that. I think that men should step up and be the dads that they're supposed to be.
So you're saying from a like, you know, if we're gonna have like a man and a woman standing in front of a judge about what do you call it? Payments, about child support payments. So these people, they hooked up at some point, maybe they were together for a little bit, or it was a fling. Woman ends up getting pregnant, and he says like, hey, like, I am not set up to support a child. I don't want to be a father. Like, you know, like I don't, like, I'm out. Like, you know, we do barely know each other. Like, I'm going my own way. And she's like, no, I'm having this child, and like, I'm coming to you for my right, and that's child support payments. You put this baby in me, and you know, I'm having
You're
it.
gonna pay for it. Yeah.
So if she has the right with her life and her autonomy to abort that, if she feels that she doesn't want to deal with a child, like doesn't want to deal with being a mom, doesn't want to deal with the cost, the hit to her career, all these things, why wouldn't the guy get the same benefit of the doubt when it came to payment?
What I look at as is when people decide to engage in intercourse, they're both staking something. They're wagering something.
I agree.
And in the man's case, he's wagering money. He's wagering financial.
Yeah, like your life is tied to this being for its whole life.
She is wagering her body. Now, in the modern era of
for
pregnancy, no, the effects that is.
Oh, so that's true.
Pregnancy does not only affect over 10 months.
As a father of 4, yes, I agree.
Well, not just that.
Right, so
pregnancy can have long-lasting.
Finish the thought.
Yeah, pregnancy can have long-lasting effects on a woman's body, lifelong effects. Not to mention the fact that when you have a baby, you are rolling the dice on your life as well as the baby's. So the man is putting up a relatively set cost, like, I don't want to say low floor, but it's pretty static. You're going to have to pay for a kid. Kids are expensive.
Yeah.
But the ceiling is not like die. Whereas a woman is putting up a lower floor because she's not necessarily going to have to financially support it. Now she is going to, like, if she gets child support, that's not paying for everything. The child support is only a portion of the payment. Like,
I know a lot of guys have been drowned by child support.
Yeah, it is a system that can be exploited, sure. Yeah. But the fact of the matter is that she's not paying for the kid. She is also paying for the kid, and she is wagering her body in the process and potentially her life. So when people engage in intercourse, they're both staking that. And so I don't think either of them, has absolute say, but she has say on what goes on with her body. And if she says that she's keeping it, his stake is still on the table. He doesn't get to withdraw it.
Why not?
Why should he be able
I
to?
suppose from his perspective, because like her stake in the situation is already put in.
Yeah,
Mhm.
she doesn't have the option to draw
Yeah,
it
So,
without a
no,
motion.
but
so
let's say
basically, you
hypothetically
know,
the
like-
dad's like, I want to be the dad. I
Okay.
don't care
when
what.
you're
Like, I
playing
understand
poker.
the physical problems, and I'll pay for all of it.
Yeah, when you're playing poker,
He can offer it.
yeah, when you're playing poker, there's big blind, little blind.
Mhm.
You know, like little blind puts in, you know,
Yeah.
the full bet. Little blind puts in, you know, half, but they have the option of looking at their cards and ducking out before
Mhm.
the thing. Big bet is pot committed.
Yep.
What if, like, so basically what Will is saying is, like, in this scenario, it's
The
like
woman is big blind.
no, it's like woman is big blind, man is little blind, and he gets a chance to look at his cards, and he's like, nope, I'm taking my little blind out, and then
Well, actually, I
And
would
then
think,
Which I disagree
It's-
with.
it's not a-
100%. I
it's-
think that men should step up every degree of the way.
yeah,
Yeah. I know, but like from a principled argument, like I'm trying to
Yeah.
keep this in the realm of the
Mhm.
philosophy of the argument of what is
Mhm.
fair and what is not.
Yeah.
Okay. Like
I hate fair.
I don't fucking care what you
I
care.
know,
Like, we're
I'm
dealing.
sorry.
The philosophy is like, detach the human element from it.
Yeah, and reality
deal with logic.
has to come in place. But yes, keep going just
Deal-
for the sake of argument.
Deal with logic.
Yeah.
You know, facts don't care what your feelings. I know your favorite guy says that.
Mhm.
So
I'll take that.
yeah. So what's your response to that from the philosophical argument that so
So
you
okay,
know,
so what your argument is? Man puts in, and he says, "I'm pot committed. I will.
No,
okay. no.
what,
Sorry.
what we're
He-
saying is, like, the guy is looking at his cards and saying, like, I don't want to play
No,
this hand, so I'm
I'm
actually
s-
taking my blind
No,
out.
yeah, that sucks, and no man should be allowed to do that. I'm going to say that right now. No man should be able to pull his pot out and be like, "No, I'm out." Sorry, I disagree with that. If you fucking stuck it, you get to you're
Okay.
stuck with it.
Now that you're saying that, though, that undercuts the argument that you were making against Will before, where it says, well, if you can opt out, I can too.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying principally, yes, they should be allowed to. They should opt in. They should but if
Yeah.
if she has the option to kill it, why don't I have the option to abandon it? Like, what is to stop a woman from doing that? It should be like, let's say hypothetically,
Well,
somebody else steps in, and it's like, oh, it doesn't matter how
Yeah.
much
Well,
you put in.
because
The woman's
you're-
like, this is too hard.
Because you're playing the game in bad faith and you're taking your blind out.
But there's a lot
The
of
only
people who do
the-
that.
The biggest difference is that if she takes her stake out, it takes yours out too.
Yeah.
You take your stake out, she still has it in, and she still has to make that call. You are
Yeah.
either forcing her to choose one or the other.
And morally, I disagree with that. Morally, I don't
Mhm.
think any man should be
Mhm.
should ever
So
do that. I
So,
don't
yeah.
think any man should
So,
be
yeah.
like, oh
so
no.
what I'm trying to do here, though, is I'm trying to lay the groundwork so that you guys stop arguing with each other about things that you feel strongly about, and recognize the fact, like recognize the elements of the argument for reproductive rights.
No, I
that he
understand
is
it. I do.
standing for.
I do understand it. I do wholeheartedly. I understand it, and it's hard, and it's life, and it's shitty. It
can
is.
I push to the second part of this? Is
Sure.
it's not just abortion. Like, that's why I use the term reproductive rights. Is because I think that the best way to negate this conversation, or this debacle in its entirety, the only way to negate the debacle in its entirety, is to avoid the pregnancy in the first place, or to teach people the skills
I'm
necessary
sorry,
to
they've
avoid the
been
pregnancy.
teaching it since the 60s.
No, they haven't. Not
Yes,
well.
they-
Not well.
Well, not well, but you don't think they've done it in the last 20 years to a half decent degree?
ish.
That's a bad faith argument towards the
No.
system. They have been.
Not
So
How
very-
have they not been throwing condoms around like crazy?
They have
they've
been.
been-
You're right.
The Democrats have been in control for the last more than the Republicans for
districts-
so long.
The districts that teach the most sex ed and provide the most reproductive
and with the highest
information,
abortion
no,
rates.
they have the lowest pregnancy rates,
But they have the highest abortion rates.
which are still
But they're
lower.
well,
It's less abortions. It's a
if
higher
you-
abortion by percentage, but less
Yes,
abortions
but,
overall.
No,
because
they're higher abortions
because
some of
there's
them
less
use it.
pregnancies.
Some people use it as a form of birth control, and if you see that baby as an actual baby, if you see that fetus, which means child or offspring, if you see that fetus as an actual child, they are literally killing children,
You're talking,
and you're like, oh, but it's not that bad because there's less
you're
being
talking
born.
about a very fringe group. You're talking about a very extreme
But
minority
that's-
that uses
but
it
you
as a
guys
form of birth
always-
control.
But the left constantly talks about minorities. They constantly talk
Yeah.
about the fringe. They love the fringe because they're like, oh, what if it's rape and incest? It's like, well, that's such a small fringe, but you love them.
Okay, so you sidestepped the argument there a little bit.
How so?
So he's talking about education
As a
in
as a
Which-
preventative measure.
as a preventative measure
But I don't.
equals less abortions. It may equal more abortion by capita, but if it stops pregnancies from happening overall, then overall
Well, it depends
the
on when
death of
you
children
what you
goes
mean
down.
by what you mean by stops pregnancy. Because stops pregnancy is Plan B. Stops pregnancy is early, very early.
Okay, well that's
abortion.
something that we can.
I'm
get
talking
into a
stops
little bit.
pregnancy as in didn't get
Prevents the-
pregnant,
Oh, yeah.
period.
And the-
So what you do have is you have a higher rate of abortion per pregnancy, but you have a drastically lower number of pregnancies. So your total number of abortions drop in places that push more sex ed
And
and reproductive
I
rights.
believe in sex ed. I believe that kids need to know it, not at the early ages of trying to force on children now.
Yeah. Okay,
but
no,
to a
that's
certain degree.
that's good to know, because like when he first touched on sex education, it seemed like you were attacking the concept.
No, sex education is very
It really
important.
did.
Um,
It came across that
Well,
way.
I apologize. I wasn't trying to attack sex ed
I
because
know.
I think that sex ed is important, but not as early as they've been pushing it, because there's a lot of kids that don't need that education when they're getting it right now. Because they're getting it, like my kids who are not capable or even remotely capable of understanding sex were getting some level of sex education. And I'm like, you don't need that right now. You don't even know what a vagina is, and you have one. And it's really sucks.
No,
But that comes from my own personal experience, and I realize I skew shit and say shit like that. But yeah, I think that sex education is very important and preventative measures are important, but I don't think
so
abortion should ever be used.
why can't that be an element of common ground? Like,
I
despite
believe it is a common ground.
Well,
I just
yeah,
think
just-
the
just-
numbers are skewed.
so despite disagreements on like, you know, say abortion rights, like, do you think the two of you could unite on sex education as far as the effects of sex, the consequences of pregnancy, and overall trying to keep, you know, like unplanned pregnancies among children down? Like, can we both agree that that'd probably be a good thing?
Kids shouldn't get pregnant.
Yeah.
I hope so.
but that's what that happens.
Yeah, no,
Like
it does
in
happen.
Amish communities where
well,
there's
it
no
depends on
sex
your-
education, kids
on-
still get pregnant because they don't know what the fuck they're doing, and they're
Yeah.
acting on hormone.
Yeah, but
and
it also
having a
depends on your
heinous
definition of
situations happen.
kids. Like, what is your definition of kids? Because some people say 14. Well, guess what? 14-year-olds can get pregnant, and it's like, oh, okay, well,
Well,
14
I would say, like, let's
can
say anybody
hypothetically-
still in the K system of grading is probably
in
a
the
good thing.
Amish community, they can't apparently.
It's probably a good thing to keep, you know, intermingling as low as possible through education of what the effects are, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Like that.
It's a
With that
fuzzy
being-
area for me that I don't have clear
that-
opinions on in terms of exactly when, because an education system is caught in a situation where they have to try to.
Well, you can have a ramp up in sex education, right?
most
Like,
do.
I mean, you don't have to go full guns a
Oh, yeah.
blazing,
Most do. Most education systems do have a ramp up.
right? Like
And
there's got to be a healthy point between like talking about, "Oh, this is your vajayjay," and that's where pee comes out, and showing a kid hardcore porn. Be like,
Exactly.
that's how babies are made.
exactly, and there is usually
Right.
Like, as far as I understand it, the majority of sex ed is a ramp up. It's
I'm-
very simplistic, very clinical stuff at the early ages, just kind of letting them know what their body is, and in the later years they'll learn how to utilize it
Yeah.
safely and effectively.
Can I ask, what were the two of you? What was your experience with sex ed in the public school system?
I didn't go to public school.
Unfortunately, high five.
I was homeschooled all but 1 year.
Unfortunately, the point in which I would have been educated upon sex education, I was going to a Christian public or a private school, and it's not a fair. Which I wish I would have learned a lot sooner, but I got thrown around in the school system to the point at which my education suffered because of it, and it sucks. So keep
Okay.
your kids in at least one system for this
No,
fuck's
that's-
sakes. I'm
that's
so
fair.
mad about it because I wish I would have learned some of that stuff.
That rum is good. That rum is
Is it?
really.
It's so sweet.
It
I
is sweet.
can't
I
do
like
it.
sweet. It's smooth and
Ooh.
banana-y and funky. It's good.
Sounds like something a
Have you tried
Democrat would
Knob
say.
Creek?
I have not tried. I'll try that next maybe.
It's a maple. It's pretty good. It's very sweet. I have 2 bottles.
Anyway, sorry, you were saying.
Well, for me, like sex education hit my education in grade 7.
Mhm.
and I was actually very, very appreciative of it.
Mhm.
Like, I thought they did an excellent job at
Or did the vagina scare you?
no. No, they did a very, very good job of talking about sex from a like both clinical and compassionate
Okay.
like aspect of like making sure that everybody in that class knew the mechanics of
Mhm.
what sex is, how it works, and like let's say where boundaries are,
Mhm.
Yeah.
amongst people,
Yep.
as well as like what are the ramifications of it? What does it do to the body?
Mhm.
What are you going through? What are urges that you're going to have?
Mhm.
Sort of thing. And I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah.
I feel like I actually got a good sex education as a
Mhm.
kid, and that played a huge part in me making responsible decisions.
Yeah.
That's good.
See, I got
And that came from a public system.
Did your
Yeah.
mom and dad do that for you?
sort of. So my mom and dad were both raised hyper conservative.
Yeah, you guys, you came from the what are
From the
they-
move.
From the move.
Both
yes,
my
they
parents were
called
in
it.
the move, and so my parents did not get, to my understanding at least, did not get any kind of sexual education, and so we didn't get much of one. I mean, I remember I got the birds and the bees talk,
Mhm.
so it was
I
in
never
metaphor.
understood. I never understood.
it's
Is it
terrible.
weird?
It's terrible. It's
What
it-
is it?
I
Can you
don't
give me
even
the
know.
birds and the bees?
I don't even know
I
exactly.
think it's supposed to be a whimsical way of saying like this is the way nature
This is where the penis goes inside.
No,
Exactly.
it's just
I'm
it's a
really
whimsical
I
it-
don't know.
it's a whimsical way of saying this is the way nature is, right? Like
Mhm.
Yeah.
like letting nature take its course.
Yeah,
Like,
and
it's like a more nerfed version of that. So when
Yeah.
I
they
feel
say the
bad
birds and the
because I
bees, they're
want
just
to
talking
know
about nature.
more. And
basically
it's
what
not
I got
helping.
taught was if I put my penis in a woman's vagina,
Yeah.
I will potentially get her pregnant.
Yeah.
And the way, no shade to my dad, the way he made it sound in my memory was that if I do it, it's an inevitability.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't
like
matter if I
every
wrap
single
it.
time.
It's going to happen. The best practices aren't going to save you, so just don't do it. Which was his reasoning around abstinence, which
So-
obviously didn't follow. But he did impress on me the idea that if you're going to do it, for the love of God, wear a condom. Now, as an adult, I learned a lot more about it and can take more precautions or less precautions as necessary.
Mhm.
But I had to learn that on my own. I had to learn that
Yeah.
post hoc.
I mean, the chocolate
Hmm.
factory, no risk.
No risk at all.
Did you get the chocolate factory option?
No, not
No.
in principle.
I still haven't got that option.
But I mean, like, let's say, like,
grown ass man.
in the sex education that I got in grade 7, like, anal
Mhm.
sex was talked about,
Mhm.
like that. This is,
Yeah, we talked about a lot of shit though.
well, I mean, no, like, not like amongst kids. Like, this was
Oh.
something that was talked about, like,
Really?
in class.
Like you
Really?
can do it, but
Yes,
you
like,
have
you-
health risks that come along with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they literally outlaw it in some states. The fact that they
Yeah,
would
'cause they're
actually discuss it in
fucking
some
prudes,
classes.
Well,
man.
yeah, where you don't live in the States.
I-
mean,
I
they're
Fucking
realize that, but-
prudes, man. They don't know what fun is.
well, we don't live in the States. Like, so
Salt Lake.
like we talked about, like, okay, like
That's so
we talked
interesting.
about the functions of the penis, like what is the effect that produces an orgasm,
Mhm.
like, right, like that's a certain amount
I'm
of
still working on it.
it's a certain amount of of friction when it's erect and stuff like that produces this effect, and that's where
Mhm.
ejaculate comes from. And it's like, it doesn't just take a vagina for that. There's lots of ways that people
Mhm.
have sex. Like, some people like do it this way, that way, orally, anally. Like,
Mhm.
there was no judgment put on what kind of sex is having. It's like, well, like, these are the various activities that people engage in,
Mhm.
and this is the effect it produces.
Mhm.
Like, yes, this is how that mechanical piece of flesh on the in your lower portion works.
I love
And
how
there's
we're,
multiple ways that you can achieve that effect.
part of us wanted to not get demonetized. Like, just a small part of us was like, we'll be fine on
not gonna
YouTube. Even if we
What do
did
you mean
have
demonetized?
views-
We're not monetized.
Yeah, I know, but the
It
fact
takes that to take
yeah,
it
but
up
there's
taken away.
potential. There's potential. We could maybe catch fire somehow. Nope.
Not a hope.
Not a hope. No,
So-
we're like flatline. It's fine. It's fun. I enjoy this.
Yeah. So I mean, like, yeah, like, in the current climate, I'm not super impressed with like, say, identity stuff creeping into sex education.
Mhm.
Like, me personally, I would prefer having it kept to the mechanical element of it. Although I guess, although in this day and age, though, it's impossible not.
It's impossible.
It's an elephant in the room. It has to be addressed.
It's unfortunate
Like-
because
But what I'm saying, though, at least from my personal experience, I guess as the one of the three of us that went through this in public school, is I felt sex education was enormously beneficial.
yeah, which is really funny that the two relatively, I'm going to say relatively sheltered people among the group as
I mean, I was sheltered until I was in my 20s.
I say shelter. Well, I don't know. That's the thing. I experienced a lot of things, but I didn't. I did a lot of things.
Yeah.
Not sexually, of course,
Yeah.
but I did a lot of things, and I don't feel like I'm properly educated on the subject. Where I'm like,
Mhm.
oh, I can speak on this. It's like, yeah,
Google is your friend.
Yeah. But
yeah,
I
Mm.
wish this is something that could be a common ground between the left and the right is
Mhm.
sex education.
what my biggest problem with when it comes to the left and the right is again, it's common ground is if okay, let's take away the fringe. They're like rape and incest every single time.
Mhm.
The left will bring up, okay, you're against it for rape and incest. It's like, okay, cool. Let's take that out
Yeah.
of the scenario and we say, cool, we'll do it for this. We'll create a criminalization of incest and rape.
Mhm.
It's like, if we did that, would you concede to banning abortions other than those two scenarios?
No,
then,
actually,
then
I
it's not
wouldn't.
about that.
Yeah, well, I don't think I
No,
think I
they're just
would.
a
But
fact.
I don't think it's
Yeah.
about that then.
So I haven't actually answered the question at all about my opinions on the stuff.
Let us-
all
let
of
us
a
have it.
sudden,
Let us have it.
I don't know. I have a very, I don't know. Inside of me is a tension about the subject of like abortion rights.
Mhm.
Because like as a Christian with with my worldview, I very, very much believe that it is a life in the womb. It
Mhm.
is another person distinct of the mother, even though the mother is providing it life at that point. And I think that abortion is not just like aborting. I think it's killing.
Mhm.
However, I don't believe it should be banned.
Interesting.
So to I don't maybe elaborate my point, like pregnancy is complicated and has the potential for enormous problems for the woman, health wise. And there are situations where like it's a choice between one or the other, like who is going to live. And that's an impossible choice. I don't wish on anybody. However, if there's a scenario where it's like like this pregnancy isn't going to end itself, if it goes on, both you and the fetus are going to die, right? Like there has to be a legal mechanism to allow a doctor to perform that abortion to save the mother.
But there already is that.
Well,
In
I
most
mean,
states.
in most states, but when you're
To
talking
high
about
proportion.
when you're talking about like say banning things, or like having like Pandora's box of possibilities open to all the states to decide for themselves where that line is, it can put some very, very, very tight restrictions on places, just
Yeah.
because like any given state can go as hard or as soft as it wants to on the topic. So basically what I'm saying is like I really do think there should be a federal like at least bare minimum that says like in a scenario like this where it is a medical emergency, like the doctor can do this without risk of legal action against him,
Yeah.
without a risk of legal action against the clinic, without like all that stuff, like without
Mhm.
getting anybody in legal trouble. Like there has to be at least that at a federal level to be compassionate, because you can create a scenario with ideological policy making
Mhm.
that makes for incredibly dangerous scenarios for women and for medical practitioners
Mhm.
Yeah.
in a legal sense as well as in a health sense. So I mean, in my view, that I don't think in a society like ours, it's conscionable to outright ban abortion.
But
And
that's the thing. A lot of it is going to the state and being allowed to, hey, we're going to do this case by case. Not a single
I
one of them is being federally banned and be like, oh,
I know it's not that, but what it's doing though is it's opening up Pandora's box to each one having such freedom to vote on these things, that because like as a British Columbian in uh in the Northeast, I resent the fact that my vote and my voice doesn't carry much weight provincially.
yeah.
Mhm.
That because it's such a broad scope
Well, the fact that the very fact,
of regional values,
yeah,
that like we're not able to do things, or we're not able to have tax policies, or we're not able to have farmer policies or hunting policies
yeah.
that affect life up here, and that's decided by somebody else who lives in Victoria and the Lower Mainland. I resent that, and I can completely understand that somebody else, like that woman or doctors or people like that, would resent the fact that like there's a possibility that like say a moral majority vote or something like that in a state could make it so that she would have a scenario where her life is in jeopardy if she gets pregnant with no recourse.
But there's so far and few between.
I know they're far and few between. However, far and few between doesn't mean that some people aren't getting
Oh no, they'll be
the entirely raw end of the stick, and in a way that is, I think, morally unfair.
oh morally. But
Like,
there's no fair when it comes to that.
yeah, so like
There's more fair and
I'm
less
So
fair.
one person
right.
has
So
a,
like I'm saying as a Christian who views abortion in a very hard way,
Mhm.
like I'm so against elective abortion for like as birth control or things like that, right?
Mhm.
Like
Mhm.
that morally tears me up. It breaks my heart, and I think that's actually evil.
Yeah.
However, if it that's my job and the church's job to influence culture to make those choices. It's not the government's job to bend to my moral compass that is based on a belief, not on like say political consensus or democracy or things like
Mhm.
that. Does that make sense?
Just I under the thing is the biggest problem I have with when it comes to abortion is it does make sense. It does.
Mhm.
Earnestly and honestly, it does make sense economically, philosophically, emotionally. It does make sense, but morally, does it? And the fact that
Well,
we're willing
and
to
and
just
there
it's the 99 sheep of the one, and where he's willing to abandon the 99 for the one. It's like, oh no,
yeah,
it's just totally fine.
and I
But for
think
this
well,
one, and I understand the grace
Yeah.
principle of it
no,
of
no.
being like,
What I'm saying is like as Christians, as believers, as the church, like 100%, we should be doing everything in our power
they should be.
to, yeah, absolutely, to inspire people to make that choice of self-sacrifice for life, for the greater good, all these things.
Mhm.
But as a secular government, making decisions like that that touch on stuff like medical law, that
Mhm.
touch on stuff like medical emergencies, that have to do with impossible slicing the baby moral decisions,
Yeah.
Like the
and things like that. Like when you start to fuck with the law, then it opens up the door for ideologues to use it as a cudgel.
Yeah.
And it takes away the element of, it's like, Jesus wasn't a political leader. Like,
No.
Jesus was a martyr, and he was a moral teacher, and he wasn't there to take over the throne. Like, he
No.
was there to show people a way, and for them to voluntarily opt into that way and live that way. And I don't think it's fair for say the Christian moral majority to impose that on a side of the country that doesn't have that moral outlook.
And I think that's the biggest problem when it comes to it is the fact that we're imposing a morality in which we
Right.
need to oppose.
It's a theocracy.
we need
it's
to-
a
we need to-
theocratic. Like banning abortion is a theocratic political move,
Mhm.
not a democratic.
the thing
one.
is, it needs to be that.
No, the government is
No,
meant
it
to be.
it needs to be. It needs to be a struggle because if it's just so fucking easy, they're going to abort everything they
No.
can. Which is a problem.
No,
Is that they're just willing to abort
that-
everything for the
that's
sake
not
of
what
the
I'm getting at.
greater
I mean,
good.
I mean that government is what we idolize. I think as government is meant to be representative of the people, not something that controls the people.
Ooh,
It's meant to be representative of the people.
Yeah.
And so I like where Devin's coming at from it, which is that you want those ideals to be propagated and
Mhm.
upheld.
Yes, 100%.
But you don't think it's government's job to enforce those ideals because the government's job is to act as a representative of the people, not to choose the direction that people are going to go in. The people choose the direction. So you want to
Yeah.
push for an you want to push an ideology, a worldview, which you should have every right to do under any government.
Mhm.
Yep.
And no government will stop me from doing
Yep.
so.
Exactly.
Yep.
Whereas
So
what
that's
the
why it brings it
Republican
back to
government
the
wants
state.
to do
No,
is
no. They want to bring it back to the state.
no, but the problem is the states.
No.
If the
No.
states were sticking to just the states, it would be
Yes,
almost okay, but they're not.
no. You just said it. You were leading up to it, and then you diverted from it. They brought it to the state. They brought it to the group of people. It's like, okay, this is going to be a state issue.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like,
You were leading towards
but
it. You
the
were
major-
almost
the-
there, and then you
The majority
diverted
of
at the last
states,
second.
almost all the states that have abortion bans on the books now.
Yeah, abortion
no, no,
bans
no,
to
no,
a
no,
certain
hear me out.
degree.
So
Hear me out.
let's look at a state like a small country. So that country, like we're just, we're looking from a bigger
Yeah.
position to a smaller one,
Hmm.
and so
And
it's like a Russian egg, right? It doesn't change the fact of the argument that there should be for the fairness of people who don't hold that view that is based off of a theocratic belief or a theological belief to have legal rights to defend their bodily autonomy and health decisions.
Hmm.
So even at the state level, like
So then you got to go by case basis, and it's just not possible.
that's why there needs to be at the least like an opening for abortions to
But
be
there
to be
are
legal.
those. There are those. It's not saying that they're not, and they're not legally like.
Well, I mean,
fucking hate
but
this word.
this is
They're
the,
not legally problematic when it comes to that stuff.
and this
but the
is
very
the,
fact that
this-
there
this is
are
the
those.
fight. This is the fight when it comes
But-
to
but the-
politics in general, because like when,
It's
as
because
soon as,
they cast a broad net. It's a big problem of it is they cast a broad net over a small subject. And yes, the very fact that there are some small demographics in which need that.
Yeah.
I understand. But the wide net over a small problem is not good.
well, that's why I lean more towards openness than cracking down at the larger level.
So small government.
No, what I meant is like almost enforcing an openness so that personal choice is more paramount, has more
The
action.
bureaucracy that they have in America doesn't allow for that.
How so?
What I mean,
because
let's-
it's too big. There's too much paperwork, too much red tape.
No,
too
but
many
what he's
problems.
suggesting would mean less
No,
paperwork and less
yeah,
red tape.
like what I'm suggesting is actually less, because like under the previous paradigm where basically abortion was legal nationwide.
Up to
Yeah.
a point, yeah.
No,
Up to
no,
that
no,
baseline.
barely,
It existed.
barely. It barely existed. It was a gray line at the best.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into like the nitty gritty of how good of a written law is Roe versus Wade or anything like that. But I'm just saying, like, as
Shitty law. Sorry, Roe v. Wade was shitty law.
again, don't fucking care. I'm
I
talking
know.
about general
I know, but
philosophies rather than things.
Yeah, but
So, at a general philosophical level, having it open, because like let's face it, like for America, it is a federation. It is
Yep.
it does have a top level.
yep.
It does have allegiance to a whole,
Mhm.
and that whole, no matter what, is responsible for a certain amount over the whole. So having it open at the upper level allows more room for personal choice, for pushing ideology, all these things, as long as you're not encroaching on the law of like, this is not going to be legally, this is not going to be like a legal issue for doctors. This is not going to be a legal issue for women. This is not going to deny women, you know, this is not going to deny
Reproductive
women at the
rights.
very least the ability to save their life in a medical emergency under
reproductive
pregnancy.
rights, because the scenario in which women's life are endangered are so few and far between. They're
I know, but
significant,
that we
but
know of.
not impossible. Like, I'm sorry,
know,
but
but
people can go in there with a
poss-
gunshot wound.
The possibility needs to lead for openness, though, on the legal level.
I don't like the argument. I think it's far too hazy to allow the government to decide anything.
Well, that's the
No,
thing,
is
though.
they're not
that's
deciding.
That's actually
They're taking away.
But they have to.
No, no.
Somebody has to.
It's
at some
negating.
point.
It's negating the decision to leave it open. To leave it open for personal choice.
Yes,
But so the opposite side, the side that it tends toward reduction, that's the one that's actually making the imposition on society.
But the problem is that it actually allows the lowest common denominator to make an implement
An educated decision.
Not educated,
or just
uneducated decision.
make a
Make a
decision.
decision based on their lack of education.
So you'd
No,
rather a
hold on.
scenario? No. You would rather a scenario where people have the decision made for them by people who know better than them.
You
You
got you there.
did fucking get me there.
You got you.
But
Right?
yeah, no, to a certain degree, yeah, I agree. There is a certain level of allowing people to make their man.
Yeah, you yourself advocate all the time for being allowed to make poor decisions
Yeah,
and learn from them and suffer the consequences.
but I don't think it should be gubernatorially acceptable.
If I can actually come to Mike's defense a little bit softly, to be clear, softly come to his defense.
I love
This
that
does
we
be-
like cross paths.
It becomes murky because
That's why it's better with
yeah.
3 than
murky
2.
is so.
it gets murky because the decision doesn't only affect one life for sure. It affects another potential life that doesn't have the ability to have a say in the matter.
Mhm.
That's where
Yes.
it does get fuzzy, and I will admit that makes this a much more difficult decision because if it
Yeah,
wasn't that,
that
it would
does,
just shut
and
me dry.
that's-
And it
And-
should be. It should
And
be.
that's the
very
part
murky.
that breaks my heart so much, is because I do believe it's another life at the other end of it.
Right.
So we are.
But at the same time, it's like, I mean, do we stop people from driving? Do we stop?
we fucking should. I've seen some. You've seen some people. You've seen some people
Yeah.
drive. Some people shouldn't fucking
Do we
drive.
outlaw guns to stop people from dying?
Fucking
Do-
should.
Right? Like, so it's,
You
all
don't
these.
disagree with me on that one.
Not really. No, there should be a minimum competency requirement.
I
for it.
believe you should take an intelligence. Not sure I passed. I believe that there should be some level of intelligence to fucking vote. So
that one's a slippery slope because
yeah,
that,
again, who's setting the parameters?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
that's a
That's
big
the
problem with it.
parameters because historically the parameters have been used to exclude people from voting.
Oh, I was
in
gonna
the
go the
past.
other direction. I'll be like, no,
Yeah.
it's gonna like
No, it's been used to exclude groups intentionally.
yes, but
It's
we're
harder
an
to do
enlightened
in today.
society. I really truly believe we're far more enlightened than we've ever been.
We are. It's true.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
Now, that being said, I want to cover my own ass. I want to cover my
As
own
an
ass
Orthodox Christian.
morally and say that, like, I hate abortion.
I do.
I really, like, my heart weeps at the loss of life.
Mhm.
And I don't think that anybody should do it. It would be far better and more noble, even if your life is negatively impacted, to take that on, like Christ took on your suffering,
Mhm.
and and move forward, provide the life, provide the
Yeah.
best version you can for it, and use it as an opportunity to level up your life. That's what I believe.
I was gonna say the same thing. Like
yeah.
dads fucking step up.
Yeah, dads step up, governments step up. Do what, like, of all the money that we fucking waste on bureaucracy,
Mhm.
like, if we could divert that into all the social programs that it takes to make it so that a young woman is able to provide a life for a child, that's
Yeah.
worth it.
Yep.
That was
That-
gonna be my next thing is that a lot of this could be solved if the ability to raise a child was more accessible to a woman who doesn't need financial assistance.
They shouldn't, but
From
at
the
the same
father.
time, but dad, if dad's not gonna choose to be in life, fucking step up. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
but you should.
Mhm.
But the child and
But if
mother
they
shouldn't
don't,
suffer if they don't.
if they choose sin, if they choose the way of death and damnation, then we should still be there as compassionate people and as Christ's arms for the mother.
I'll jump the aisle on that one. I mean,
Cool.
as somebody like I don't generally love the like the more clinical approach of viewing a pregnancy as just a clump of cells. I think of it as potential life, not necessarily life yet, but the potential for life. And I love that idea of infinite potential, and I don't like the idea of it being lost, which is why I'm such a big proponent for sex ed at different levels and different times. But I'm a huge proponent in educating people properly on the weather twos and the Y4s,
Mhm.
which is honestly still an emerging field of science, because actually studying how women's bodies
Isn't it
work.
so interesting that it's still an emerging field?
It is
Like
well
we've
for
been
women.
doing this for like a couple thousand years.
I
We've been
know.
investigating people. and,
Women
like,
are ineffable.
Well,
fuck,
no,
I've
it's
been trying.
it's more like
I've been
Should we try
trying.
and F them?
I've
Ineffable is a
tried.
different thing.
Oh, sorry, wrong word.
yeah. You yourself a thesaurus there, Chiefy.
Words are hard.
On the other side, they're very effable.
Very so affable. Hey, let's check and see how this is going.
Let's see how it's going. Where are we at?
I know. Yeah, we got sidetracked from election and talking about.
Those are the good ones, though. I loved how I really appreciate your take on it, because like I'm standing on the other side of the aisle from it, but broadly I agree wholeheartedly with that. Like my worldview doesn't hold the same.
220 well, 210 to 112.
Ooh, wow.
That's still close. I'm sorry, but that 200 points.
It's,
as
it's
much,
so hard to say
But they
for
also haven't.
elections.
They
Sorry,
haven't
98
called the
points.
majority of the East Coast or the West
No.
Coast yet.
Yeah.
Hasn't been called,
It's-
and that's gonna be quite a bit.
I know. It's like elections are one of those things where it's like first period hockey.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like it's just you can't.
it's
say,
a nothing burger. It's
Yeah,
like you're
it's-
just sitting on like
It's so hard
maybe?
to say until the last 10 minutes because a team can score 3 or 4 goals in half a period.
All right, so Bloomberg had Trump 70% chance to win. Are you still who's left?
Yeah.
Bloomberg's not a right leaning
Yeah.
anything.
I mean, I don't.
Sorry, I don't know who that is.
Just a publication.
Just trust Will.
Don't trust me. I am an unreliable source.
They're a left leaning organization. Mike Bloomberg, New York Post, New York.
Okay,
City
I know
shit.
what the New York Post is.
Okay,
Yeah.
like he owns a lot of that shit.
Gotcha.
Anyways,
All right.
I don't
Uh,
have a lot of hope.
you don't have a lot
I'm
of hope.
actively choosing to hope for Trump to lose, but I recognize that it
You
is
sound like me in 2020.
it is a 50-50 shot. It is the closest I think I've ever seen to a
leaning
50-50 shot.
They're leaning 70%.
I mean, in a
Isn't that
sense that it's a coin
weird?
flip. Like it's going to be close.
It's going to be close. Every single
And
one,
it's-
every single one of the polling agencies is hedging their bets.
Oh yeah, it's going to be
Yeah.
ugly. Like I don't know. On the left, it's going to be ugly in the sense that I think you're going to see a lot of civil unrest if Trump wins.
That's unfortunate.
It is unfortunate, but I don't. Here's where far left Will is going to come out. I don't necessarily think that all of it is unwarranted. Now, I say that as civil unrest and peaceful protest are the things that I have in mind. That's not necessarily what everyone who's going to engage in civil unrest is going to have in mind. I think of peaceful protest as exactly that, very strictly peaceful protest. But,
Fiery, but mostly peaceful.
no, just peaceful. It's intrusive and it's obstructive, but it is not.
Oh,
What do
like,
you mean by
truckers.
intrusive and obstructive?
Yeah, the truckers are a pretty good example. It is
Right, I mean,
intrusive.
it was very, very
It interrupts.
intrusive.
It gets in the way.
Yeah,
it
but there
breaks
was not
the
a
flow of
single
things.
fire.
I know, but
exactly.
it wasn't violent.
It wasn't
Yes,
violent.
I
It-
agree.
it
But
was-
George
it-
Floyd was fiery but mostly peaceful.
Well, yeah, and I don't love how. I mean, I understand and empathize with
see where I'm
why they
coming
were
from,
so
right?
angry, but I don't necessarily think that it was justified.
Yeah.
In the extreme sense, in the
Yeah.
sense that it's one thing to have a protest, it's even one thing to have a riot because of the injustices they feel are being inflicted on them.
They
But
feel, and again, you put the word in there every single time. Feel. They feel is inflicted upon them. I don't think it's accurate.
Something like social connection over issues like that, like it is based in feelings.
Yes, I agree, but I'm not saying those feelings are justified in fact.
I would argue that they are. But
How so?
feeling. Which feelings are we talking about? We'll have to
No,
be
no,
more
no. You gotta
specific.
take the feelings out of it. Is the problem? Is if you just put
No.
feeling, I could put feeling on everything.
You
I
can.
felt tired today. Was I
Mhm.
tired? No, I got a full 8 hours sleep, and I could have
That
fucking
doesn't
kept
necessarily
going.
mean you weren't tired.
No, yes, it does.
That's
Because
one
I can still
factor.
fucking pound through. Doesn't matter how I feel. I can push through.
I could sleep 10 hours. If I have sleep apnea and don't know about it, I'm still being hampered and I am still tired.
I
It's
just
not
disagree.
quite that black and white, especially when it comes to things like racial inequality in a country. It's not so
Racial
black and white.
inequality.
Pun intended. Zing.
I believe that America is the greatest melting pot ever, and I think they
Hmm.
have a well established, like, hey, anybody can
I'm-
come here and make anything of yourself.
I'm going to stop you right there. I heartily disagree. I think Canada is a better melting pot.
How so?
I think Canada champions and actively on a government and personal level,
No,
like champions their melting
they
pot status.
systemically push a melting pot,
They do. And I like
which
that.
is not a good
Well,
thing.
Oh, I
no,
love
it.
that's not entirely
But
true.
they're not
'cause
adhering to
we've-
Canadian values.
we've been a melting pot for a lot longer than the current political climate.
Mhm.
Like we've been a melting pot for various cultures to peacefully
Yeah.
coexist. I would say back to like the 80s and 90s,
Yes.
like in a very good example.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, yeah, right now, not so hot.
Mhm.
It's more like Canada is getting more American in its
Yeah.
feelings and in
Unfortunately.
its expressions towards one another and its polarization, all those things. The American climate is bleeding up here.
Oh yeah.
So, but I still think that we are definitely a better example of melting pot than America is. America has been very contentious about the whole thing for its whole history.
Yeah.
Even when at a policy level things get more
Mhm.
equaled out, there's still like the extreme poverty. There's still huge
Oh.
ghettos. There's still
Well, it
entire
depends on your.
sections that you could see like a different country
But
that
it
have
does-
a whole different like
it depends.
antagonization towards the world around them, and the world around them has an antagonization towards them.
It depends on your your view of
Well,
what you
listen
mean by
to NWA.
extreme. No. What I'm saying is it depends on your extreme. You say in extreme. Fuck. What was the word you said? There was a difference between it. It's like I don't think it's as extreme as you think it is. I think we
Yeah,
have
actually,
I don't
would,
think there's a great divide. I
I
don't
would-
think we're
oh.
completely. I think, hey, we have people in government that if we were a more racist society as everyone paints us as, these people wouldn't be in power at all.
No, I don't think it's a racist society, but I think the society, like American society, has not done as good as a job of melting the flavors together as what you're saying is.
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's not as copacetic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but we there's a lot of go along to get along
To-
in Canada, which
to-
I appreciate.
yeah.
Right.
But
So
to-
that's what makes the melting pot element of it work.
Yeah.
Like our society has integrated and changed. Like it's kind of merged into an amalgamation of various cultures more than America has.
yes.
The problem is that's how we got fucking Trudeau.
Eh,
We might have melted together, but not in a good direction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but at the same time, it is not nearly as radical a shock as say what's gone on in certain parts of Western Europe. Like they
Yeah, it's
have,
because they jump from one extreme to the other.
so like it's even though like let's say it's produced political situations that we in the West aren't so happy with.
Mhm.
In general, the society itself is more copacetic with one another.
That's what I was driving at. You worded it way better than I would have.
I do have a question though.
Yeah.
As Canadians, we love to shit all over the two-party system. The older I get, the more I appreciate the two-party system. I lean towards it and I appreciate it.
I see it as an inevitability.
Yeah. That's where I land.
And
It's inevitable.
The thing is, I think I almost like, hey, let's just fucking get there already. Let's get a left-right divide. They get 4 years, we get 4 years, whatever fucking direction we got to go. But I would rather be one or the other. But we got this so just fucking nothing of a government.
I don't know. I'd say that
We're a little too far left.
I would
and the
say
fact
that
that
the
they get
current-
so much power so
the
quickly. is
current
fucking
government that we
irritating.
have has plenty of ability to enact what it wants.
Yeah, and I hate it.
Right?
but-
Like,
but the-
it's succeeding in its own ends.
but the
I
right
can't
is-
fault it for that.
But the right is so divided because we're going between the Alberta party and this party and the other party. And there's so many parties that we're just letting the shithead travel to the top based on shit votes and everything else. I'm like, man,
I
if
thought you didn't like the vote splitting argument.
I used to not like it, but I'm at the point where I would rather have a yes or no, like a left or right, like they do in the States. I'm so fucking tired of this guy getting in power for how long has Trudeau been in power now?
Too long.
15 years?
Fucking yeah, way too long. I love the 8-year sentence, the 8-year shit that they have in America. Let's fucking do
I
that.
do like term limits. I'm a big fan of term limits.
How do we not have that in Canada? We're keep voting in this shithead. And
Don't we have one? It's just really, really freaking long.
I'm not entirely sure. Like I know like Harper was in for longer than the
Mhm.
average American president.
I-
Chrétien was in
Yeah.
fairly
yeah, but
long
not
in his,
not 16
I
years.
think our limitation is on number of elections, not actual time in office.
Yeah. Oh, that could
I
be.
think I could
But
be wrong.
At
on
the
that.
same time, though, like our system works differently too, because it's not necessarily a situation of like you're electing a person because you're like we don't elect Trudeau. We elect
Representatives.
Yeah, we represent Zimmer.
Yeah.
And they form a party, and they as a party elect
Yeah.
the leader of the party themselves, and at any given point they can have a caucus and re-elect a new leader,
Yeah.
even
But
while
the
they're
very
still in
fact that
party
we
power.
so much of the Canadian government is based on electing this shithead, and it's like, oh well, Toronto. By the time it's reached Manitoba, which is a bunch of NDP fucktards, it's lost.
I mean,
We've lost it.
It sucks, but there could be a future where Trudeau, without an election, is ousted from power, and a new representative takes his place who has a different vision for the Liberal Party.
Yeah.
Right, like there is the ability that way, so they can still read the tea leaves of public sentiment and
Mhm.
be like, oh guys, we're taking the country the wrong direction. And there's a lot of tension about that now in Canadian politics. Like
Quite a bit.
there's a huge portion of the Liberal, not a huge, a sizable portion of the Liberal Party's representatives are not stoked with Trudeau at all right now.
Yeah.
And are working pretty hard to pivot
I mean,
to pivot him
But
out
I
of
feel
there,
like they've been doing
put
that
somebody
for
new
years.
in there. And
they have been like that for years. I mean, the majority of left-leaning folks in Canada who once were just stoked to have a Liberal Party in power have come to the realization that the Liberal Party is not actually properly left. It's left of the Conservative Party, but it's still not very far left.
Mhm.
A lot of
I'm
the
surprised about that because, like, looking over the whole history of Canada, conservative parties have not had the majority of time in power at all, and we went from liberal to conservative. Like, did they not remember the fact that Chrétien was very, very center?
it's a thing where public sentiment amongst I think more left-leaning folks who at one point voted Trudeau in are in this weird what's the word I'm looking for, kind of limbo where they're not jazzed with where Trudeau is at because he's not far enough left.
Yeah.
But they also don't have confidence in the NDP, so they won't switch their vote to the NDP, which is
No,
farther
I don't
left.
think there's much difference between what the Liberal is now and what the NDP party is.
I wish there was more difference. I wish the NDP was farther left. But the problem is that we're so scared of losing what power we have, which is non-existent. It's milquetoast. Like the Liberal government doesn't actually move the needle very far left. They don't.
They're
move
pretty
much
good
of
at
anything.
signaling.
They're great at virtue
really
signaling,
good at virtue signaling.
which
I'm glad
is-
we all agree about that.
Yeah, is largely useless.
It is.
And so they hold on to the Liberal Party, and they probably still vote for the Liberal Party because they can't vote for the NDP party, and the NDP party isn't also that great of a representative either. But they don't want to lose to the Conservative Party is their biggest thing.
So I mean, like that's kind of where I land in it, like about like two-party system versus a multi-party system. I would love a multi-party system if the people in the parties stood on conviction.
Yeah, but they don't. They lockstep with their
Exactly.
Look what NDP and Liberals are doing.
So
all the time.
they always blunt their convictions in order to like kind of like help the general milieu of what they want happen. Like, I mean, I know.
stand by this. Okay, when I talk about the Bloc Québécois, ideologically, Bloc Québécois are conservative people. They want to conserve their idea, their heritage, and all this stuff. But how do they vote when push comes to shove? They fucking lean towards the Liberals. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like ideologically, conservatives, Bloc Québécois, you guys are on the same fucking page, and you guys
Exactly.
skip that shit, and you're
It
like,
would
oh,
be-
we're going to jump over to the liberal
Yeah,
side. It's like,
like
fuck
it would be
what
great
the fuck
if
are you doing?
it would be great if Quebec
So much
actually
for
voted
games.
for the bloc.
Mm.
Like really, like it would be great if Quebec actually voted for the bloc
Because
and the-
ideologically,
and-
they're the same.
and the bloc stood on its principles. It would be great if the NDP stood on its principles. So all these various things. So even if you got a minority government, at least everybody is arguing for what their principles are,
Mm.
rather than always playing
To the
playing-
best hand job.
cloak and
I'm
dagger.
sorry, but it
Yeah.
is a fucking
Yeah.
best circle jerk. It's like, who gives a better hand job at this point?
And
It's
so
fucking irritating.
And so, since that's the way things are going in Canada, yeah, I think in general, I would prefer just having two parties.
All right, so
Thanks
a
for the
little
fact check, Amanda.
bit. What?
She fact checked term limits. There isn't one.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Amanda.
You're the best.
Man is the best.
Trad
Why
wife.
don't you come down here, Trad wife? All right. With that being said, I just wanted to. Do
Oh
a
my
little-
gosh, I found the best TikTok channel ever sending up trad wives. It's so great.
so good. All right. Guess. Okay. Pennsylvania, big swing state, right?
Mhm.
It's leaning Trump.
Mhm.
56.
I kind of figured it would.
I thought it would, but man, it was early on. It was early on Kamala, and I was like, okay, what's going on here? And then all of a sudden, it starts leaning Trump at 50%. Not a huge one.
Mhm.
56% though.
Yeah.
Like that's not like
my
that
in,
surprises me
yeah,
a little bit.
I
I
don't
thought he again going back to the ideological.
So
They're there.
we've talked a lot about Trump and Harris, but I think one of the big cards in the Republicans' quiver here is JD
He's
Vance
so fucking
for
good.
this stuff.
He was. Did you hear him on Joe Rogan?
No, I don't listen to Joe Rogan.
Okay,
Did you watch the vice presidential debate?
Yes,
so good. That is what the country
he
deserves.
did better than I expected him.
He was so good.
It was a pretty even debate, I think.
No,
It
Matt-
was very, very even. And what I really liked was actually the decorum, the mutual respect that
Mhm.
they had between each other. I got away from that being like, why the fuck can't we get this in general?
I agree. I'm
like,
on the
what-
same
yeah.
page.
Like it was ridiculous. Like, see, we can do it. It's right there. There's an
It's-
example of legitimate political debate of people with different ideas
Mhm.
who had mutual respect for one another. And like that was fantastic. Like it was even-handed. They both had their points. They both had elements where I thought like the other didn't really have a proper answer for.
Mhm.
And it left me thinking like it's possible.
Did you listen to the
That
Joe
was
Rogan?
what I really, really like. Yes, I listened to
I'm just saying, like, as a person, you're like listening to it. It's like, fuck, this guy's all right. Like, you would probably deal with him the same way you deal with me, where you disagree on some things, but you're like, fuck, this guy's all right.
Maybe.
No, I almost guarantee it. Like, he was just so down to earth. You talk to him, it's like, oh, his kid's got a potty mouth because you can't watch your tone sometimes. That's my kid.
So
Mhm.
I think that he's the secret weapon in getting places like Pennsylvania and stuff like that, because he does have an element where he cares about like union type things,
Hmm.
about like dock workers, about having fair wages and all things like that, that typically is something that is reserved for the Democratic argument,
Generally speaking, yeah.
right? Like it's so I mean, even though
to the point where I intrinsically am dubious of any Republican candidate being pro-union, being pro-union. I'm initially dubious because they're
historically so bad on it, right?
both historically bad on it, and the people that fund their super PACs don't like it. And so like they can talk it, but will they walk it? I have zero faith. I don't have much
really-
faith in Democrats walking it, let alone
exactly.
Republicans.
And this is the perennial problem with politics in general, is politicians lie, or like
Mhm.
they believe things and then they get into power and realize the reality is very, very different than
Mhm.
what they thought it was going to be, and wind up being super ineffectual. All
Mhm.
these things. But when it comes to like trying to sway public vote and stuff
Mhm.
like that, I think he's Trump's saving grace in actually like swing states.
In a weird way, not in the swing states way. I mean, I think
or,
you're
or
right.
just in general
I-
with people on the fence or people who are center left.
Yes, if he'd picked an old fuddy duddy, I think it would have been very, very negatively affected his campaign. Someone like JD Vance was the right choice. I'm of two minds of JD Vance because on one hand, I don't love the company he keeps. He's the one who has actual ties to Project 2025, not Trump, because people that he's really close with were involved with the writing of it, which irks me. But at the same time, he has displayed, especially with that debate, he's displayed that he's not an imbecile. He's not a Trump. So there's a piece of me that wonders that if for whatever reason, let's say Trump kicks the bucket because he's old as sin.
He is quite old.
He is old as sin. I honestly, part of me wonders the Republican Party is kind of
Which is
hoping that
really
he'll get elected and then fucking die.
Which is funny coming from a Democrat because fucking Biden's
Oh,
really
also
old. Like,
fucking
he's-
old.
how the fuck did they get away with that? This party leaning on
think that-
democracy,
yeah.
democracy.
I think
How
that
many
would've-
votes did
that would've
Kamala get?
solved them a lot of
Fucking
problems.
0.
It would have solved them a lot of problems if he died.
It
like
really
yeah.
would.
the coup element of it, because like I mean, let's be real, he wasn't in shape to keep going.
No.
No, but
But
Trump's
the-
not much better.
The
but
way,
at the same time,
the way it all
he's-
played out, it really looked like a coup, and I think that hurt them in the long run.
Yeah.
It would have done them way better if he just died.
I
Or
did
just
hear.
not run. He
I
should have just
did-
recused himself from running and let Kamala
Oh,
go
I
from
know
the
he
get-go.
was,
But
he
here's the
was
thing,
so
did you hear this?
hard on it.
Did you hear this one where somebody said that this was his fucking spit in the eye of the Democratic Party is endorsing her because she's so shitty? How dare you kick me out? Here's what you get.
No.
He endorsed. No,
She's the best
I'm not-
candidate they have.
Barely. How so?
Just because
She checks all the fucking boxes.
no, because at the end, at the point with which they actually made that jump, when the Democratic
They didn't
Party
have
finally
time.
clued in, they
No,
didn't have time.
didn't have time.
They didn't have
They
time.
they fucked themselves.
Exactly.
So it was, I think
They-
it was a combination of
yeah,
fuck you and
they-
fuck them.
I don't think Joe Biden has the faculties to do that. To be perfectly honest, I think that Kamala Harris was
Okay, I'll give you that one.
she was the best bet they had amongst the available options.
Yeah.
There are other people that might have been better if they had spent the whole time running. I think there's lots of people who could have been better options.
Yeah,
But-
and you could say that about Trump too, right? Like I was like, why are we running this again?
Right.
Exactly.
Like,
I'm
I was
pretty sure
so-
we said that. We had
I-
people saying that we hated
Oh, yeah.
Trump.
We talked about like after Trump got the nomination, we were chit chatting with Amanda, and politics came up, and I was like, why the fuck are we doing Biden Trump too? Like it was mind blowing to me that we were stuck in a world where that was
I
a
don't
thing.
understand why the Republican Party is still okay with running Trump outside of the fact that apparently he does pull votes in certain areas.
But
He
that's
is
but
such-
look at what Kamala did. The same thing. She
Well, didn't-
pulls votes in certain
didn't-
areas.
yeah, but she's not as morally bankrupt.
But at least they voted on it. They
Yeah.
fucking voted.
Yeah,
Where,
I
how
think-
many votes
I
did
don't
Kamala
think
get?
the
Tell me.
Republican
Not a
Party.
fucking one.
She doesn't need the votes.
She doesn't need the votes
she was-
because the
no,
Democratic
no,
Party
she-
doesn't believe in democracy.
She still got picked by the DNC.
No, yes, but that's not the people.
Yeah, so
no,
it's
no,
it
so-
is a little bit different because like Trump, he didn't get picked by the RNC. Like he primaried and ran, and Republicans,
yeah.
Republican
They
members
voted on
voted
him.
on all the people.
At
So
least he got votes.
technically, he is there at the will of the public.
The DNC, like members of the DNC, still voted on that. Like they still have a say in it.
No, not a
In-
single Democratic person had a say. The leaders did. Yes,
yeah,
the leaders.
in the exact
but
same
not
sense that
a
our
single-
leader is picked by our elected representatives.
Yes, because we actually get to vote. I got to vote on
We
whether
voted
or
on
not
all of the all of the Democratic members of that.
I got to pick on Pierre Poilievre.
Yeah.
I got to choose him. Not a single person got to choose Kamala Harris. I got to choose Joe Biden, who
Yeah.
elected Kamala.
So
Like,
basically,
no,
like
no.
the
No, they
DNC
did.
almost has its own like electoral college,
Yes.
whereas the RNC was a strictly populist.
yes.
like, way
Where
of
so which
selecting.
which party actually believes in democracy then? The Republican or the Democratic? Because the Democratic
Well,
says it and they don't actually do it.
Because that's one thing that Republicans trot out every now and then is like, we're not a democracy, we're a republic.
Yes,
Right,
but when
so,
it comes
like,
to choosing
'cause it-
their leader, they do.
People lean on what it is when it benefits them.
But that's the thing. Okay, in my house, I'm a
Right?
socialist. In my house, I am a socialist. I am about making things as fair as I fucking can.
Yeah.
In the world, I'm a Republican. I am, hey, this is for the greater good. You're gonna make society better by acting in this way. I'm a capitalist in the world, but in the home, I'm a socialist. Same thing with the Republican Party. We are democratic in the way that we say, hey, we're gonna give you a choice of what leader you have. Do you really think the system wanted that guy?
Actually, no, I don't think it did.
Really? Yep, right? They didn't want Donald Trump. He's so divisive. Even the Republican Party says he's divisive as fuck. Nobody liked him, and he still got the vote. And they're like, we're going with this direction in spite of our desires. So the Republican Party
So
chose him in spite of that, where the Democratic Party didn't have a fucking say, and they put this fucking
I know,
retard.
Their
but it's
Sorry,
delegates.
I'm getting triggered.
yes,
Sorry.
yes, you are. But
I'm sorry.
your argument betrays itself, because when it comes down to the presidential election, is like it's voted based on like what the college says, right? So
Yeah.
you're electing a college of people who are then making a vote. So
That goes beyond the
no,
primaries.
but that is basically
I was just
like,
talking about primaries.
I know, but if you're going to make the argument there, then it should be the same thing when it comes to the presidential election. It should be strictly raw votes then.
Nope.
Exactly. Like
No,
you're
there's two different systems
No,
in
see,
place.
so
The people
so,
who choose their leader, and then the people who like, okay, we're gonna
So,
go according to the electoral
like,
college.
I
It's
and,
two
and I'm sure
systems in
like
play at the
people
same
people
time.
who are registered Democrats, I'm sure like, and maybe I'm making too big
There's
of,
a there's a big
of,
jump
of an
for-
assumption.
There's a big jump for Kamala, by the way, 179 to like 219
All right.
now.
See,
or
it's gonna
214.
get more even.
Yeah.
But like as far as like as if I was gonna register as a Democratic voter, and I knew that like, all right, like I'm voting people in that I think are gonna make proper decisions upstream. Otherwise, I'm not voting for my people.
Mhm.
But like, yeah, and I'm giving the party the power to choose.
Yep.
To choose its person. That's
Yeah.
still democratic, because you're choosing to put your vote in your representative.
that's exactly how our
conference.
government works.
Well-
Yeah, it's exactly how our government's. We vote
And
for
I don't
Jay.
agree with the most of our government. And I think that's
But
one of
it's
the
still a
It's-
democracy.
it's not undemocratic.
It's still a democracy.
It's just like a two-step democratic
Yeah.
process.
Yeah.
So
where
when you say the Democratic Party isn't democratic,
It's
you're
because-
just parroting shit. You're not
No,
actually thinking about what it
because
really is.
he ran unopposed. They only chose it once they realized that he couldn't fucking do it. They did. They
Yes,
waited
but
until he was a dead corpse on the stage with
I mean,
Trump,
they probably didn't
making
want
fun
that.
of
And
him.
but the
And
fact
then
is-
they did that, and it's like,
And that
no,
was
that's
a,
not.
that was a mistake. But that is convention when it comes to sitting presidents, right? Like you run the incumbent.
Yeah, you do. Like that is standard issue.
Like
What
No,
your chances
no,
of
they
winning
don't.
go
They,
way
no,
up. Yes,
you
they
have a
do.
choice. No,
No,
they,
no,
they have
you-
a choice.
okay,
They
you
can
do
run
have a choice,
against
but it's
him,
almost
and
never
they
true.
chose
think
not
about
to.
2020. Think about 2020. Like, was there a giant RNC vote about running Trump?
Why?
Because he's the incumbent.
Well, there,
Yeah. 'Cause he's the best chance of winning.
because he did have the best chance of winning.
Yeah,
I really
right?
do think.
So-
And
at
he
the,
ran till the fucking end. They didn't like bow out like
And
one
at the-
step into it.
and at the
when they were
beginning
like,
of the
I know,
campaign, they
but-
thought Biden was the best choice, and they
Exactly.
had to bite
no,
the bullet
no,
at the
they
end.
didn't. No,
Mike,
they.
Yes,
Oh,
they
at the
did.
beginning of the last second.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Mike,
I was thinking of
what's
the other
good for
one.
the gander is good for the goose. This is the way both
Yeah,
of
but
the
at least-
parties work when it comes to
at
incumbents. It's
least-
just this time around they made a fucking mistake because they put a corpse up there.
Yeah, and
But
but at
that
least
doesn't mean
last
the
time
system is broken. It
but at
just means
least
they made a
last time,
mistake.
the Republicans ran with it anyways. They're like, this might be wrong. Let's fucking do it.
I'm glad
Where
they pulled. I'm glad they pulled
Oh,
the
I'm sure
plug.
you were. I'm sure. Oh,
Well, no,
I thought you
no.
said-
If they realize that their choice strategy is going to fail, pick a different strategy. Don't stay with the failing strategy. That's retarded.
I wish they
Mhm.
would have. The funny part is that they chose to subvert democracy.
No,
They did.
No, all the delegates that voted for Biden, all the delegates in the DNC that picked him, then had to pick Harris. His votes do not carry over. They don't
Mhm.
automatically go to him.
I agree.
They had to choose that. They had other options, but they chose her as the best option to win. That is still part of the
That was
democratic
all
process.
backdoor. That was
On-
all backdoor
yeah,
dealings. I'm
now,
sorry, but there was
on-
no like.
That's
real-
politics. All of it is backdoor
Yeah.
dealing.
Yes.
So on your element of it though, like to hop onto your side, they're actually like when it came to Biden running as this candidate, there was somebody that said, "No, I want a shot at this. I want to enter into the running as the Democratic candidate," and that was RFK Jr.
Yeah.
But they just said,
Yeah, they,
yeah,
did
they
say,
just
"Fuck
said,
you,
no,
RFK."
we're not doing this, when they should have had the debate. If there's going to be somebody in the party that's going to step up to the plate to be like, okay, no, like I want to do this and I have the legal right to do it, getting it shut down.
Yeah, RFK did do that.
So I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
he got politically fucked.
Massively.
mean,
When
yeah.
he should have had every right to run the primary.
I'm sure he had every right, but they can't tell him you cannot run, but
They
they can
did.
tell him go ahead and run. You're just never going to make it. Like you're
No,
you're
th-
pissing it away.
He had the signatures. He had the ability. He had everything lined up according to their system,
Mhm.
and he got fucked.
Yeah.
They did.
Okay.
They
so
fucked him.
he played the game and got shit on. And I
Mhm.
think that's where Mike's got an argument about how they did
I
this.
forgot that
unethically.
I forgot that RFK was a fucking Democrat.
And then he jumped
Yeah,
ship
forever.
Yeah, because he
'Cause
fucked.
he's
He
a
got
fucking-
fucked. No, he got fucked.
because he's a crank.
No, he's not a crank.
Yeah,
he
he
got
is.
fucked.
He's a crank.
They didn't even give him a chance.
He might be a crank that got fucked, but he's also
yes.
a crank
Yes, he might. Okay, let's give him that. He was a crank.
Mhm.
Why did they fuck him like that then?
because he's a crank and he wouldn't win.
So,
He'd do nothing but peel votes
but
away
he
from
had
the
the majority.
Democratic.
He still had it.
No,
It's about democracy.
if he
Is
ran,
it not about democracy or
okay,
not?
So if
He didn't
if,
have a majority.
It didn't matter. He didn't even get a chance to run.
if he ran as an independent, he would peel votes away from
Yes.
the Democrat, which he was trying to do. However, he ran as a Democrat in the primary against Biden and
Yes.
just didn't get the shot.
Yes,
Like
didn't
they
get the
should,
shot
like even
from-
if he wasn't going to make it, they should have let it happen,
I could
Why not?
softly agree on that. Yeah,
right? But because they did that, they either believed that he had more going for him than that he wanted, didn't want to deal with that, or they just were being straight up unethical.
see, I don't know what they did to oust him from running. I don't know if it was a behind closed doors, like, don't do it. You're just pissing money away, and we're not going to support it. And we're going to make it difficult for you, and we're going to bleed you dry for all the dollars you have to make
That
a
doesn't
shitty
sound
attempt.
Like Democrats.
I mean, that sounds like politicians, and I don't want
I
to.
know.
I don't want that to sound like I'm condoning that. I'm just saying that's probably what, like, that's the kind of thing I imagine could happen.
What's your thought on Tulsi?
Tulsi
Ooh.
Gabbard.
Yeah,
Oh, I
'cause
don't know
that's-
that much
she's,
about her.
She's another one that hopped the aisle recently.
She was a left-leaning Democrat, and then just like
I don't know. No, she wasn't a left leaning.
no, sorry,
she was
a-
always.
she was a-
center.
sorry,
She
a
was always
right-
center.
She was always a right of center leaning Democrat, but she was like, "Oh, I believe that this is the best way to make the biggest difference."
I mean,
It's like if she's got any influence at all in the
I was
Republican
thinking
Party,
left-leaning Republican.
I honestly think it's probably a good thing because like I think she's like she obviously knew what like say the Democratic platform was for reproductive rights and all
Yeah.
those things.
Oh yeah,
And I can't imagine those beliefs have changed for her.
no,
So her presence on the other side of the aisle can only unless she's just there as a puppet, as a prop, help to pull it farther center from the extreme ends, right?
from what little I know of Tulsi Gabbard, so I'm saying this all very softly because I don't know much about her. From what little I seem to recall, I think a lot of her pull to the RNC is on economic grounds, in terms of being less in favor of more socialist policies and more in favor of more capitalistic policies.
Oh,
Which-
see, my impression was different.
Okay, I could be wrong. Like I
Yeah,
could be remembering the
so
wrong politician for
from-
all I know.
From what I've heard from her speeches and explanations, and even
Mhm.
times when she was a Democrat running, because she ran the primary for, like she wanted to be president for
Yeah.
the Democrats in 2020. But her big thing that I think pulled her this way now is because she was feeling that the Democrats were getting really, really war hawkish.
Mm,
Like she wants troops in less dangerous situations. She wants she wanted to basically like stop spending money on foreign business we have no place in.
Mhm.
And she's kind of like pro troop and less war.
Mhm.
That's her main thing, and felt she wasn't getting it in her party, and that for whatever reason at this point the
Mhm.
Republican platform has shifted close enough to that she's willing to support them for it.
yeah, that's a can of worms that I feel wholly and truly unqualified to spout off on. Like I feel qualified, at least to some degree, to spout off on reproductive rights or
As a white man.
marginalized groups as a white man.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I have at least a baseline understanding of all the factors involved, or at least some of the factors involved. But when it comes to geopolitical conflicts and war and things like that,
Yeah, see, that's her thing. Is actually it's the geopolitical element.
She serves.
Yeah.
She's still she is still in service, kind of thing.
Yes.
She's not like just some like person talking on it. She
don't
actually
know.
serves within the military.
but she wants the U.S. government and military to spend less money on regime change wars to
I can agree with that.
get out of other countries' politics and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Apart from like say diplomacy, trade, things like that.
I can agree on
lean-
those
Do you
factors.
lean more towards isolationism?
Mm,
A genuine question. It's not like
But,
a
I mean,
dig,
that's
it's not-
a big question because
I
you
know
could
it's a big
say,
question, but it's like-
it's a general term. Like, do you mean isolationism militarily, politically? Do you mean isolationism
militarily,
like
militarily.
financially?
Oh,
like
militarily
those are
and
all different
financially.
things.
Military and financially, not politically. Politically, I think we should be able to-
financially, I don't think isolationism is where I'd end up leaning. Militarily, probably more leaning towards isolationism, if for no other reason that I want to see drastic reductions in military spending. I think the military industrial complex is a blight on America. And I think that we stick our noses into conflicts that we have no business sticking our noses into, specifically because it gives us an excuse to keep that machine running.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Now, there are times
Okay.
where I think that as the world superpower that America is, it has a responsibility to stick up for smaller countries that can't defend themselves. But I think that those instances are few and far
There's
between.
so few far
Okay,
between.
all right. So cool. We found the silver lining for you.
Okay.
I think there's probably a pretty good chance that she'll wind up being like the Secretary of Foreign Affairs or something like that.
Yeah.
And so
That is
as
one of
long
the things I
as-
love about Trump. He does
Yeah.
surround himself with some pretty half decent people.
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say that the last time around.
Yeah.
because he was learning.
I'll believe it
Yeah.
when I see it. I don't think he's
but
picking them.
we've seen what he's done in the last one.
The only thing I think Trump looks for, if I give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he personally is the person picking people, I don't think he gives a tuppenny fuck about how good they are at their jobs. He cares about people that like him. I don't think he gives two shits about them being good at their job. He only cares that they like him and support him in what he does.
And if they're
Yeah, but
fucking good at their jobs, they'll know how to make them feel like they
Yeah,
like
Exactly.
but at the same time, he's not going to fucking keep him around. Unlike the Democratic Party, which keeps people around way longer than they should have. Like they do. They don't fucking fire anybody. Name a single person that has been fired by the Democratic Party.
I feel like there's at least some merit to that, but I also feel like the Democratic Party hasn't had such a ludicrously bumbling cabinet.
Yeah, they. I'm sorry, but the Biden cabinet has been a fucking joke.
It hasn't. How so? Like, what have they done that is even remotely on par with what Trump's cabinet did?
Okay,
in his
they
time
brought
office?
in a energy secretary who was simply based on their identity and literally stole luggage from everywhere. It's like, oh, I just steal luggage, and they were based on their ideological idea, like
steal luggage.
Sorry, you totally lost
I'm
me
sorry,
here.
but their energy person, the person in charge of nuclear, was a transgender female. I'm trying not to misspeak because I'm
Yeah.
trying to be as respectful as
You can just say they're
possible.
trans. You can just throw
Trans
that.
who stole luggage from multiple people at airports and be like, oh, turns out they're kind of crazy and they don't know what they're doing.
Okay.
And they're
Are they like a convicted felon or anything?
no,
'Cause I
they
feel like
just,
that's a
I
good
don't know.
bar.
Is
a good
stealing
bar.
luggage at our airport considered a felony?
No.
I'm
It's a
genuinely
misdemeanor.
Okay,
curious.
so-
It's a
is it a
misdemeanor.
misdemeanor?
So
Okay,
here's
what
one
about
of the
their
things where I can see like a mirroring effect that I don't trust. Like when you say that, like you think that Trump doesn't like he doesn't necessarily care about how good people are at their jobs. He'll put people in that he feels that like him because that's what narcissists do.
Yeah, hey, we've dealt with
We've been there.
narcissists.
We've dealt with a system that was headed by a narcissist, right?
Yes,
It's like so you and I 100% understand
Mhm.
the risk that is inherent in that.
yes.
And I think that risk is very much there with Trump.
Yeah.
However, on the converse side, I equally don't trust them to just put the best person in place for any given job because they're as likely as not to put somebody in a position because it makes them look good in a virtue signal
Because it ticks a box.
because it ticks a box,
Right.
Kamala.
So
Yeah.
in that element, I'm like, I don't really trust either side that way
I agree.
to make good decisions on who's running what.
Yeah.
Because they both have flaws in their selection of who gets to do what.
And I actually wholeheartedly agree with that. But if I if I had to pick between the two, which one I think is more detrimental, I think that what the Republican Party or what Trump did picking his cabinet was far more harmful, because one of them is picking people who tick boxes who might be bumbling and might be even ineffective at their jobs, but most of them haven't gone to prison, as far as I know. How many people from Trump's
Hold on.
original cabinet have ended up in prison?
Should have gone to prison or haven't gone to prison.
Ah, there's a good one. How many of them are
Right.
convicted and how many of them got bailed out?
That's right.
Yeah.
Because here's the funniest thing when it comes to Trump is the fact that all the laws he's broken, if they had as good a lawyers and if he actually broke all the laws that they said he did, how is this guy not in jail? I'm sorry.
Because
if Trump was as bad
Okay.
as they say he is, he should be in prison.
Oh,
I agree.
okay.
I 100% agree.
This one got my dander up, actually. You did it. You got under my skin. There is a reason. There is absolutely a reason that he's not in prison for what he did, and that
Okay.
he's not being held with his feet to the fire.
Yeah.
The Supreme Court bailed him out.
I disagree.
He got bailed. No, he blatantly got bailed out. He was given broad immunity from almost anything. Almost, like, there is literally, I shit you not, literally in the statement from the Supreme Court, him taking militaristic action on American citizens is not a guarantee of him actually being held accountable. He is theoretically, now this is theoretically, I give that grace,
Yeah.
but there is actually the door literally spelled out and held open for him if he decided to kill a political opponent, that he may or may not actually be able to be held accountable for it. He was given broad immunity. It does not mean he is not guilty. It means the legal system can't prosecute him. He is guilty as shit on multiple accounts. There is no getting away from that.
Yes, but
None.
he hasn't convicted. He has not attacked or convicted, like tried to put any of his political, not a single
Yet.
one of his political.
Yet.
No. Well, let's say hypothetically, does anything that Joe Biden has done since he became president? Yeah, he should be allowed to do it. Why not? Joe Biden fucking attacked him. Joe Biden's been trying to put him in
What?
prison since he started.
Joe Biden doesn't have much to do with it.
Doesn't matter. They've been trying to put him in prison since he
The-
started.
the
Since
legal system.
Biden
Well, I
has
mean,
since Biden has come into power,
to take-
he has
to take-
sicked his
Hold
justice
on.
against him.
Hold on. To take Biden out of the situation, like, I think that movement to convict Trump on various things,
Yeah.
that happened way before
Biden.
way before Biden. That was still when Trump was president.
Yes,
That
but-
was before Trump was
but-
even president. It was when he was running for presidency.
They are setting an unhealthy precedent.
No, they're not.
I believe. Okay, cool.
What's the unhealthy precedent? Convicting, like trying to convict
Yes.
somebody of a crime that they committed?
Well, it determines what you mean by crime.
We know he committed the
Well,
crimes.
we
It's
know,
only
then we
it's-
fucking know that Joe Biden had secret documents that he should have had sitting next to his fucking Corvette, sending Biden to prison.
okay.
Are
Those
we
are
okay?
those are
whatever-
not apples to apples
good-
comparisons.
No, they are.
No,
they
they're
are.
not.
Whatever's good for the goose is good for the gander. So
No.
whatever can be used against Trump, and I agree with this 100%. If you're going to use against him, you should be allowed to use it on every single political
Okay, let me-
past and
but there is a
future
difference.
president.
There are
So why
differences.
not?
We're gonna break down. No. We're gonna break down the documents. We're gonna hit this one right on the head. There is a drastic difference between somebody who can be proven to have made a mistake. No.
You can't.
Biden never once, as far as I know, unless I'm remembering wrong, lied under oath about having the documents.
Depends on what you mean by lied. Misremembered because he's fucking old, and they're
Okay.
like, we're not going to prosecute him because
And
he's
that's fine.
fucking old.
You could
because they did
you-
that.
You could do that. Like, theoretically, you should be able to prosecute him for that. The difference is that Trump expressly ordered people to lie to government bodies. He expressly paid people to hide these things.
I don't know a single case in which you're talking about.
I am
him
talking about the
hiding.
Mar-a-Lago documents cases. He is on record.
Nope.
We have recordings of him talking to people. We have texts from him to people telling them to hide shit from the government. It is done. It is dusted, but he doesn't see any repercussions because the Supreme Court bailed him out. It is locked in. He is a fucking criminal. Now, we can argue the whether to is the why for is about how badly he should be prosecuted. And we can even argue about whether or not the justice system is allowed to prosecute him for it. But the fact of the matter is that he actively, willfully
Okay.
broke the law,
All right.
both as and before being a sitting president, and he got bailed out.
And
but
we
he did
know
it.
that Biden has done the same thing.
They are not the same thing.
No, he has.
No,
He has
that
lied
is
over and
that is
over
like
again.
the difference between me hitting somebody and me
No.
shooting somebody. They are both acts of
No,
violence,
he
but they
has-
are not on the same metric. Not even fucking close.
But the intent is the same.
No.
The law should be
The intent between forgetting and the intent between actively, willfully trying to hide
no,
things.
no.
they're
Now
different.
you're putting willful in front of it.
It
and
is
actually
willful.
changes it. it changes
It does. Willful does change it because Trump was willful.
So
We can't prove that Joe Biden did it
didn't
willfully.
Mean to kill this guy, so I shouldn't be convicted of killing him.
Yes.
Well, no,
If I accidentally hit somebody with a
I know
car,
it's
that is a different
manslaughter first
charge.
degree,
Exactly.
But at the same time, you should still be charged, and he's not. That's
So-
what's being happening.
okay.
It's like, oh, you didn't mean to, so we don't have to charge
So
him with
here's the
anything at all.
thing.
Okay,
So, they're
so-
just wiping it all away and be like, oh, he didn't mean to.
No, do you know why?
So they
So-
did the same thing with Hillary, and
when
they're
it,
going to do
when
the
it
same
comes
thing with
down
Biden.
to when it comes down to prosecuting and stuff like that,
Hi.
Hello.
when it comes down to prosecuting, courts have autonomy, or not maybe courts, but prosecutors and such and so forth have a degree of autonomy to what they're going to pursue and what not, based on what is the overall,
Put your head up.
what's the gain, right? Because like, let's say like you let's say you like the Crown arrests a couple different people in a town, one who stole like a couple bags of chips from the local. What fell? Yeah. So like somebody for petty theft, and somebody for armed robbery. And the court only has so much bandwidth to handle the load of cases that are coming across its tables. Which one is it going to put the force of prosecuting behind? It's going to pick the bigger fish and then prosecute it. Like, there's only so much bandwidth that can happen, and if one is significantly the lesser, then why would they even bother with it, other than fairness?
Yeah.
Well, the fucking
Other
Democratic
than
Party
political
sits
fairness.
on its fairness all the time. Fairness.
I'll
And
actually.
as soon as it actually push comes to shove, they're like, we don't actually care about fairness. We care about intent. Well, then it's not fucking fair anymore.
No. I'll actually be more charitable. Let's go out on a limb here and let's say that let's assume that Biden did have intent to hide documents, right? Let's assume that he had the intent.
I don't think he intended to do anything. I think he's
But-
retarded. and a
But for the
corpse.
sake of this, let's just say that he had the intent to do it. All right. We have no way of proving that he had intent, and the criminal system requires us to be able to prove that there was intent. The difference being
That's
that
fair. Yeah.
Okay,
Biden,
cool.
we can't. Even if you could provide a legal case, I guarantee you Republicans would be making the case. The problem
I
is there's
agree.
not a case to be made. The difference is that Trump is an idiot. He's an idiot. He texted people.
Such a fucking idiot. They can't fucking stick anything to him. Not
No.
a single. Okay, intent. They
No.
can't fucking make
They
anything
stuck it all
stick.
to him
Well, he's
Then
making
why
the
isn't he in jail?
because he got bailed out by the Supreme
I
Court.
don't agree.
He did. He absolutely did.
Are you able to maybe pull up like some source material like of
A
The-
single case in which he got bailed out by the Supreme
just to settle the he said she said here? Again, I'm trying to moderate because
Hi,
you two
Amanda.
are
Hi.
Hi.
What would you like for a drink? We got
you are
Bareface,
able to get
we
under
have
Mike's skin
Lafroy.
like nobody
I don't
I've ever
trust-
seen.
I still
I
like
don't
Will.
trust Bareface anymore. So
Oh, you want
Oh, I had a
Lafroy?
bad day with
I
it.
got some Lafroy here. I got some. Bullet.
yeah, like I've been
She-
battling a cough for like 4 weeks. I'm nearly at the end. Mike poured me some whiskey and then my throat swelled up and I felt like I couldn't breathe. Like every time I swallowed my own spit, it hurt my throat. And I had a terrible sleep because I thought my throat was just gonna keep swelling in
Yeah,
the night.
she really thought she was gonna die. It's like
But when I'm like, oh, my
asphyxiation.
throat's sore, Mike's like, oh, it's probably the whiskey. And then I was like,
fuck, that's tight. What are you
know.
feeling
So-
then? You got to look at it. What are you doing? The
That and actually,
Rum.
if you can get me another ice cube, I would love more of that rum
Oh,
because it was
okay.
delicious.
Here you go.
That rum is fantastic.
which is, I'll smell it.
It's very sweet and kind of banana-y.
Oh no, she doesn't like banana.
Fake banana? No way.
No, real banana. That's the thing.
No, it smells fake.
Oh, they ferment it with
I'll
bananas.
have some
so
of
it's
the
funky.
the maple.
So to do the fact
You're
check,
gonna want to
quickly,
cut that with some actual bourbon though. It's really sweet.
Okay, well then cut it with some other bourbon.
So actually, I want to look up a different one actually with that.
I really got to pee,
Is
so I'm
that
gonna have to
AP
step.
still?
Sure, step
Yeah.
aside.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll hold off on it.
Well,
I'll
we'll
wait till you're
pulls
back.
this
I'm
up.
not gonna spout facts while you're not here to defend them.
Yeah.
Take a sip and figure out how much bullet you need with that.
Did you already put some in?
Nope.
Yeah.
Put the bullet. Where is it? Oh, it's behind you, Devin.
Oh
I came in this joint to be served.
Perfect.
I don't think it's terrible by itself.
You want more? Or no, what do you have in there?
The maple stuff.
Do you want to cut it?
Maybe a little. A little.
Yeah, it is very sweet. It's actually delicious, but it is just too sweet.
That's good. That's good.
We're gonna make you hate this too.
Well, it did happen again that another night.
Yeah. Yeah. I haven't actually talked about where I stand on the politics, like who I hope wins and why.
Did Mike and Will say?
Oh yeah, no, they've very
It's pretty clear.
they
would-
very
Oh, yeah.
strongly have made their positions.
I would probably vote for a sentient rock before I voted for Trump. Now, the Republican Party, I would be more charitable with, but Trump as the leader of the Republican Party, I would probably vote for a sentient rock first.
So if you were in the States right now, would you be rioting tonight?
No, I wouldn't be rioting. No, I don't.
You're too good for that part.
There are instances that would incite me to do that potentially, not riot, but protest for sure. The election,
yeah.
the election isn't one of them.
I mean, we supported amongst us between Mike, Amanda, and myself. I mean, we supported protests, just a few years ago here in Canada. I think protest is a good thing on certain.
Fun fact: technically, I was actually in a background character in a picture at a protest in Peterborough, Ontario. It was really funny, actually. They did a thing where there's a fringe political party in Canada, I can't remember what the hell they're called, but some fringe right-wing party announced that they were going to do a rally in Peterborough. And they announced it. Then the city kiboshed it and said, you didn't get permits for this. And then they got the permits. And then the day of, a whole bunch of Antifa members showed up from Toronto to counter protest. And the right-wing party never showed. They just didn't fucking come. They sat at home and sipped whiskey and laughed. But what ended up happening is a bunch of their supporters showed up and they ended up clashing with the Antifa folks. And there was a bit of a scuffle. Someone threw punches, some arrests happened. People stood on top of police cars. It was very fun. And there's a picture with a bunch of people on top of a police car. If I remember correctly, the picture is a bunch of people standing on the police car, not letting them move through the street. And there's me in the background because I showed up at this protest. I've never been to a protest before, and especially one where it looked like there was going to be some shenanigans happening. And so I rolled out with a big sign around my neck that said "Hot Cocoa for a Peaceful Protest." So there's me with a fucking thing of hot chocolate and the sign around my neck in the
When
background.
and
of
where
the
was
picture.
this? When
This
did
is
I
in
miss?
Peterborough.
Oh, Peterborough.
It's the only political protest I've ever partaken in. I didn't have a side. I was just there handing out free hot chocolate to anyone who wasn't being an asshole.
How much hot chocolate did you hand out?
I mean, I had a big thermos and I probably filled it 3 times.
Okay.
I give it a fair bit. Pretty much everyone there was really, really
That's-
nice. It wasn't
that's
until the punches went flying and there were maybe 50 to 100 people that were involved in that scuffle. And it was mostly the Antifa folks that were pissed because it was one of their people who threw the first punch. They're the person who got pulled into the car. And so they didn't want to let the car leave. Credit to the police there. They showed up, not in force riot gear, but there were lots of them nearby and they were super chill. They put the person in the car and they spent an hour and a half just trying to pull a few blocks because they just let everyone dance in the cars and they're just okay, cool. What are you going to do? You can't get in the car.
It's really unfortunate because I agree with the sentiment. I am very anti-fascist, but how they represent themselves and how they do it, I'm I agree with you, but not with the way you're doing it.
Mhm.
I am 100% anti-fascist. I don't want tyrannical rule anywhere, but they're classifying of fascism on people that don't deserve it, and it's unfortunate. It's not every as much as I hate Trudeau, I don't consider him a fascist.
Mhm.
He's far too lazy for that shit. He's just such a fucking puppet. It's just
So to fact check,
all right.
the Mar-a-Lago documents case
Yep.
he has not actually been convicted on that one. He
Yep.
is charged.
Yep.
And it is in the process of, I believe, appeal, but it's basically dead in the water because of his broad immunity. So the Supreme Court's immunity, where is it? Under 23939 Trump v. United States, under our constitutional structure of separated powers, the nature of presidential power entitles a former president to absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for actions within his conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority. So his duties both as president
Yeah.
and potentially around being a president, he has complete immunity from, regardless of whether he's been convicted.
Good.
Now, that being said, on the 34 counts that he was charged with in the Stormy Daniels hush money case, he was convicted.
That's not a crime though.
It is a crime.
Paying somebody to shut the fuck up is not a crime.
No, there's 34 different counts that were crimes.
No, based on how they judged that, it wasn't. Because they were like, oh, if you think he's guilty of 3 out of 4 of these, you have to say he's guilty. I've heard enough about that case to know that there was an
I would-
unhealthy precedent.
I would
to
really
that.
like to ask a lawyer about that.
Yeah, but no, it was an unprecedented case where they're like, if you disagree with at least a few of these, you have to mark him as guilty. Not like, oh, if you agree with all of these and being what he's guilty
Yeah,
of.
didn't they group them all together?
They group them. So if you only agreed with 4 of the laws being broken, or even a few of them, you could say, oh, he's guilty of all of them. Then
No,
it was an unprecedented case because, again, he hasn't finished because they can't. They cannot finish that one because of how obscure the law is.
no, it is finished. Like the case is done. He's
Yeah,
been
because
convicted.
they could, but they haven't got he's not in jail.
Well, no, because he was granted immunity by the Supreme Court. He is a convicted felon.
Okay, but
I
are
mean,
you
that's
willing?
kind of what the Supreme Court's supposed to do. They
Yeah.
are the top dog.
I mean, they are the top dog, but the idea of granting a president complete immunity.
But they should, because otherwise
No.
they're gonna take it to Obama. They're gonna take it to
I mean,
Biden. They should take it. Again, what is good for the goose is good for the gander. If they can pull one case against one president, they should be allowed to pull any case against any president afterwards. It'd be like, oh, we didn't
Yeah,
agree with the way that Bush attacked
They can.
Iran,
They've been allowed to this entire time.
but they haven't.
Yeah, because there's no case for it.
Why not?
Because there isn't. It's the same reason that
Yes, there
it's
is.
the same reason they have not been able, like the same reason there's absolutely no convictions in place for election fraud in
You
all
don't
the different.
think there's any case for the Fast and Furious scandal in which fucking Obama imported guns into Mexico just so he could track and see how the cartel was using
I have
them?
no idea.
Oh, you don't know about the
But
Fast
if-
and Furious
if-
case? 'Cause
if there
that's
was a case-
fucking
if there
that's
was
a
a-
fucking case.
If there was a case to make,
Fucking
I'm sure
shit.
somebody would be making it. If they thought they could possibly get a conviction. Now,
No,
to be clear, this
because
doesn't
they
mean that
saw
it'll
the
stick.
common good that goes with it, and they're like,
Okay,
okay, well,
cool.
this is going to be this is part of it.
Yeah,
I don't
So
want that to sound like it's justifying them doing that, but like they should have the right to prosecute
Mm-hmm.
him where they don't now.
But only one side is ever trying to push the boundary on that.
No.
Yeah, I would agree.
I mean, it's only one side has had a president that is like Trump, who has committed this many felonies. Yes.
LBJ has done horrible shit.
To be super duper clear, I also want to add the caveat onto that. This stupidly. I'm sure there are presidents that have done lots of illegal shit, but only one of them was dumb enough to get caught.
I'd agree with that.
Only one of them was dumb enough to do it on
No,
phone
no,
calls that
no,
get
they-
recorded.
no, I'm
Only
sorry.
one
I
of them was
don't
dumb
know.
enough
I
to
want to
text
see
about
the
it.
JFK
Epstein list.
The JFK shit was far worse. What he was doing with the fucking they had a secret tunnel underneath the JFK Marilyn Monroe. What him and his brother were doing to Marilyn Monroe
Okay.
far exceeds what Trump has ever done. And it was not such a big secret because people still know about it.
Okay.
So and it's like so it's like, oh, it's unprecedented. No, it is
So
precedented.
basically,
it's like nobody
like,
cared before.
up
They
till
just hate Trump enough.
up till this point, like politicians have done greasy shit since time immemorial.
hmm
Like
Isn't that like almost the definition of a politician?
Just about.
yeah,
Getting there.
just about. They've done greasy shit since time immemorial.
Mhm.
Illegal stuff, unethical things, all these kind of stuff. Usually with kind of the cloak and dagger and kind of nod that like,
Yeah.
all right, like we're not going to deal with this because like we don't want to create, political unrest. I think with Trump, he, for whatever reason, provoked enough response in the other side of the aisle and their ability to do stuff that they were like, okay, fuck it, let's do it. Let's go after this guy in a way that I guess maybe totally legal, totally reasonable, and that could and should have maybe been done against other people. But
Mhm.
we live in a new political time.
Mm.
We live in a new political
yeah.
political time. There's a new paradigm. Like the game's been changed, and we're probably going to see this happening from both parties to each other more and more often. Is now the question is, like, Trump is the first example
Mhm.
that this is happening to. So the question is, empirically, is it a good or a bad thing? Because in the future, that door, depending on how, I guess, maybe the Supreme Court will weigh on it, like, so that could or should be the way that politics is done towards both sides from now on.
That's what I would vote for. Like, I would want them to hold their feet to the fire. I'm never going to complain about holding their feet to the fire. If Biden, if we
So-
were able to hold his feet to the fire on things, I'm all for that, and I'm not going to sit here and buck the results of it.
So you would say
I
you would
disagree.
say that going forward, if somebody thrown up by the left does all the same kind of stuff that Trump does,
Mhm.
they should be held to the fire the same way.
Absolutely.
I disagree with that
Why?
because
That
of
they
what
should be
happened
held
in
to the
World
fire,
War
or
II.
that
No,
Will would
because
be
it's
okay with it.
No, because they're moving the goalposts.
Mm.
Everyone looks back now at Oppenheimer and all the shit that he did with building the bomb and actually bombing these people. Let's say hypothetically, they're like, we shouldn't have done that. Are you going to hold a president accountable for choosing to drop a bomb with the shit that Japan was doing with the infamous Unit 731 and being like, oh no, we changed the standard what it means to what reasonable cause or reasonable response in order to this. It's like we changed what it means for reasonable response. So now you're gonna fucking go to jail because you chose to drop a
That's not
bomb.
what we're talking about.
No, but it is. Because it's going to happen again, where something's going to happen. We're going to move the goalpost and be like, all of a sudden, we're going to be bringing. We're going to bring Bush to contention.
The only
We're gonna bring
people who have actually
Obama.
moved the
We're gonna-
goalpost was the Supreme Court by granting immunity. Now there are no goalposts. That's
No.
the only goalpost moving
No,
that's happened.
they'll always move. They'll always move. Things are going to change.
They don't exist anymore.
No, they do. You don't think the Supreme Court can change their mind? They've
Well, they
changed their
could,
mind 1,000
But
times. You don't-
currently the goalposts don't
at-
exist.
Yes, currently. But if they were to change, if let's say hypothetically, the Democrats came into party, expanded the Supreme Court, made it so they were outnumbered, and now they can start convicting these politicians based upon a lot of things. And it's like now they've moved the goalpost. Well, guess what? Republicans, we're really good at following the rules and checking boxes. It's like, oh, you want to change the goalpost? Cool. Now this person has been brought into contention, and now they're all going to jail.
As long
At least
as
they should
as
be.
long as they're within the statute of limitations, I have no issues with that.
I don't agree because
Why?
because of, again, Oppenheimer is a perfect example. The bombs that we dropped on Japan, everyone looks back, it's like that was such a horrible thing.
Yeah,
Well, if you were
Yeah, but
looking
that
with the
doesn't
Jap-
necessarily mean that it's illegal.
it wasn't at
again,
the time. The laws didn't exist at the time.
But let's say you make it illegal and you
Okay.
didn't look at Unit 731 and what they were doing to their own people and the Chinese and everyone else around them. We did an ultimate reset on those motherfuckers. I'm sorry. I'm not ashamed of what America did when it comes to the atom
Sorry,
bomb.
I've
Yeah, we're-
totally
we're-
lost your
we're off
train
the
of
plot.
logic
jumped
here.
I've jumped. I
You-
realized I jumped through a
Because
lot
yeah,
of
we
hoops
went from
because
Stormy Daniels' hush money to
if
like
we're
we should
going
definitely drop bombs
to,
on
no
horrible civilizations.
No,
Like,
no.
No,
What I'm
It
saying
was a
is,
big job, and I thought
Huge
men
jump.
had everything in nice little boxes separated.
no, I'm
It's a nothing
ADHD.
box,
yeah.
My
So-
ADHD is far too complicated.
I
Where
want
I
to bring you back to
Okay.
a place where people can follow you. That's all I'm saying.
If they're going to move the goalposts again and again and again, are you prepared for the consequences against Biden, against Obama, against Bush, against every president beforehand that are alive to be like, hey, we disagree with what you did. Now you're going to be going to jail.
So
Yeah.
Which
what
disincentivizes anyone from making
So
a difference.
what
at any
Will
point.
is
We
sa- what Will
corrupt
is saying
system. It's implementing a corrupt system.
what Will is saying is that they did just that. They moved the goalposts for Trump when otherwise he would have just experienced the
well, now they
the-
have,
the
but they hadn't
convictions.
before.
yeah,
They-
exactly.
They pushed him to doing that.
No,
Yes, they did.
Sorry,
How did they not push if they didn't
How-
push the Supreme
Sorry,
Court?
I don't know what
they
you
didn't-
mean.
Sorry,
What-
they
what-
didn't push Trump.
What do you mean when you said they pushed him to do that? I don't know
Sorry,
who him
I
is, and I don't
missed-
know what that
I-
means.
The Supreme Court. They pushed the Supreme Court to actually implement some kind of law to give him any immunity. They would have never had to do that if they weren't trying to push these.
so we
stupid
would have
laws
just
against
let him get away with.
not
with the-
let him get away
Okay.
with
All right, so here is a fundamental.
against
Here's a
over-
fundamental difference in perspective, because you see this as they pushed the Supreme Court to do something, and he sees it as Trump has done something so egregious that the Supreme Court was forced to interject to save his ass.
Yes. Well, here's
So,
the thing.
Like you two are
Okay.
on completely different moral end games.
Yes, because I realize I haven't mentioned this yet, and I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's not a fair thing to shoot in there, but the overclassification of documents, where some things are overclassified, even in the Biden case where he had classified documents next to his Corvette, the overclassification of things where they're just arbitrarily calling things classified that maybe shouldn't. Same thing when it comes to Trump. They were like, oh, yeah, this many classified documents. Well, they were classified, but not justifiably. And that's one of my problems that they have, is that they're saying they're classified when sometimes it's not.
Well, some were
big a deal.
classified and some weren't.
Yes.
But yes.
But same thing when it comes to again, Trump and Biden are on the same page as this, but they're trying
So,
to push it against Trump,
I'm
but they're
not-
not willing to pay the
I'm
same
not-
consequence for Biden.
I'm not following here, because I'm sitting here saying that I'm okay if they have dirt on Biden, on Obama, on any of these people.
Mhm.
I'm 100% okay with them prosecuting it. Like, I have absolutely no qualms about that. I don't give a shit that they're the representative of my party. If they've done bad things, I am okay with them being
I
prosecuted.
don't believe you.
Why
Because then
not?
you would be 100% against Harrison. You'd be like, this. There's no way
Okay,
this
no,
woman
no,
should
that
be
no.
doesn't
allowed.
that doesn't follow.
Because I don't
So-
have any reason to believe that
So
Harris has done things that egregious.
you're more
You-
anti-Trump
you and
than
I-
you are.
You and I have been in a environment, in an organization that had a bad leader.
Mhm.
Now, let's contrive a scenario where somebody else rose to to an ability to challenge that leader for power. If all things are the same and both people have done heinous shit, and you can prosecute one or the other, but when it comes down to it, it's like you still need to choose one or the other. Like,
See,
yeah,
it's like you
it's the lesser of two evils.
So
Right.
then,
because-
you're like becoming judge and jury, and kind of like how Christians try to decide which sin is worse.
I don't know.
So-
But like we're presented
like the
presented
same.
with a binary choice when it
Yeah.
comes to an election. Like, regardless of all the things that have led up to whether or not that have led to whether or not Trump or Harris deserves to be in the position they are in.
Okay.
Regardless of all that stuff, they are in fact in the position they are in. Now, when you're presented the choice between which one to pick, you need to weigh all of that information against your personal worldview to decide who's the better of two evils.
Mhm.
Like,
And so your lesser of two evils lands on Harris.
yeah.
Where
But I'm sorry. I got to back up. I got to back this up. It's very rare, actually.
Devin.
Don't get me wrong. You say things that I find offensive, like that I think are of offensive nature all the time.
Oh,
It's-
yeah.
it's fun. It's great. Within this space, this is a space where that is deemed an acceptable practice. That's all fine and good.
Thanks, brother.
It's rare that you say something that I actually take personal offense to.
Oh, I hope
You actually managed to do it.
I'm sorry.
So I want to. Oh, no, it's okay. It's
I wasn't-
okay.
no, I wasn't
no.
intending.
I want to walk through it as the thing. So I want to walk
Okay.
through it.
I
So
I love you, so I
yeah,
wouldn't do that.
absolutely. That's why I want to walk through it. That's why I'm not just
Yeah.
angry about it. I want to walk through it.
This is record breaking,
I
guys.
know this is really special.
We
it's like
are on our-
therapy.
So my position of being okay with anyone prosecuting any standing president, I view that as an absolute, like, I don't want to say legalistic. Legalist isn't quite the right word, but like a level playing field, morally speaking. I am okay with any presidential candidate, any member of like any politician.
Mhm.
Doesn't matter if I voted for them or support them or not, or supported past
Oh,
tense.
I see what I did.
I'm okay with any of them being prosecuted for anything. If they did something wrong, I am 100% on board with the law going after them.
And I'm sorry, I projected that you were okay. You were not okay with. I'm sorry.
There we go.
Aw,
That's
adorable.
This is healing. This is great.
I realized what
This
I
is
did
wonderful.
there, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
I guess
it's okay.
It's a lot. It's
So-
really hard not to sometimes. You know
Yeah,
how it is political conversation.
we get heated. It's fine. That's why I wanted to break it down a little bit. Is like
Yeah.
I am 100% on board with any and all of them being prosecuted.
I agree.
I maintain absolutely nobody deserves that immunity.
Yeah.
My offense at the immunity existing is not because it exists for Trump specifically. He happens to be the person that it was created for, but it's the fact that it exists, period.
That's
that
how I
offends
feel
me.
about vaccines. They
Oof.
shouldn't be immune to being
Okay, what we're-
prosecuted.
Isn't the focus politics
I
tonight?
know, but I'm like, hey, at least we found some common ground.
I was reading a fantasy novel with my son.
Which one?
It's called The Ranger's Apprentice. It's
Okay.
a series of books.
Never heard of it, but I'm sure it's fine.
Um,
I was
Wow,
it's
super
okay.
judgy
I
over
was
there, Mike.
expecting a little Tolkien or
No.
C.S. Lewis.
no,
I don't know.
it's 100% like young adult, or young teen like fiction sort of
yeah,
thing, right?
it's fiction.
But it's something that's at his level, and like I read it out loud to him every night, like as like a bedtime story thing.
it's awesome.
Anyway, so in the world, it's there's a king that was like trying to rule on a scenario that involved one of his friends, and he was looking for every possible way to get his friend off the hook. However, he had somebody alongside him who was versed in the law, absolutely,
Mhm.
who every time he wanted to do something that went aside from the law, stepped in, like say, like Sir King, like you don't have the authority to do that
Mhm.
because this is what the law of the land says, and like this violates that. And so it forced the king to, one, adhere to the law, and two, to not think outside the box, but like to try and temper his judgment in a way that was both just and alongside the law.
Mhm.
But it needed the absolute of you can't do this,
Yeah.
in order to be actually just. And I just like a guy like Trump needs somebody like that, who he can't fire, who he can't kick out, who he can't marginalize, etc.
There has to be consequences.
There has to be consequences, and there has to be the firm no.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't care. I don't care if you're the CIA CEO. I don't care if you have the vote. I don't care.
Yeah,
It's simply, this is not able to happen. And I think every president needs that person who is
Yes.
completely and utterly neutral, who is only concerned with the law of the land.
Mhm.
It's like
I agree with that.
I have to run here shortly, but I want to end on a note. I'm gonna throw one final swing in.
And walk away.
Yeah, exactly. That's the part about the potential for a Trump presidency that scares me the most. And it isn't the capitalism. It isn't even necessarily the reproductive rights or all the policies directly themselves. It's that we've created a system and a situation where it's all but impossible to hold him as the leader of both that country and functionally the free world if he gets elected, where it's almost impossible to hold his feet to the fire. He doesn't have accountability outside of himself. And it's very clear that he doesn't really.
But who created
Keep
that
them
system?
accountable.
Because it wasn't Republicans, because they
It
weren't in
was.
power.
It-
No,
well,
it's
if we're
the system
talking,
it's the system that
I-
everybody
I
lives in.
realize that.
It's just the
That's
air
the
that's
thing.
breathed.
No, and I believe,
second.
and I agree.
specifically on the note of the Supreme Court giving him immunity, which I think is the single biggest thing that makes it impossible to hold his feet to the fire more than anything else. That was done by Republican appointed Supreme Court justices.
Yes, but Republicans don't even like him. There's a multitude of
and that-
Republicans that
I
hate
know,
him.
I understand
So how
that.
in the world did this system, quote unquote, reinforce it when he is outside of it, incapable of?
Oh, on
the-
that element, like I'd like to express an opinion. I think because it's the will of the people. I think
you,
Trump.
you think that the
I
Supreme
think
Court?
No, I think Trump is in the position he is despite all of the stuff going on, because he, for whatever reason,
Then
is the guy of the people.
then let the people destroy themselves.
He is.
Exactly.
He's pretty.
It's I think he's there not because of not because of like anything that we think of as what normally goes into politics. Is he is solely the manifestation of the id of the majority of people who are
That's
disaffected.
a good way of
Interesting.
putting it.
Yeah,
That's a good way
he
of
is there
putting
is
it.
is the manifestation of the id of people who are disaffected with the current world.
That's a
And
Freudian.
this
And
is
regardless of what he does or how things work out, that's what he represents, and that's why he is in the position he's in, and that's likely why he's going to win. And that simply can't. It's not something that you can debate away. It's just going to be what's going to happen is what's going to happen, and it's a wave that the world is going to have to ride out.
Mhm.
And what I hope as a person, because I don't personally like Trump very much.
No, as a person, I wish it never came down to this.
Yes, I 100% wish that there was a different person in his position.
Yeah.
It's just like
we can agree on that. Yeah.
I'm not a Trump apologist.
But
The only reason that at this point I look at that map and I hope it holds out as a person is because in this scenario there is a number of different people that have kind of latched on that I have a lot of hope in.
Mhm.
And that I think if he loses this election, because I think he's a flavor that
Mhm.
will go on and pass, but there's because he's the only option, because it's the lesser of two evils, there are some people that I have a lot of hope in that are attached to him that I hope his winning.
Elon Musk.
No, actually 100%. He's one of the people that I wish he stayed a fucking million miles away from.
Yeah.
I got so many things to say. Not about Elon Musk. He's about the people he surrounded himself with. Sorry. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
So between JD Vance, I think, as much as he's got strong views and ideologies amongst things, I think he's wise enough to compromise.
He's young enough to change, at least.
Young enough to change, wise enough to compromise, intelligent enough to play politics,
Mhm.
as well as just overall not such an objectively repulsive person.
Mhm.
There's Tulsi.
Yep.
I have a lot of hope in what she represents as what could go forward as politics. And to a lesser extent, I don't know as much about some of the other guys, but some of the people that have coalesced around this movement, I hope that a victory here gives them a platform to launch into the future as something other than what has been. I think I hope that this is the end of neocons.
Yeah. I mean, we can definitely agree on that.
Right. So I hope that this is the end, like this is a launch to the end of neocons. And I think if he loses, the Republican side of things is going to be like, all right, experiment over, back to business as usual.
I hate what business as usual has become, because
exactly. It's like if this experiment of the coalition that's made itself around Trump, that is bridged the aisle and pulled in people of conviction on both sides of the aisle, if that doesn't hold, then I think that it's going to go back to just a neocon world versus the left world. And if he wins, regardless of himself, I think this will be the launching point to a right side of the aisle that isn't a team-based thing, that is just strictly conservative, but launches into a world where the Republican Party has a bigger tent and a more central like mindset.
See, I share that hope if he does get elected. I don't think that's like I don't logically think that's what will come to pass.
Risk. My pessimism says, like regardless of whatever happens, we're all fucked.
Yeah.
this is like this is the realistic pessimistic part of myself says nothing about today matters. Nothing. Right?
No, I agree. That's the thing. I do agree that today is just another, like, as much as it feels like bigger than what it should be, like, we'll be fine. Everything's going to be okay.
Yeah.
I believe that, or like, doesn't matter if she wins or if he wins, we're going to be fine.
Yeah. So
my portfolio will do better.
So yeah, like my pessimistic side says that like we're all fucked no matter what. Life is meaningless. Whatever.
Ecclesiastes.
Move on and care for yourself. The hopeful part of myself says that there's a silver lining here in the people around Trump that could go on to better things if he wins, and that'll be killed if he fails. And that's why I'm hoping that he wins.
Yeah.
That's
With that being
that's
said,
where I'm at.
He's on track to get the House. He's already got the Senate, and he is at a high probability of getting the main two.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What do you call it?
'Cause I mean, if that's the
Executive.
case, then like I'm like, okay, like yay,
Hey, we'll be okay.
like
I
It's
truly
'cause
believe that because
I
they're
don't
pushing
because I
things
don't
to the
think he's
state.
that competent a person on his own.
Yeah.
No, but
Um,
he's smart enough to get the right people around
Yes.
him.
He
Now
does.
that being
I
said, there's
disagree.
also
Yeah, we missed that.
that being said, there's also a dark side to things, right? Because the opposite end of what I'm hoping, like the dark side of the Republican end, could swoop in and take over.
Yeah, where
And-
everyone who doesn't agree with him wholeheartedly
No.
just gets chucked to the four winds and it
That's
just becomes
not going to
authoritarian.
happen. We've
I
seen
think-
it already. We've seen what happens already.
Hold
He
on.
didn't do that.
He tried.
I said
And
that
there was checks and balances in place for that reason.
More like a revolving door.
I don't think that is
Fucking let the
that is
revolving
all the
door.
way likely. I don't think that that's all the way what's going to happen because evil always tries to get its way. It's
Oh,
always
yeah.
a fight.
Yeah.
But I do think there's a side of the right aisle that is very evil, and I
Oh, yeah.
worry about it having influence to completely undermine all the hope I have.
Yeah.
Now that being said, on the other end of the aisle, on the left side, there's various things I can hope for. Like we talked about things where like I was actually more on the left than the right
Oh, yeah.
argument of stuff like reproductive rights and sex education and all these things. All those are stuff that like there's hope that there can be forward progress in that. There's
Mhm.
also an end to the left side that I think is entirely reprehensible, and God help us if that takes over if that takes over the party. However, when it comes down to it, is in general, there's more on one side that fits my overall moral outlook on the world than the other,
Mm.
and that is on the current Republican end of things. And if we see the world as a culture war or as a battle of ideals, there's more on this side that represents my personal beliefs
Mm.
than the other. And so I would overall rather that. And I can understand and respect somebody who's got
Oh,
a different worldview and hopes for that outcome.
and I think that's why I scream for the middle is the fact that we need to meet each other halfway to not be so divisive. I wish that he didn't get all three parts of government because there needs to be those checks and balances. But at the same time, there's something to be said for being a moderate.
Now, on the other end of things, I can hope that Trump doesn't get in because of the fear of kickback effect in Canada.
Mm,
So if Trump
Yeah, but-
is if Trump is elected,
You think there'd be more kickback?
so what I
With-
mean is if Trump is elected, it's going to produce a firestorm against
like a socialist uprising, kind
Yeah.
of like, hey, we need to double down on this fucking Trudeau guy.
exactly. It's going to reignite a side of
Oh,
our
fuck.
political end of things that is going to look at somebody like Trudeau and be like, all right, yeah, let's do this
Oh, so
again.
I
That
don't-
fucker's out.
I don't think Trudeau will be the poster child for that. They're going to find somebody else because
I
Trudeau can't be the poster child for
I
that.
do
He's
love that-
incapable of it. He's too far right.
He's too far right.
He's too far right.
Trudeau
the
is
Liberal-
too far right.
The Liberal Party
For-
in general is too
for
far
the
right.
Liberal Party. Well,
The Liberal Party in general is
Oh,
too
okay.
far
Yeah.
right for that kind of socialist revolution.
Sorry, I think
Maybe we get to vote sooner.
socialist revolution is the wrong word then. What I mean is anti-conservative sentiment
okay.
would strengthen in a way that undercuts Pierre.
Yeah,
I would argue the Liberal Party is still too far right.
and I
they're
would
still
would
too
say,
capitalistic.
I would say the
for-
conservatives are not right enough. But that's just my.
But that's the thing. That's one of the things I do like about Canada on a personal element of things is that overall, all of our politics are more center and more amalgamated than they are in the States.
They're,
Yeah.
Like
It's a lot more
the
nitpicky here
problem
than it is down there.
One of the biggest problems I have with Canadian government is the fact that we are so close to the center, and whoever grabs the controls of power just brings it further and further left, and then as conservatives we're forced further and
think-
further to the left
I
in
think
order
the-
to
I
gain
think the-
power,
the
and it really
current-
fucking
Mhm.
sucks.
I think the
So-
current leadership on the official opposition will act as a counterbalance to that. I think it'll pull it further
Yeah,
from
but
the left.
I'm worried that it's going to do exactly what it did in America, where now everything is going to be turning right, and they're going to feel like a Handmaid's Tale. What's Handmaid's Tale?
Handmaid's Tale. There's actually a term for what you're describing. It's called the Overton window.
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
heard that
the
one.
Overton window.
Yeah,
Where
where I
everything
feel like- I
moves the
feel like-
current direction, right?
Yes.
Where I feel like America's, if that happens, Canada's gonna go almost too far. I don't think Canada will get there, but America
No.
might get there.
I think Canada's window is moving left. I think America's window is just widening.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah. I think that's a very, very accurate perspective on things, and I would prefer us to stay in the center rather than move left.
Yeah, I worry that the window frame in the States is just going to break.
Do you know what I
You
worry?
can only
Very
stretch so
likely.
far.
Do you know what my biggest worry is? Is the static. There's this fucking what's the book called? 8 Rings or something like that, where they talk about when everything becomes static, when you're like perfectly balanced, that's when everything explodes. Where if we go too far left, bad. If we go too far right, bad. If we stay in the center too long, it explodes. So there's this idea of like we need to destroy something because everything's too
Well,
fucking
yeah,
perfect.
and I think that's what Pierre is.
you think
because-
Pierre is really that?
I think we have as a country, our Overton window has started to move more and more left, and then at the same time, there's also like this like kind of staticness to
okay.
it.
Okay.
So I think that Pierre at the moment
Yeah.
would add just enough right of centerness to break that deadlock
Yeah.
in order to keep it, to move the Overton window back over.
Yeah. Interesting.
That's
Hmm.
my intuition. I'm not a political scientist.
Hey,
I don't
none of us
know.
are. That's the best part about this
And
podcast.
it's funny that we ended up on the topic of the Overton window because that's actually like that's the framework by which I kind of visualize and internalize a lot of what I hope for politically,
Yeah.
politically and socially.
Just
I've-
bullet is fine.
I've
Well, that's good.
never
Whatever.
I've never been a big
Haven't done it
proponent of big, harsh, sharp movements in any direction, politically speaking. I'm a big proponent of slow, gradual change. If you want to look at it in a nice way, which is the way I like to look at it, is that it's slow, gradual change in what I think is a positive direction. If you want to look at it in a more cloak and dagger way, it's the slowest knife cuts the deepest. I want, like me personally, I want change that goes farther left than most Overton windows exist right now in Canada or the States.
And see, I exist on the opposite end of things.
Yeah.
I just seeing the direction that our whole country is sliding to in that element, like it is ringing further and further away from who I am.
Mhm.
And so I
But
I
I'm
don't quite like it very much.
I'm almost never a proponent of acting outside the window, whether that's left or right. Like it's rare that despite my beliefs being currently outside the window where it exists, I don't think that any system, there's any feasible way to ever get social sentiment outside that window without moving the window first. I don't think that in a perfect world, like me, greedy, my ideas, if my ideas were perfect, which they're not, there's no way to enact those ideas without moving the window first.
Yeah.
I think that it is
And-
grossly negligent and unhealthy to try and move
at the
outside.
moment.
Right,
I don't
'cause
I don't
Either
think
way,
there's
you would
any,
just look like a crazy person.
and I don't think there's any current major party in Canada that's outside that Overton window.
No,
Like
I
I
don't
don't
think
I don't think any given party winning will change Canadian society enough to break it.
I don't think so either. I think our window is relatively small and pretty salient.
I think it's a good thing.
I wish the window was a little bigger,
I don't.
a little bigger, not America
Well, the
big.
thing is, I am on the.
I wish we
again,
had
I'm
maybe
on
a
the
little bit more.
two-party- I'm on the 2-party. If Canada could have a 2-party system, I'd be fucking happy.
I don't know if it would do us any good. I think it would probably leave us in the current scenario.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
for a period. I think
Yeah,
for
yeah.
a period.
well, I
yes.
mean, if we had a two-party system, all it would mean is that the vote isn't split between NDP and Liberal.
yeah, fuck.
That's all it means.
Yeah.
Like, so like
NDP and
what do you
Liberal
get then?
join.
You just get entirely the
you're
current
going to get a
situation.
you're getting
If
liberal majority.
if again Bloc would actually vote ideologically and to be like, hey, we're more conservative, then yeah, we'd be fine. But right
luck.
now we're not there.
Good luck convincing Quebecois to,
Fucking
to be
French.
useful.
I commented this earlier that
Yes, no, we
A-
saw it and we called it
a
out.
two-party system is essentially like the black and white of politics.
Mhm.
And I appreciate that. I want that.
So I do think
Except
voting would
except
be
it's not.
easier if we were
Except it's
narrowed
not
down
because
to
any
two.
party that wins
grayer.
has to appease more people.
Yeah.
So it has to spread it. It has to
Are you out?
dull
Yeah,
down
mute the
its
mic side when I move it.
Yeah.
Oh,
isn't
that's
affecting
fine.
everyone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the far
the,
right.
the black and white binary
you go.
system, in order to keep its votes, has to dull down what it stands for entirely.
All right.
So it becomes less black and white
Or
and
people
more
just
gray.
have to recognize that they're never going to 100% agree right? with any
Really
one
trying to
party.
No. I don't take
I
it
think
personally.
people do.
Like you meant
People do
personally,
understand
yeah.
that.
Like,
However, when it comes to the
yeah,
point
talk-
where nobody is representing what you want ever, all it does is breed
Love you,
more
Will.
and more and more contention to the point where it overflows into civil unrest. And all it's going to do is produce an end of each one of those things that becomes super radicalized. Because if you don't feel that your extreme end has a say, then you become disenfranchised with the whole thing.
All right. So there is something I wanted to bring up. Well, Amanda was here because this is something that she learned a little bit about that I didn't. Influencers. I fucking hate them.
Mhm.
I hate the idea.
What
of
did I learn about influencers that you didn't
that
know?
They fucking pay them so much.
Oh, yeah.
I had no idea. I wasn't listening to that side of things. And Amanda's like, yeah, they
Harris was offering like $20,000 for influencers to like promote her.
I have to be so bad.
Oh, shoot.
it's-
Harris is up another one. So their gap is only 20. 210 to 230 for
That's
Trump.
not bad though. He has a lot more than I thought. I didn't think he was. Oh, did he get Pennsylvania or it's still contested?
No, but
How
you
is
know what?
Pennsylvania
It's
not
just
been
because they're
counted?
idiots. They don't want to call anything.
Oh no, they're cowards, not idiots. Cowards.
Okay. Well, if you click on it for per state, because I can do that on my phone.
Yeah.
Trump for Pennsylvania, the APA still isn't calling it, but it's 85% reported. And
What's the ratio?
I'll tell you, Trump has 50.9% and
Ooh.
Kamala has 48.1.
That's still tight, especially if you have the late term, like the later voters coming in. Still, that's pretty close. I agree with that one. So apparently Pennsylvania is at like 50 point. What did you say? 50.8 for Trump.
50.9 for Trump, 85%
50.9
reporting,
for Trump.
and they're still not calling it.
And is there? But again, you got to get the mail-ins. You got to get all this.
So you said 50.9, not 59.
No,
Right.
50.9.
Same with Georgia. Georgia's at 93% reported, 50.8 for Trump, 48.5 for Kamala.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
with
mean,
the
like,
black
why
population in Georgia, I'm not surprised by that.
why would you call it on 0.9%?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
That's
Like-
recount territory.
Yeah. And there's
I
also
thought they
Minnesota
call it
and
though
Wisconsin.
more so the difference between Kamala and him.
So there's Minnesota and Minnesota and Wisconsin as well, which are close. Arizona was close last time. Nevada, that can go either way. Like that's not too late. So fuck these elections.
Okay,
man.
they haven't called Wisconsin yet either,
All right.
and Wisconsin's at 51.2% and Kamala's at 47.3.
Oh, so you just think they don't want to call it on the Wisconsin?
I think I think the AP's in denial because they'll call it earlier for other states that are more liberal.
I mean, we did the same thing in BC here.
Yeah.
It was we lost.
we lost.
We
We did.
lost.
We lost NDP.
we lost the night of.
Yeah.
However, they were like, well, there's still more mail-ins to come. There's still more this. There's still more that. Hold out hope, guys. And they refused to call it for like 4
Yeah.
days
Yeah.
because they were
A week
hoping
almost.
they were hoping that like looking at it long enough would change the tea leaves.
Oh, they said they were waiting to count ballots.
Yeah.
Mail
But that's exactly it. Mail-ins.
Yeah.
Now, I think that's what a big
Because like
part.
last time, a huge amount of stuff came in overnight.
Yeah.
Like the following day,
sketchy shit last time.
regardless, it is the
COVID.
system.
COVID was fucked
Yeah.
with the whole system.
Are
It
Are you
It
talking
did
about the
fuck with it.
American stuff
Yeah,
now?
the,
Yeah.
yeah. So the Americans. So a lot of stuff changed overnight. So neither party conceded anything day of.
But do you remember 4 years ago? And they were all these different there was all this sketchy stuff with ballot counting, how their stuff
ballot
was
counting and just,
left unattended, and they were putting up cardboard because they didn't want anyone to watch. And
Oh, there
these
was so much shit. There was
buildings,
so much
it's like
shenanigans.
it was super sketchy.
It was fuckered.
It
How
was.
come?
How and the fact that you would say it's fuckered is like, oh, how could you? It's like, really? We're not
Yeah,
allowed
yeah.
to say?
it was so fuckered. Like the idea of trying to have an election in the middle of the COVID is asinine.
Oh.
Like in what world is the restrictions you put on everything and
Oh,
this
so much 6
Yeah.
foot and all that stuff.
in what world does anything regarding like the COVID restrictions and stuff like that breed a good environment for an
you
election?
trust, right?
It just doesn't.
Yeah.
So it's like I think that last year, or not last year, 4 years ago, I think COVID itself just was such a fucking wrench in the works.
Oh yeah.
It just
It fucked the whole system. I'm
it-
sorry, but what do you think history is going to look at that and be like, hey, there was this small scenario of fuckery.
Oh yeah, it's totally going to be a blip.
right, yeah.
It's
gonna
going to
be
be a one
No, I-
paragraph blurb in your history book.
I don't even think a
As-
blurb. I think it's going to be like an asterisk of fucking COVID. It's
Yeah.
going to say fucking COVID. on
I-
the
No, I don't
asterisk.
think
I
it
hope
will.
so. I hope so. It was such a left turn in
Fucking
culture.
Gong show.
It turned our whole society into a gong show.
I think that's the
Worldwide.
I think that's the best way of putting it too. Gong show is like because you didn't know, was it really happening? Did you trust
Yeah.
anything? Did
mean,
you
like,
actually think?
How many riots and all this stuff happened during that? How many just like random bullshit things happen at schools because of that? How many opportunities did governments use to overextend their reach because of that? How many conspiracies
Oh,
launched because of it?
Birthed, yeah,
It's-
completely birthed out of this idea
The,
of
the way
you
that
can't
the
trust
world,
anything.
the way that the world handled COVID only made the world worse.
Mhm.
It's I personally don't see any other way
On the
to,
footnotes of history, it's going to be like
whether
fucking COVID.
yeah
It
what,
actually put people. It actually made us behind.
yeah whether you're on the
everything
left
is
side of the aisle or the
educational.
right side of the aisle, like how do we look at it at all? Like
Yeah.
like even if you think it was justified,
Mhm.
sure, okay, I'll grant you that,
Trump.
because I don't personally believe the COVID measures were justified, but granting to you that they were justified, how did that still not fuck the society over entirely?
Oh, 100%. There
Yeah.
was I hate to give credit to this guy because he's such a I don't know. Steven Crowder comes across as such a narcissist. Like one of those people that's like I don't really trust him, but at the same time there's something about him that I just don't like.
Yeah.
But he did say some stuff and he says stuff in the early before COVID hit. He's like, barring a worldwide problem or pandemic of some kind, Trump cannot lose. And he said this in 2020 because I've been listening to him since then. And he said that. He's like, barring some worldwide pandemic and worldwide problem, Trump can't lose. He can't be beaten by these clowns. And then fucking COVID hit.
It's I would like to say that, like, yeah, that's evidence that that it was all a big scam and setup.
I'm not saying
like,
it's scamming a setup,
yeah,
but I'm just like
because it happened to everybody. Like
Yeah.
every country in the world
Yeah, but you
was
remember-
engaged. Yeah, every country in the world like had their own shit to deal with when it came to COVID. I think it just so happened to benefit the left really
Yeah.
hard.
But you remember being accused of being apathetic because we weren't seeing bodies in the streets of a person who fucking, I guarantee, never saw a fucking body in the street. There was a person saying, "You guys just haven't seen anything yet." And yeah, later we did get hit by it. Shit happened. But did we see
The
bodies in
joys
the
of
street?
living in the north.
Oh my gosh. So
You know what I'm talking about.
when it comes to bodies in the street, I don't even know if I should talk about it or not.
We can leave it alone.
But like, fuck it.
I love
Are we
you.
still live on YouTube?
Yes, ma'am.
just
no one's
checking.
watching.
Yeah.
It's fine.
So
I know I was watching and it's like one viewer, and that was it. I was
yeah,
in and
but
out.
it's a
So
competitive market.
so
What?
competitive.
So competitive. Like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm glad we could put this on podcast anyway.
Mhm.
So in the previous organizational ecosystem that we lived in that I alluded to earlier,
Good words.
we I mentioned that our organization was ruled by a narcissist, which I firmly believe 100% to
I
this
was going
day.
to say more or less, but there were
No.
you defeated that.
while
I've-
I was here, you actually didn't use the word narcissist.
Oh, okay. Well, he's a narcissist. Anyway, because it happens. Positions of
He-
power,
You could have left it
Positions
gender
of-
neutral.
We're-
positions of power attract them.
We are at 3 hours and 18 minutes. No one's listening.
Yeah. So when COVID happened, this person was living across the pond in
Germany.
In Germany, and we were going through some internal issues,
hmm
and rather significant ones that needed to be addressed, to the whole thing. And we were all told to get on a conference call in which all of these things would be addressed
hmm
to fill everybody in as what was happening. And when we got on that phone call, this narcissistic leader used that as an opportunity to completely skirt the entire topic because of COVID.
Yeah.
He used that as an opportunity to talk about bodies in the streets in Europe, in Spain, and all these things. And we all need to be super, super careful. You need to mask up. We need to shut down events.
I feel like we need to give him a name. Can we call him Mr. Fructard?
Who's sure.
Even though that had nothing to do with the task at hand.
it had
so to speak.
nothing to do with the task at hand or the reason that we were asked to get on this phone call.
hmm
And like
Mr. Fructard.
he full on went full, like the whole organization needs to abide by all COVID safety
Is the problem
restrictions.
because he was in Germany?
He used that as an opportunity to skirt an issue, to skirt a pertinent issue to us and to our organization, and get everybody hyped up about the whole thing. And then as soon as the guy hopped across the pond, hopped on the whole train that everything was a giant scam. The whole thing's a scamdemic.
What? Mr. Fructard said that?
Yes.
Mike's like, I missed that one.
no,
I
he's
just
being
love the name.
incredulous. He's being incredulous. So
I love the name that I've come up with.
my point is that to a narcissist, everything that happens is a tool toward their own ends. Truth doesn't matter. They'll flip-flop on every issue with complete and utter apparent conviction based on what is going to serve their needs or subvert expectations of what is going to actually be dealt with.
Mhm.
And yeah, so in our very, very tangible scenario that wasn't big,
Mhm.
not a big,
Oh, it's a micro.
it encompasses a lot of land, but not a lot of people overall.
Yeah.
But in our scenario, the whole thing was used in order to gaslight us into forgetting about a very, very pertinent political issue in our crew in order to divert attention to this, and subjected the whole club to basically
The whole organization.
the whole organization
We can believe that.
subjected our whole organization to relational breakdown, to shutting down all the things that we do. for something he did not believe in,
Hmm.
it was only politically pertinent as a thing to subvert from what was actually important to us specifically.
And if Mr. Fructard would like to make a public declaration that we are lying, you go ahead and make that. And
Yeah, sure. But I'm just saying as an analogy.
And we'll hold it near to our hearts and then rip it into a million little pieces.
As an analogy, when COVID happened, a whole bunch of organizations, of countries, of all these things all over the world used it as a convenient ploy
hmm
to subvert attention from matters that actually mattered,
hmm
that were negative towards themselves, in order to get people paying attention to restrictions.
Yep.
And what are they going to do to get around this? It threw up a public fervor of bullshit that broke down relationships, that broke down social norms, that broke down social cohesion via relationships and face-to-face contact, in order to not deal with real political issues.
Oh yeah, it was an easy bypass.
Yeah, it's an
Mhm.
easy bypass to that, because why are we even talking about this little political issue that so happens to paint me in a very negative light, when bodies are dying in the streets
Right.
in Spain,
Yeah,
in
but-
Germany?
okay, hey,
Can't you
Abortion
see?
isn't important
hey,
if everyone has the flu.
if
Right? Like, so
Mr. Fructard made a great case.
made a
You and he did not say it so raspy. Mr. Fructard had a dominating voice.
yes, bodies dying in the streets.
Hi, my name is Mr. Fructard.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's
And
something,
you are part of the organization.
if it's something that could happen to us in such a transparent way, it 100% happened to nations
Yep.
where there's many other layers to add
The thing is, we
smoke
like to
screen
think we're
to
above it. We like to think that we're above it, but I remember at one point I couldn't give you a hug. I did anyways, but your wife was sold on it. You're like, we can't hug, and I'm like, I'm gonna hug you anyways.
Yeah. So I mean,
You remember that?
yeah, there was
That was a momentous occasion
yeah,
in
when
my life.
The ultimate act of rebellion.
when the whole thing hit North America, like not politically, but like when
Yeah.
it caught everybody's attention.
Yeah.
And when stuff started like kind of clapping down, it all kind of happened at once.
Yep.
And like, so my wife, like her
Her-
brother is a doctor.
Yes, very
Who-
smart and he's a good man.
He's a good man and a good doctor.
Yep.
Who at the time was acting on
How do you know he's a good doctor?
Because he took what I said very serious.
very serious. I have no reason to believe he's anything other than a good doctor. Like,
He's a good person, so
he's-
by default, he must be a good
No,
doctor.
No,
I think
he's
he's a
a-
very conscientious.
he's
person
he's
and
a
doing
very-
his best.
at everything that I've ever done with him,
Mhm.
or any scenario where I've been with him, he has always been eminently competent at whatever he's doing. No
Mm.
matter what, he is competent at it and puts a lot of effort into doing it competently.
I hope to have him on one day.
So
on the
I
land.
don't have any reason to believe that in his livelihood,
Hey,
to-
brother-in-law, come to Canada.
to which he's been very successful and has had no issues at all to like cause drama or concern or issues in his life. Like he's never fucked up like, you know, to a point where he can be sued, other than like what
Yeah.
all doctors
That's
face the risk
hard to
of.
do in America. You can get sued for anything.
So in the first days of the pandemic, when really everybody just didn't really know
Oh.
what was up, you could have intuitions,
Yeah,
but
my-
nobody really knew,
Me
right?
hugging you was a rebellious nature. That wasn't like I'm educated.
Right? So like, you know, Carissa was calling him, asking, because like, why wouldn't she trust him?
Yeah.
Like, what is the situation? What's this virus? What's the risk?
Mhm.
Like, help me understand what's going on here, because I don't know what to believe.
which is understandable.
Right.
I respect it 100%. Like,
Yeah. So at the time, he was like, okay, here's what I know. Here's what I don't know. here's what the safest thing is to do at the moment,
Mhm.
and we'll update as as we know better.
And
So-
at that time, I was acting in rebellion.
Yeah. And really, I was too. Like, I went to work, I was hanging out with my dad. I was not like, to me, it was like, you know what? Fucking roll the dice.
Yeah, we'll see. I'll be fine.
Yeah, like it's like I take my health so
You do not take it seriously.
unseriously.
Why you laugh so hard, Amanda?
It's like,
No reason.
yeah, I don't go to the doctor for shit. Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's gotta be really bad before, like, it's that joke where it's like,
Of the
it's like,
farmer.
yeah, we've got a farmer that came in. He's like, did his wife ring him? No. Oh God. Like, this must be really bad.
That is actually
Oh,
serious.
he left.
No, he drove himself. What?
What?
Well, he was done a test, right?
Yeah,
Nope.
Like, that's me. That's my dad. That's how I was raised.
Yep.
Like, so, like, that's the
That is your dad.
He's
He's not a farmer, but he might as well be.
Yeah. And like, my wife, God bless her, is not that.
No.
She is very, very like
Risk adverse.
she's very attuned to like, what do we need? What do we have to do to care for you? Like, like that's,
What do I
that's
pack?
her.
What do I pack in the van?
How many pain meds do I need?
Yeah, she's got a walking pharmacy of legal things that she can give for any given thing at any given time.
Legal. I like that you added that word.
Yes.
She's
But-
always, she likes the legal.
So that is my wife.
Yeah, we love her.
So like, she is like, when there's a health crisis, she's definitely going to
Oh, yeah.
take it more seriously than I do. But yeah, so I mean, there was like some tension in her home, being like, "Oh my gosh, honey, like you can't be telling me I'm not
Did
gonna
you
go
just
to
become
that
a
thing."
teenager again?
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh!
You got real pitchy. It was cute.
It likely went down like that. Very likely went down like that. Yeah, so I mean, like, but she compromised, and she was like, "Okay, well, we do this," but yeah, she was like, just don't give everybody their dog a hug. And of course you broke that right away. And it's like, if one
Immediately. In fact, when
What
you
time
told me
frame
your
in
wife
2020 was this? Was this like March when it's like, okay, kids had spring break and they didn't go back to school, or was it like way later?
No, this was the beginning.
the beginning
Okay.
when everyone was terrified and didn't know shit, and his wife, you came to the clubhouse for a Bible study and you kept your distance. You honored your wife.
You're
my
like, I'm
best
here,
to.
guys.
You did your
but
best to.
Stay at least
And
6 feet away from me.
And he did. He did his best to honor his wife. I said, "Fuck that noise! I'm gonna hug you anyways." In fact, I saw you like, "Oh, I'm being disobedient. This is great." And yeah, it was a lot of I don't. Do you need more? You looked at it weird. I fucking
Yeah.
serve her a drink.
But like, in that environment, like, how are you supposed to have a functional, normal democratic election?
That's exactly it.
Like,
Yeah,
it's,
that's true.
When you
It's just
can't be within
impossible.
6 feet of one another and you can't actually check
everybody's
your work
weird.
and stuff like
Everybody's got
that.
different ideas of what they have to do for their own personal safety and health. People want to stay recluse in their homes. Like, I'm like a person we know, like, like a person we know,
Yeah.
basically, like, COVID turned them into a home recluse.
I know multiple people. I can't even say
Yeah.
how many people I know because
Did
it would-
Canada have an election during that time? I'm trying to
did.
remember.
We did,
Later
more or
on.
less.
Later
A little
on.
bit later. So
But
as long as we
the-
were
the
6 feet,
Andrew-
it didn't matter how
yeah.
many people were in the building.
Trudeau
Yeah.
Andrew Scheer.
Yeah, that's
election
right. And
happened during that.
and they weren't too picky about that because I remember they were like, "Can you put on a mask?" I'm like,
Yeah.
"No, I can't."
It was-
And they
it
were
was
fine
Oh,
with
closer
yes,
to
that.
the
I
end.
remember that now. Yeah.
But still, like, the whole thing just fucked our society, turned people into recluses.
Oh, it did. It did.
Like-
I know
like-
multiple people that didn't leave their
Yeah.
house for years and they started bleaching their skin.
Yeah, and-
Bleaching.
And of course, like, the left end of the aisle took all of the restrictions and all that stuff way, way, way more seriously.
Because they're fucking authoritarians. Which
Well-
I've been struggling with that word lately.
yeah. Well, I mean, even the people, like, not the people calling the charge, but like the people who are subject to the authoritarianism.
yeah.
Like, to the people who are subjects, like,
Yeah.
they took it very, very seriously, and because it was like it turned into an identity thing.
Yeah.
But anyway, because of that, during an election, all of those people are going to be infinitely more likely than the other side to do mail-in ballots.
Yeah.
And that produces an effect where there's a giant blue surge that comes because only those people are voting mail-in
Yeah.
compared to the other. I'm sure there's some bleed over, but
yeah.
so yeah, it like all of a sudden it looks like, oh man, this is all going Trump.
Yeah.
All going Trump. Not thinking to ourselves that, wait a second.
Yeah.
All the people that take all the COVID shit seriously are all at home mailing and stuff, and they're all the last votes counted.
Where this year, that's not happening.
That's not the same case.
Yeah.
So like it's different than last year.
I mean, they
Not last year,
actually
last time.
last time. We know what you're saying. Yes, the
Yeah,
cycle.
last
Yeah,
cycle.
I was watching Global News upstairs, and they said that there could be 80+ million votes mailed in.
Yeah, but they're counting them a lot sooner than they did last year. Last
Well,
year they were
in
counting.
theory,
Yeah,
Last year they were counting a lot of
Yeah.
them post.
and Republican voters are being more aggressive about voting early and
That's
voting
exactly
mail.
it.
And all that
They
thing
are doing
too.
the mail in too. They're not like abandoning that side of things. So there's a really like we're looking at right now. It's what time is it looking at?
It's 2010 Democrat and 2030 Republican at
It
the
is
moment.
it is a lot closer. I thought
with
that they
about
wouldn't show up.
120
I
million.
honestly didn't
votes.
think they'd show up to this point. So
It's-
I count myself as wrong on this one.
It's completely
I pulled a Devon and I was completely wrong.
completely wrong.
They did show up.
It's like,
at
you know
this-
what? I think our BC election tempered me for that this time around because I thought we were getting a majority.
I did too. But that's the
originally.
thing. I didn't think people are stupid enough to vote NDP.
But you have to
Well,
remember,
there's one right here that was, I mean, not here anymore. There's one that was like with us for a few hours.
Which I again
But
didn't
you have-
intend to insult.
He's
That's
an
just it, is
intelligent.
that-
He's an intelligent person who has real motivations and a real worldview
Yeah,
that aligns more to one than another. So,
I
it's-
earnestly love Will.
and he's not stupid, is he?
He's not. He's not. And I
Right.
realized that I played a stupid move, and
Yeah.
I'm like,
So
my
I
bad.
I think we need to realize, like, it's easy to be like, why the fuck would we do this again? Are you morons? When we need to start thinking is like, no, you are more fundamentally different than me than I assumed.
And where I
well,
agree
and
with him.
people tend to, like everyone has their own little personal bubble. I surround myself. I'm conservative, so I surround myself with more conservative people. And if people are
It's
too
a very
left,
conservative thing to do.
that
and
yes,
if people are too left,
I don't want to hang out with
I'm
you.
not saying I'm like friends off, but seriously, if people are
We
opposed,
have less in common, right?
Yeah.
right? Like
Well, why would you hang out with
If-
people you
Yeah.
don't like or
if
have less in
tomorrow
common with?
Yeah.
Will sent me a friend request, I would accept it, even though I know he's quite
Well, I mean,
quite
like,
a bit more left than I
like
am.
really, Will is like us in every way other than his political leanings. He's just a traitor. He's a friend who's a traitor.
I think that's an accurate way of putting it. Oh, so okay. So I've been thinking about this. I realize this goes on more on the philosophical side of things, and I
Oh,
don't want to
excellent.
abandon our
I like it.
conversation. Where I was hanging out with a Satanist this weekend. Weird thing to do.
Okay, not intentionally.
Not
You went to
intentionally. I went to a party, and
party.
a Satanist was there.
Someone said they were a Satanist, but really they were.
An atheist, more leaning toward the atheist side
Yeah.
of things, but you know how Satanists love to, or atheists love
People don't
to
know this themselves.
buck Christianity by saying "fuck you." I'm not just going to be against you. I'm going to like fucking go with you,
Yeah.
and which I'm fine with because at least to some degree we can have a discussion. Where Satanist is like, I'm anti-you, and he's like, I'm just kind of anti-religion. Anyways, and so we're having this discussion, and there's a spirit of pride in like skewing scripture that I saw, and I'm like, oh, this is very interesting because you are taking on the spirit of Satan of grabbing scripture and skewing it, and having this view of it, where there's the other side of
Enter
Will.
Screw Tape Letters
Screw Tape Letters, perfect
by
example
C.S. Lewis.
of grabbing what you think you know, grabbing scripture, twisting it a little bit, and be like, hey, it kind of means this. And I'm like, nope, you're wrong. So I had this discussion. It was really good. It was a lot of fun. I hope to have them on the podcast. No offense, but I really want to have this person on the podcast.
Why offense?
I
mean,
Amanda,
If we've got Will on, then
Amanda may not be happy with me bringing a Satanist into this into the studio.
I'll pray over our house first, and then I'll bring them in.
Okay, interesting.
In which case, I'm very happy because we had
I would let you.
I enjoyed
I would
it.
let you record with them.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed my time with them, and then we had a discussion, and they grabbed little bits of scripture and they added words, just one word here and one word here, and I'm like, well, you're wrong there because I know my scripture. And so when it talks about the plagues being put on Egypt and having to put the blood over the door, and God.
Oh yeah, they said a goat, right? They said goat blood
Goat
over
blood?
the
And
door.
I'm like, nope, sheep. And they're
And
like,
Mike was
oh, but
like,
it
no,
saved
no,
the
lamb.
firstborn innocent child. I'm like, no, it said child, firstborn son, or firstborn child. And they said, no, but innocent child. I'm like, nope, no, it said child. So they added the word innocent. And I'm like, well, that's I know it's a small thing, but you don't add to it. I gotta
But biblically speaking, aren't all children like completely innocent
Yes,
until like 12?
But the Bible
Oh, sorry,
didn't-
what?
that's not actually biblical.
Yeah, no, like, please,
Okay, but
please provide me the proof text for that.
No, there's no proof
because
text.
that is not why I come on the podcast. Is because I don't
Okay.
like to.
In any case,
All right,
she said
write
the
it
same
down
thing.
on the board. We need to write down as a topic to discuss age of innocence. Is it a thing?
Oh, I got notepads here. Hold on.
On the, yeah, there you go.
I knew that was going to be a discussion. In which case, they added the word
I
innocent.
just need time. That's what I need.
No, but that's the thing. It's not actually a thing. It's something we've injected.
That's an
as-
assumption based on.
It's an assumption based on Pentecostal or Protestant understanding of Scripture. If I'm
I
going to
don't
put
know.
anything,
It might be earlier than that. I'm not entirely sure, but it's an assumption based on like mercy and like obviously compassion for people that you see as innocent.
or we project
You project that. However, like let's say, like, do you believe in like do you believe in original sin?
Anyway.
Original sin. Okay, expand on that.
Do you believe that Adam and Eve sinned, therefore all humanity is born under the burden and guilt of
Yes.
sin? Okay, so given that, how can a person born not be innocent if they're born under the
presumption
yeah.
of guilt.
if they're born under the burden
If they're
of
born
sin,
into sin,
if they're born into sin,
How do they become innocent?
how do
until
they
12?
how do they become
Or-
how do they remain innocent until they're 12?
Or at least the my father always put it. I'm just going to add a caveat in here. The influence of shame. So once you start feeling shame for things, or the what does he call it? The death of innocence, or the loss of
Okay.
innocence, where it's not actually an age; it's a mental switch of losing your innocence. And so,
So what? My kid felt shame at like 3.
oh fucking, right to hell. Sorry.
Like there's
he's alive. He's fine.
honestly, like there's like as soon as he knew how to think, he knew when he did or didn't do things wrong.
Yeah. So there's this presumption, conscientious of innocence, that we project as
Yeah.
saying 12 years
If-
old.
Yeah,
I'll have to find it. But I'm
if the age
like
of
my
if the age
biblical
of
understanding
innocence,
is like
if the age of innocence is a thing, basically you're saying that once you're able to conscientiously sin, only then are you guilty.
So anyway,
So sin is something that isn't based on birth or original, or it's capable to remain. It's capable under your like presumption of innocence until age of innocence, or until I guess age of accountability.
that's a
Basically,
good word. Yeah.
until you consciously sin, you are entirely
You-
justified before Christ, which is not
Biblical at all.
biblical
No, not at all.
At all. And so it basically means that as long as you're able to do the right thing, you can earn your way into heaven.
Now, okay. So
if you believe that works is what gets you into heaven. No.
ooh, but
Well, if you believe
But the
that age
exception
of
is Christ.
accountability is a thing, then works is the thing that gets you out of heaven.
see, she's going to say this is a discussion for another time when we have a little more time. Now, okay. So I really want to get
Okay,
into
sorry,
this.
we sidetracked so hard there.
So the side of there's that the misconstruing of scripture and how Satan will grab something and be like, does it really say that? And Eve kind of bought into it. No offense. And then there's the other side of pride comes before the fall, where there's pride that actually is more the original sin than misconstruing of scripture, which is arguable in a lot of ways. And where I think, unfortunately, that's where I feel Will falls into is the pride aspect of I don't want to serve a God who would damn anybody for being a conscientious objector, or would damn anybody for going to hell for questioning him or not accepting his rules and stipulations. And so I'm like, so pride does kind of come before the fall. And it's really unfortunate because, again, I love Will to death.
Well, yeah, there's a kind of an element of like looking at God and being like, "Who are you
Yeah.
to judge me?"
And he's like, I'm fucking God. And he's like, well, then I want no part of your system. And again, that leads towards pride. And it's like,
And
is
Isn't
it
that
worth
partly
it?
the difference between knowledge and wisdom?
No, I
explain.
don't know.
Yeah, elaborate.
She's had whiskey. I'm just kidding.
I
I'm gonna give her a
have.
caveat.
No, but it's like when you read the Bible and certain experiences, like when you don't know, you simply don't know. And so when you learn something new and it changes your opinion about whatever, whether it's vaccines or different things, then you grow in wisdom and your knowledge changes. And so then your opinion changes.
Mhm. Yeah, but to a certain extent, let's say hypothetically somebody doesn't have the opportunity to grow in that way of like, I have this opinion, I'm full of pride, I'm going to have this thing. Does God's grace not abound when it comes to, okay, you died before you had an opportunity to learn otherwise or to experience revelation towards what is truth or what is not truth? And I think that's a dangerous precedent to be set towards that, because
I don't think it necessarily is. When you know better, you do better.
yeah, but some
If
people
a
don't have a
12-year-old
chance.
dies and a 30-year-old dies,
Yes, but let's say a 16-year-old
say
who's fucking
alcohol
retarded.
poisoning,
Yes, but let's
a
say
12-year-old simply doesn't know. A 30-year-old should know.
should. Again,
See,
small
They were
words
just
make a difference.
stupid.
But here's the thing: but the child shouldn't know that, so he's innocent. But let's say a 16-year-old who doesn't know better, hasn't had life experience, and hasn't had the opportunity to learn, dies of a vehicle accident, and be like, he hasn't even had the opportunity to learn. Are we going to
His
damn him to
prefrontal
hell?
cortex still is 10 years away from being fully formed.
H. But yes,
Yeah,
again,
like-
prefrontal cortex biology
Yeah.
hasn't
Is it
had the
man or
opportunity.
woman?
If
Let's check.
if you want to listen to say Joe Rogan,
Yeah, 25
as
years
far
old.
as far as he's concerned, a person is only fully accountable for their knowledge at a cognitive level until they're like 25.
Yeah, that's right, 25.
Right, it's like
I
so-
was waiting to correct you. I don't know why, but I was like, I was worried you were going to say
What is
that.
it called? Prefrontal
Prefrontal
cortex.
cortex.
That isn't fully developed until you're 25. I don't know about women, but I know for men, it's 25.
Okay,
Now-
the first thing that comes up on Google is 25.
Okay, what about?
Right,
Is there a
like,
difference
so-
between women and
Yeah,
men?
like, if we're going to talk about age of accountability, then it opens up a whole lot of discussion about what does accountable mean. How developed does your brain need to be fully accountable? Does it need to be fully developed?
Are you not full retarded
When it
before
comes to the
25?
brain, hey,
No, like, it's a good question.
Google is telling me that the prefrontal cortex is one of the last parts to mature.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, no, that doesn't dispute the fact that
Do you have a water bottle in there?
yes, ma'am.
So the prefrontal
Definitely make this
cortex
one.
is a huge part of your decision making process. Like it's the part of the body, the part of your consciousness that feels the most present and the most decision making, the most
Awareness.
aware. Like
yeah.
the one that feels most like you is the prefrontal cortex. The rest are all more subliminal. So yeah, like is that the age of accountability? Once that part of your brain is the most able to properly make decisions and weigh consequences and
So
choice.
wouldn't the age of innocence be moved to 25 at that point then?
Yeah.
Argument there.
At a
So
biological level.
On a
Based
biological
on
level.
facts. Google fact check.
You checked it, not us. So it just brings into question this. Okay, Grace, how big is it? And oh god,
I just
it's
think
too
like
bad I'm past
me
that.
personally, I was like a crazy responsible person. I
You
was
were.
like a rule follower.
I am your rebellious
Now,
phase.
the
I've
question
said
is,
it.
Like
that-
he says he's my rebellious stage, and I would say he's 100% correct.
no, the question is that your personality and nature and a result of the other parts of your brain rather than that one that actually has the most amount of choice?
Hmm. See, this is what
I don't know what are the other parts of my brain called.
We
I
only
mean,
know the last.
the amygdala.
Oh yeah,
the
what's the water boy?
lymph-
A dubla.
medulla
oblongata.
oblongata.
That's the one.
I should go get the human anatomy book that I have
Yeah.
for the kids
Oh man, now I'm
on
questioning.
loan from your wife.
Okay, so I was a little more retarded. Oh. Sorry, my brain just jumped like 3 steps. I'm sorry. So if a man who is hypothetically 29 pursues a woman who is under 25, is he pursuing a woman who's mentally retarded than he is? And
I don't think retarded is the right word.
it's
Mike.
not the right word, but
Well, I
it's
mean,
the best one I could come up with.
Technically, it's the very right word because retard means slightly delayed from full working order.
Yes, so retarded is the right word. What year do we get
Yeah.
married? How old were you?
No, because working order is her age. Her age is working order.
Yeah.
So
Like,
if
what-
her
let's say-
brain,
age,
what's-
but
what's
if a man
if
is
her brain
above
has
that,
not fully reached maturity, it's not her fault. But if he knows his brain is mature, then it is his fault.
yes, I didn't know shit back then, so it doesn't count.
I'm just saying.
That's an interesting question.
Yeah, there is foreseeable a future in which the age of consent could be moved to the mid-20s,
Yep.
and up to that point, the idea of getting married or engaging in sexual intercourse would be considered a minor. That's not likely.
Why am I horny now? I
Not
don't
likely, but that is entirely a
Mike.
possible future
it down.
of definition.
understand. It's funnier that way. Oh, that is that's another discussion for another day.
Yep.
That's so funny to me. I enjoyed this whole. Have you enjoyed this night?
Oh yeah, this has been fun,
You-
dude. I've been so
Okay.
waiting to just record in general. Like I feel
would-
all this pent up energy.
I was hoping Travis is gonna show up and try and like throw down.
Oh my gosh, if Travis and Will were having
I was
this
hoping-
conversation, it would be a shit show.
It
You
would
know
be
what?
the
I
best.
think
The problem, I think, one of the biggest problems we have with Travis is his lack of.
See, if
he doesn't look into anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he spouts. He spouts a
he's
lot.
pure id.
Yeah,
He's
he's
just
id.
like Trump is.
I-
He's
Okay, tell me,
pure
what
id.
about what's this about id?
I
I missed it.
3. Okay, so Freud had what was the parts of the brain?
Freud?
ego, id, and I don't know if there was
Ego,
another thing.
id, and there was 3 parts. I'm quite sure there's 3. Anyways, the ego is your conscientious mind. Your id is your lizard brain, and they compete, right? So there's what you deeply desire, where a male his id wants to just
So his
fuck
id
everything.
is sex. Yeah.
Yeah, he just wants
Oh,
to fuck
that or
everything.
I didn't need
violence
to be
or
told that, okay.
instantaneous pleasure, like those kind of things.
Yeah.
Right.
His
Instant
some- his co-
gratification.
yeah, and so that's the id, where his ego is the
Okay.
how can I benefit not just myself but my future self, my conscious, my
Yeah.
future,
It's
not
the
just
part
me
that-
now.
It's
but
the
my-
part
my
that like
future me.
plans. That's Machiavellian. That,
Yeah.
like, it's,
Okay.
It's more.
I started listening to Machiavelli, The Prince, because I've said Machiavellian multiple times, but I've never
He's
listened
like,
to the
"Oh,
books.
I should
I'm like, I
probably-"
should probably listen to a book or two.
Nice. How's it?
It's basic. It's what you thought it would be. Where it's very like
Well, I mean,
forethought and
we
like
live in a world where it's
it wouldn't surprise you.
well, we live in a world that's post it, right? Like we
Yeah.
live in a world that is fully influenced by the thoughts that are presented in that thing, which is why it seems
Yeah.
basic.
Yeah, and I think that's what I'm not trying to take away from it, it being where we're coming from and kind of the books that we've kind of explored.
Well, it's
and
like
the
you know,
knowledge.
have
It's
you ever
not- it's
heard
not surprising.
Sam Harris talking about the Bible?
Yeah.
or like Richard Dawkins, where they're like, it's just fundamentally mediocre. Like,
Yes.
like they're just like this. I don't see anything special about it.
Yeah.
It's not great writing. It's not great literature, et
Yeah.
cetera, et cetera. And where a guy like Peterson is counteracting them, like, do you not see how like remarkable
Yeah.
it is
For its time,
for its
everything.
time, like for like the leaps in cognition that was brought through this literature, and they don't see that because they just look at the view entirely from that center point.
Yeah, they got a 30,000-foot view on a
Well,
book that's been around for a long time.
yeah,
Where I
like
think it's,
they live in a culture that is fully saturated by its influence, and
Yeah.
therefore they look at it and be like, it's nothing out of the ordinary.
yeah, they're standing on the shoulders of giants and
As
just being, like,
opposed to what
laughing at it.
somebody who would read that from a pagan culture would say.
And I think that's what Machiavellian came to when I was listening to it. I'm like, okay, I get it. I'm not taking away from it. I'm just saying, okay, this isn't a huge surprise, but I assume for its time, yeah, being very strategic in the way that you do things and how you walk and how you step and how you deal with people, and where you're not just thinking about yourself now, but you're thinking about the self of the future, where it's the same thing. Machiavellian, it's good. It is good, but I'm not going to give it like extraordinary marks because, again, I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. It's nothing to do with me. It has more to do with me than it does to do with them.
Yeah. So I think in that scenario, I think it's good to check the bias, the recency bias,
Yeah.
and give it its flowers
Yeah.
for how revolutionary that kind of stuff
Oh,
is. Right?
I'm sure it was phenomenal.
It's like, I think sometimes looking back at classic works of literature, you need to engage with your empathy,
Mhm.
and you have to kind of put yourself in a position other than what you are to appreciate it.
Yeah.
So I think so. Sometimes literature is just something that strikes people who are more empathetic harder than it does people who are purely sympathetic.
Yeah.
Like if you're only somebody who can commiserate with somebody who has the same experience as you, then literature from times bygone will have less impact
Yeah.
as somebody who's able to take themselves out of themselves.
And I think that's one of the benefits that I have with being around you and Will and you're just people that are going to be like, hey, are you sure you're just not being empathetic enough or not giving the book its due? So it's quite nice.
Yeah, and I mean, if I ever challenge you on empathy, it's not because I don't think you're being feeling enough, because
Yeah.
you're feeling a lot.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to do is
What?
Oh yeah,
I
no.
feel so much.
He is an incredibly full of emotions and bias and feelings and all
Bullshit.
these things. 100%.
No, I feel so much. I almost cried on Sunday.
He almost lost his shit on Will here tonight.
And yet he was like, I'm sorry. I see what I did.
That
was-
was so much empathy. Like I earnestly
That
felt
was
like
a lot. I was
that
like,
was a
oh,
lot.
wow.
because I never
Yeah.
want to like misconstrue my feelings. I'm like, oh,
The only thing
shit,
missing
I'm
is
sorry.
like a full on, I'm sorry. I forgive you.
No, I felt like that was happened. Didn't that happen? I'm quite sure that happened.
It's implied.
It's implied.
It was implied. It was implied pretty well. It was
Earnestly
pretty
felt
obvious.
that. I was like,
Yeah.
oh, I'm so like.
I loved actually-
Fuck.
Hearing Will talk, and then you're like, oh, I know what I did. I was like, we got that on audio.
That
It
was,
was
so
great.
much. I don't know how you say I don't feel. I did right there.
So if you're expecting empathy out of Mike, you have to really work for it.
I know when he's like, oh yeah, like I cried a lot with other people when this happened. I'm like,
Yeah.
what?
When we quit the club, she's like, "What the fuck are you talking about? You didn't cry once." I'm like, "I cried so
He's like,
much."
I cried. I'm like, not
Oh,
with
yeah,
your wife. You're supposed to be closest with your wife.
I can remember like 3 distinct points.
Oh, we hugged and cried so many times.
Hey, guess what? Did Mike tell you we get to have a friend stay here?
Oh yeah.
You don't have to say who.
Oh,
That's
because
not
that's
for
gonna be
on
released.
air.
Yeah. No, we got a friend.
We're on air right
a
now.
friend's coming here to stay here before the weekend here.
Nice.
And he's like, "Hey, how's it going?" I'm like, "Fucking great. You want to come stay?" I knew where he was coming from. I didn't give a fuck. I just love him so much.
Awesome. Yeah, I know they're having a thing this weekend.
Yeah.
Which actually, I was like, oh, we actually have officially been invited.
fuck.
Most
4 away.
What are we at here?
Oh no, he needs 270. Sorry, I thought he was
Oh,
like
yes.
I thought he was 250. No,
210 for Kamala,
240.
246 for
for Trump.
for Trump.
Hold on. Oh no,
So he's gone up here recently.
They just will not give him Pennsylvania or Minnesota or Wisconsin. They were just fucking.
Oh, they
fighting
gave
that
him
shit.
Georgia though.
They did give him Georgia. Oh, they give him North Carolina and South Carolina. Holy shit!
So earlier tonight, I've been taking screenshots of the AP.
Just to make sure that you don't get like bamboozled later.
Well, just because it's interesting to see how it changes. So North Carolina, I think they had it as light blue before. Let me check.
Yeah, they did. They had North Carolina as light blue, as like undecided.
Huh.
Fuck.
Yeah,
things are
North Carolina.
changing.
When it was 35.95 for Trump, they had North Carolina at light blue, which I found interesting because North Carolina got hit by the hurricanes
Yeah, Amanda thought that for sure that they were going to go like red.
because Harris was like, "Oh yes, we'll give you $750," and they're like, "People have lost their whole houses. Like, how can you say $750 is gonna like help?"
Hold on. Hey, they need to make room for Ukraine. How are they supposed to get $1 million for Ukraine if they're giving $50?
Oh, you know what? That's
Well-
something that we never got to talk to Will
I
about.
know.
Was
The truth is that Canada's doing the same freaking thing.
I know.
Is that they're giving all this
Yeah, but
money
we don't
to
have
Ukraine.
hurricanes.
And I'm not saying that Ukraine doesn't need help. I'm not going to get into that. But I do think that
You take care of your own first.
you do.
yeah.
So if our military needs freaking backpacks and sleeping bags, you give them their freaking backpacks and
I'm
sleeping
so
bags
glad we got it.
before
Is-
you give Ukraine
So is,
money.
is that a thing where the current U.S. military is short on stuff because of
Canadian military? Yes.
Oh, the Canadian military. Okay.
Yeah, she was talking about Canadian military. On the
Oh
last
yeah,
one.
Trudeau has been horrible.
He's
on,
fucking dog shit. On
He's been
everything.
horrible on anything regarding our own military.
So
But that was one of the things he campaigned on.
Yeah.
was spending less on that stuff as opposed to what Harper
Harper.
did.
Yeah.
Because like Harper, like he threw money at the military. He did make sure they had like new helicopters.
what they needed, like their
yeah,
own
like that was-
backpacks provided by the government,
That was something
that'd
that
be a good start.
yes, that was something that he cared about. However, there are certain people in our country that don't value that at all and see that as just pure war hawkishness. And so when they see that like, oh, like Trudeau isn't going to do that, that pulled them away from that. Like they thought, like I know people that were like, oh, Harper's wasting our money on military shit. But I mean,
Yeah, no, I
a
understand where they're
country-
coming.
a country needs a military, a
Yeah.
functional one.
Yeah, but
I consider Canadian military the peacekeepers. We often go into other countries as peacekeepers. But I
Yeah,
don't
so
think
does the
that means
UN.
that they should have to buy their own backpacks.
well,
Oh,
do you
no,
know?
100% shouldn't.
Do you know
like-
one of the things that the best sayings I've ever heard about the Canadian military?
What's that?
It's not a war crime the first time. The amount of Geneva conventions that were created because of the Canadian military makes me so proud.
Oh, that's funny.
Anyways, we are on 4 hours now.
They still haven't called it.
And
We're getting
they-
tired here.
yeah, we came in late and they still haven't called it. 2:47. Fuck. Do we want to call it though?
I've heard a couple things. I've heard that, okay, first of all, because I haven't been on the whole recording and I haven't even listened to the whole recording. I
So much
just
fighting.
chimed in a few times when I was upstairs listening to Global News. Number one, if I was American, I would vote for Trump. Because of abortion, which I didn't listen to your I did see that you guys were talking about it, but I
Oh, yeah,
wasn't.
I feel like that
s-
is the most contentious issue.
But
It's so-
also because of more recent things. When Trump almost got shot, I mean, he did get shot at least once, but when he almost died,
Yeah.
he totally was like, my life was spared because of God.
and we talked about that a little bit. But
Whereas Harris someone shouted Jesus is Lord at one of her rallies, and she said, I think you're at the wrong rally.
Okay.
So that alone,
Okay, hold on.
that
hold on.
alone, giving God glory or not giving him any at all, I'm like, there's something to be said there.
okay.
I'm torn between that one.
I disagree. I think the whole Jesus is Lord, you're at another rally at the wrong rally thing, complete nothing burger. Like we've made like the right end of things has made so much hay of that. But it's like that's exactly the kind of thing Trump would have said to somebody who was making an obvious shout out at his rally. Like,
Yeah.
to
He has. He's
right?
done it.
right. Like so you're
But
at
in regards to what topic?
Black Lives Matter.
like I don't know. Like it's just something he would
You
do.
think he's said someone shouts Black Lives Matter and he's like, you're
I'm
at the
not
wrong
saying he
rally?
has. I'm saying he would.
It's something he totally would do.
I
Like,
don't put
it's-
it past
But
him.
wood is
Like,
not
okay,
different
no,
than
but
he
we-
did.
we-
How do you
but-
deal with a
but how do you
heckler
deal
is
with a
an-
heckler
is an
saying Christ is
important
Lord?
question. When you're at a place, when you're making a speech, when you're controlling the stage in order to get out your platform or your propaganda or whatever, like that's your space, right? So imagine somebody for whatever reason crashes your party and decides that they're going to make a nuisance of themselves and try to drown out your voice by shouting something pertaining to their
Well, what-
particular cause
well, hold on.
just to be disruptive.
Can I
Yes,
help?
thank you.
No, what if somebody just came up to you? Jesus is the answer. Jesus is the answer. Jesus is the answer. Jesus is the answer, and it just fucking
I would
became
say yes,
obnoxious.
thank you.
No, there's
And as
no.
a Christian,
okay.
I would probably add, yes,
So what
I
if,
believe in Jesus. Thank you.
Yes, but
okay,
she's
well
not
let's say another thing. What if somebody went to Trump's rally and he's talking about various things and they're like, we want to we really want to talk about the Palestinian rights.
Yeah.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Like, what if they started yelling it at the top of their lungs while he's talking about something totally disconnected?
Yeah.
Being like, knowing that, like, obviously you're
They're
saying
just
this because you're
to
trying.
get
Yeah,
a
obviously
response.
you're saying this not because you could, but not necessarily because you believe in Allah being great, but just because you want to make a spectacle of yourself in order to like draw attention to your pet cause, which is the Palestinian or Gaza
Or
thing.
just letting
Like-
looking to get a response.
Okay, so
Obviously
in that
you're
situation-
doing that because you're trying to make a nuisance of yourself. You're trying to make noise for a thing that you care about that is a pet issue of the other side.
Yeah.
Like, so it's like a dog whistle for like we're shouting Democrat slogans. We're shouting Democrat slogans.
yeah, and
So
Okay,
really
so
put it
when
past.
when
I
when
think Trump
somebody
would be like, okay, thanks. And I think he would kind of ignore it.
no,
well, he was like,
But then
or
his-
he'd say like, tell that to your 72 virgins. Like he would.
no,
like,
he has said in the past. He's like
that's-
somebody get
Has he
that
ever
guy out
said
of there.
that? Is
Right,
that a
like-
direct quote?
No,
he
no,
has said though in the past.
ripping on
Somebody
him.
get him out of there. I will
Yes.
pay your medical bills. I will pay your legal fees. He has said that in the past.
Right.
He's like, I will
Right.
pay their
so,
lawyers.
so
Okay.
somebody
Get him outta here.
But
obviously.
in that regard, he is not actually giving an opinion one way or another. He is simply
No.
saying
Yeah, no,
they can
not
be
simply.
removed.
They can be removed.
And she could have said that.
regardless,
She
like,
could have
she
said,
could. She could have
that's
said.
what I mean.
she
Yes,
could have said,
it's-
if they're causing a fuss, they
it's a
can go.
nothing burger.
but they.
It's so Kamala in doing this wasn't being like, I hate Christianity. Fuck all you guys, and I don't want your vote. But he's saying like it's like in the room implicitly. It's like, okay, there's a whole bunch of pro-life people here that
Yeah, but
only want to shout about what they believe, and they've attached all their sentiments into the one thing that they can shout out that will make them seem more righteous than us, and that's Jesus is Lord. It's what you'd call a dog whistle.
with that being said, she could have said something smarter, like,
Oh,
I
and
agree.
she's not smart.
No, she's not
she's not
smart. We all
smart.
agree on
But
that.
Can you imagine? Okay, just
Let's-
okay.
like
Think about her
in a
voice.
live
Can you
live
imagine
setting.
listening to that for the next 4 years as an American?
Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
In-
I wouldn't listen to the news at all
in
as
a
an
live
American, and I
setting-
already have a hard enough time being
She
a
is-
Canadian.
Awful and horrible off the cuff. Like just unbelievably awful off the cuff.
She's even
you-
horrible on a
You know the
teleprompter.
thing. We have
Just
the right.
Yeah.
You know the thing.
Yeah, but
We
so
did that for 4 years.
in
We
her
do-
mind, that was a clever way to acknowledge, oh, there's opposition in the room here.
Yes, but she.
I feel like it wasn't clever at all. I think
no,
it was
wasn't.
shitty.
Nobody
Hey,
has
that's not
agreed.
what I mean. It's empirically clever. What I mean is she thinks it was. It
Yes.
wasn't her saying, I don't like Christians and don't want their vote, and I don't think Jesus is Lord. What she's saying is like, oh my God, guys, you're in the wrong room. Like, you're
Yeah.
obviously here to make
Yeah.
an issue.
And
you're
I
not
agree.
you're not a supporter. Move along.
Yeah.
It's not the thing that we made it out to be. As like, this is Kamala definitely saying that she objectively hates
Christians,
Christians and doesn't want to give him Lord. She's a Satanist, everybody. She's a Satanist rejecting the presence of Christ. Like,
Yeah.
that's like the
No, she was
attitude
simply
that's
saying
been attributed to
you
it.
guys are here on bad faith. If now hypothetically, let's say she said hypothetically, I agree, but this is my turn to speak because she's fucking said it before. Because she could say,
Well, but
it's
like,
not against
does-
her.
does she
That's not
have
a dig.
Does she have to agree? Does she have to be a Christian in order to run for government?
No,
Does she have to say,
no.
yes, of course Jesus is Lord? What if she's not a Christian? What if she's just secular?
Yeah, and she could be like,
Like, she can be like,
thank you for being here. She could do a lot of things, and she did none of them right.
it's
She
not
said the
clever,
wrong-
but just not the anti-Christian sentiment that we've made it
No.
out to be. Like, oh
No.
my God, she hates evangelicals and she hates the church. She hates Christians. This is the party of the devil.
With that being said, when she
It's not the
But she
slam
could
dunk
have ignored
argument.
it.
no, there's no
She
ignoring.
could have said basically
Again-
thank you next and
Again,
kind of
there's all
verbally ignored it.
Hold on.
There's all sorts of things that she could have done better that she didn't.
Now,
But
can I?
what
Yeah,
you-
I
what-
think her could have done better is higher than Trump's.
Yeah, but what you
Yeah.
said was, if one person is going to invite the presence of the Holy Spirit and the other is going to reject it, I would tend towards one. But
Yeah.
I think you're aspiring to her an intent that wasn't intended.
Now, there is one thing she did that was really stupid. Stupider than that. I feel like it doesn't.
Well,
get
she's
enough-
retard. She's
No, no,
she
it
is a
doesn't get-
retard.
The problem is it doesn't get enough credit. She did something far stupider than that, and it needs to get more credit. People were saying Trump, 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 and she's like, if you want him to win, just keep talking. She did. She said
Just
that.
inviting everybody
She just
to
like
keep-
invited people to say Trump.
Okay,
Trump,
what was
Trump.
she though before running for president? She was a public prosecutor, right?
A DA, district attorney, who
So
was.
she, in theory,
She's a fucking narc.
in theory,
Not a fan.
she actually should be excellent on the fly.
She should be, but she's a retard.
She should be,
She sucked dick to get where she is. No
but
offense.
she's actual shit.
No, she sucks a mean dick.
Here's the thing. I realized when I was
I'm gonna get
upstairs.
extradited.
I realized something when I was upstairs and chimed in a couple times to you guys, just to watch and see what you were talking about.
Yeah.
The problem is not Will or Devin.
I was a little
They
drunk.
actually clean up their act super good. You're the problem, Mike.
Doesn't sound like me.
Like, oh, let's clean up the podcast and swear less.
I thought about it.
You are the problem.
for a minute. Thought about it for a minute.
Then the whiskey came out. I was.
We're
really
in our
good.
own house. We run this podcast in our basement.
Shut up,
Michael,
people.
you are the podcast.
Just kidding.
You are the problem.
We weren't
of the
making money
podcast.
before. We're not going to make money now. I can edit the shit out of this if I wanted to.
Okay, so the gap right now is 37. 36. 37.
33. 210 to 47. No, yeah, 37. Wow.
That's good. The closest it was 25, but earlier on in the night, it was way less. I mean, way more.
They turned Arizona into Nevada. Still waiting on this. Like there are some big ones that are still in contention.
Yeah.
Dude, I think
But
it's
like
happening.
Michigan hasn't been called yet,
It could be.
It could be.
and
I'm-
it's 52.4 for Donald and 45.8 for
Yeah.
Kamala.
So we talked a little bit about like what does this mean for us as Canadians? Like you obviously said that,
Oh,
like
Okay, here's the thing. We're gonna pay we're not gonna be doing real well in the first run. Like there's a small segment that's gonna fucking hurt as Canadians. Like we're not gonna be doing okay. Like there's going to be some downstream effects that hurt us short term, as long as
Mhm.
Trudeau's in government, especially.
I think Trudeau is our problem.
oh yeah.
So I definitely
Is that
think
what
No one's- no one's gonna
Trudeau
disagree
got
with you
in when Obama was still president, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
the
like,
late term of his.
yeah, late term Obama, and then when Trump got in, like he was like one of the things he campaigned on was renegotiating NAFTA,
Yeah.
North American Free Trade Agreement, and there's not a chance in hell that that Trudeau was giving Trump anything that he wanted as far as to make trade a viable thing between our countries.
Yeah.
Like Trudeau doesn't like oil, he doesn't like gas, he doesn't like any of our energy sources.
Yeah.
He doesn't like any of our raw material. He doesn't want to impact the environment at all.
Yeah.
So the only thing that he can impact the only thing he would bring to the table to offer the states is the manufacturing that happens in Quebec and Ontario.
Yeah.
That's it.
Mm.
Yeah.
And why would America want that at all?
Yeah.
They can get their automobiles and like their parts and shit like that from anywhere
Cheaper
else.
from China, cheaper from Japan,
Although
more efficient too.
It's still, if they want to consider local
No,
or
you can't. You can't.
not being overseas, then
No,
Canada
you
fits the bill.
can't, because the problem with the Canada-America agreement is for every American you employ,
It affects
you need
Mexico as well, by the
no,
way.
for every American you employ, you need to employ a Canadian. So there's an equal rights thing. It's like you need to go par for par. So in order to lower cost, they don't hire Canadians because they need to hire an American, or they don't like go tit for tat because
Isn't
it
that
costs
like
them
here
twice
where
as much, if
an
not
American
more.
cannot be taking a job from a Canadian?
But it's the same thing in the States. But we have forced it where the point of, if you're going to hire one American, you need to hire a Canadian as well. Not in lieu. No, it's at the same time. So they're doubling their production problems. So there's a complete disincentive in
Yeah.
order to hire Canadians, because it's like, why?
Yeah.
Because
Our
double our cost.
our only hope is to like just say fuck it to the Paris Accords and all that stuff and start monetizing our raw natural resources.
Yeah, and
That's our only way
and
to
we have
prosperity.
so much. We really do. Hey, America, we got oil.
Yeah, we got
and
oil.
and
I
we need
definitely
freedom.
think-
We've
We
got
need
LNG.
freedom. We need so much freedom.
Here's the thing. I think that Canada, we need Trump in power and we need Pierre in power. Because I think
I'm conflicted on that.
Trump is a businessman. And so
I mean, that's
he
the-
wants to have
that's the bumper
agreements with his
sticker.
neighbors.
That's the bumper sticker, but also his business mentality
His business
is America first, and his business mentality fucked us.
Yeah.
Because we didn't have anything
Again,
to offer.
Do you know what I really feel bad about when you challenged me
But
on the
It's
silver
because
lining?
we've been under Trudeau for all that time.
Yes.
Last time,
Exactly, but that has
last
less,
time
that
Trump
has
was
less to do with
president.
Trump and more to do with us.
Yeah.
We don't actually need America for much, as long as we're willing to trade with Europe and China and the Asiatics and stuff like that.
I think we need America to get us out of the hellhole that Trudeau has put us in.
Again,
No-
that's not necessary, because like when
I think-
Obama was dealing with Harper, Obama wanted to throttle down our imports and all that stuff, and Harper was like, "All right, cool, we'll sell to China." Like,
Yeah. You
okay.
Remember
We just-
the
we-
softwood
we
agreements
don't-
that we had
yeah.
with China, where we were sending them all our softwood. So
Yeah,
pine
like,
and
it's
stuff
like
like that was all
we-
going to them.
Technically, it'd be easier
Yep.
trading with the states, with our resources than it would the rest of the world. But if we can't, whatever, we don't need the states. What we
Yeah.
need is a politician who's willing to turn our raw natural resources into prosperity.
Mhm.
We can send it as LNG across the border. We can pretty much keep Europe, that is dependent on Russian oil.
Yeah,
with-
dependent
with
on Canadian oil,
We can
natural gas.
we
yeah.
can completely subvert Russia's ability to attack Ukraine by supplying them with energy, and they can turn the taps off. Because like Germany, Sweden, all these places that have had
They're
their own
hyper-dependent
their
on
own
Russia.
governments shut down their ability to produce effective energy and for land fucking wind. Like they
Yeah, they know how that's
completely
gone.
fucked themselves to the point where their only way to keep their houses warm in the winter is by depending on Russian oil. So they need to do business with Russia, even though politically they're aligned with the Ukraine. So
Yeah.
all the energy that we are withholding from Western Europe is turning into funds that is funding the war for Russia against Ukraine, even though we are sending money to the Ukraine to fight Russia.
Yeah.
So we're losing double end. We're on one end, we're sending money to propagate a war that is just wasting our money based on their
Yeah.
border disputes. On the other end, we're fucking ourselves on our own ability to make money by not selling our natural resources in a way that would end that war.
Right.
So we don't need America at all. All we need is somebody who is willing to use our energy and get it overseas.
Right. So you say someone that will use their energy.
Yes.
I think that Trump would do that. I think that
He
Trump-
would. And
I
More
think the
responsibly,
United
too.
States under Trump would
Yeah.
do that. They would think, who's our closest neighbor?
Yeah.
Because obviously costs go down when you're not having to send products so,
so
far.
we have a double-edged sword. We have a frenemy situation going on with Trump.
Yeah.
If he gets in, because he is all about tariffs.
Yeah.
He wants to tariff the shit out of anybody that's not American for their stuff. So no matter what, like if he
It-
gets in,
Well, it follows the path of least resistance, right? Like Canada is the least resistant. Like, hey, we're right here.
exactly.
We got
So
all the stuff. We
he
won't
will
cost much.
he will make it super super expensive for us to import our goods to the States. However, on the other end of things, he's pro oil and gas. Like
He is like,
like-
that's one of his slogans is
so-
like drill baby drill.
yeah, Biden fucked us by killing the Keystone Pipeline.
Yeah, so much.
super super hard.
But Trudeau also killed all of our pipelines.
Yes. So
Yes,
between
but-
the two of them, like they screwed us really hard. So even though
Yeah, but Trudeau had the other one going through, and then Biden shut it down. It wasn't Trudeau that shut it down; it was
Yeah.
Biden.
so the Democrats are more willing to play ball with us. They're more willing to do trade agreements and all that kind of stuff with us. So America going Dem for the foreseeable future is, as long as we had somebody who's willing to negotiate, would provide for us probably another free trade agreement.
Yeah,
all
we'd
things
be
went
we'd
well.
be
I think we
floating.
need
So
a new prime minister for that
Yeah.
though.
Yes,
Because
100%.
I
We would.
think Trudeau has lost all of his respect. Like, have you seen all those video clips of like people won't even shake his hand, like different dignitaries?
Yes, we've all
It's
seen it.
awesome. It's so good.
I
Like,
hate
And
how
I'm not
much.
saying a handshake is everything.
Yeah.
No, but it
but-
says a lot. It says a lot.
Uh-huh.
Like, you
But,
can
like-
totally not agree with someone and still be willing to shake their
Yeah.
hand,
So
right?
as
Like,
as long as we could get them
I would
to
still shake Will's hand, even though I know we agree.
so even though like if
Ugh.
under leadership change for Canada, we could prosper under a democratic United States
Yeah,
because they're more willing to play ball and more willing to make trade agreements. But they're less likely to take a will. So it would take a lot to convince them to let the pipelines go. With America, or sorry, with Trump, they're way, way more likely to hurt us financially, economic wise, as far as trade. However, they're more likely to accept the oil, accept the pipelines, et cetera, et cetera.
yeah,
So it's kind of like a half a dozen. Like,
Yeah.
both of them are like a plus side, negative side.
Yeah.
Either one of them is not going to be all the way great for Canada if Canada won't advocate for itself.
And
So-
that's
Right. Which is why I think we need Trump, but we also need Pierre.
We don't need Trump. That's the thing. It doesn't matter which one of them. All we need is somebody who will advocate for us
Just-
because their interest
see-
between both sides is it's a flip of the
Yeah,
coin, 6 of
I
one,
don't.
half a
I
dozen
don't
on
think
the
we'll
other.
get nearly as. I honestly don't think we'll get nearly as much out of Harris. I really don't. Democratic, we won't because she's pushing and pushing and because they lean towards an ideology when it comes to electrical vehicles and all this stuff and
Well,
more
yeah,
green.
but
and all
like
this stuff.
but I mean, again, that's
But I've heard
Ontario, Quebec, all that stuff. They can do manufacturing. Like they've got their own version of Detroit happening there.
Yeah,
So like there'll be a lot more plus side. There'll be a lot more plus side for the areas of Canada that are highly populated under a democratic
yeah.
under a democratic United States.
Oh yeah, because
For us up here, we've got a whole different economy
yeah.
that we're depending on. Like so we here personally would probably benefit more from Trump, but that's not to say Canada itself would.
I
if that
think
makes
I think
sense.
we're torn in a lot of ways because part of me knows that keeping the war going has again helps my portfolio, and it really does because we depend more on Canadian oil and gas when we are at war because we're not shipping it overseas. We're using it here, so more of it gets used here because we're not using Russia. We're not using
is that why our gas prices are going down?
possibly, and so we are actually financially benefiting from the war right now. Personally, based on portfolio alone.
What
not
about
actual-
what about Middle Eastern oil?
because they're not shipping as much.
No.
Because they're shipping all towards the war and stuff like that in China and all those
Okay.
other places. So we're far
Cool.
more
Cool,
dependent.
cool.
Cool for me. So having Harris lose actually hurts my financial portfolio, and I would rather have that. And I don't say we got a great one. We do okay, but we do a lot better if Harris won. Honestly, we would make
You
more
think
money.
so?
Yeah, like 'cause
Short,
you have
long
to,
term, long term, yes,
yeah, you have
but
to
only
think,
because I'm talking about our personal
just
portfolio.
because you agree with
Oh.
with a platform morally, or agree with their economic platform, just because you like Trump doesn't mean that it will benefit Canada. If you like Trump that much for all the reasons that you do, the things that you like him for are going to benefit the United States of America above all,
Yeah.
Right.
not us.
Like
But
he's their
here's the thing,
president.
Like-
rising tide lifts all sails. And so I really do feel short term we'll be hurt by Trump. Long term we'll be fine. We'll be better. We're fine no matter what. But I know there's a short segment here that we do better financially
Yeah,
for our
and
own
I think
personal.
we could be
portfolio.
short term hurt by Trump because
Oh yeah, no short term will be
Trudeau
hurt.
is our prime minister right now.
Yeah, no short term we
If-
will be hurt.
Pierre Poilievre became our prime minister tomorrow, I don't think it would hurt nearly as much.
I
Because
think
I feel like Pierre truly actually cares about Canada.
I agree,
I feel like Trudeau doesn't give a shit.
but there's going to be a growing pain that comes with it,
Mhm.
and I think
But
that's what
even
I'm
so,
worried
like-
about.
Right, but I don't
If-
think
if
I,
that's the case, when it comes to inter-country negotiations, like, we may be better off if we have a strong advocate for herself against a weak one in the States. If we have somebody here that's able to take more of the pie away from them. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, like, I mean, like, we are allies with the
Yeah.
States, and our culture is very much the same. But when it comes to economy, we're still at an antithesis.
Mhm.
It's us versus them.
Mhm.
So somebody who is all about them, and always looking for the best version for them will absolutely do it to cut our throat. If
Yeah.
it means cutting Canada's throat to make America better, Trump will do that.
Does not make Canada great again.
Yeah, it's not in 100%.
True,
It's,
but I personally think that Trump in power and then Poilievre in power can make Canada
Oh yeah,
great
no,
again.
long term, good. Yeah, no, I'm 100% on board with that.
I think
but
Poilievre could do that
short-term-
regardless of what.
Yeah, I
of
don't
what,
think Trump is going to make a difference on that one. But
Like, he's not our
long-
ally.
I'm talking really long term between the two. Like two would be better than just one.
I think there's a bonus in having an ally in the same continent.
I agree.
I'm not saying Mexico is not an
They're-
ally. I just
they
don't pay
are our
attention as
bodyguard.
much.
No offense, but they are our bodyguard. They are keeping
Yeah,
because we
but
got Alaska on one side,
Again,
and
it's
then
like,
we got a big ocean on the other.
assuming that what benefits America benefits Canada is not necessarily true.
Yeah.
It's just not.
No, I think it's definitely a collaboration.
Anyways, I tried to get us off it. We're at 424.
Who cares?
Let's talk about January 6th.
Fuck you. We're not doing that shit. I don't even know. You ever just not know how to feel about something? I'm like, I think it was overblown.
They still haven't called PA.
Still?
No, it's still pink.
They just don't want to give up.
My phone
I
died.
think it's
I-
because it's so like it's 19. It's 19. If they get Pennsylvania,
19 or 92?
no, it's 19 electoral votes. If they get Pennsylvania, they get 19, which puts them to 166 or 266. Sorry,
So you think they'll just wait
they
so
are
that it looks like
waiting
a really
as
close race?
long as they can because they do not want to give him. They do not want to
Yeah.
give him.
I have seen footage where Kamala tries to say, that's mine.
Could you imagine getting
Hey, Mike,
266?
pass Devin a water bottle.
Please.
He wants to drink my water.
I thought that was mine. I saw two there.
I got here and this one was empty.
Fair enough.
Okay, so I feel like last year or last US election was closer. I think we went to bed thinking that, no, we just knew.
No,
Oh,
no, no. No, last year was or last
Last
election.
election.
We knew Trump. Well, we went to bed thinking he'd be fine, and we woke up to learn that fucking the scales had flipped because of all the
Because of all the lies.
the uncounted ballots,
It's true, Mike.
mail-in ballots.
It
I
was
don't wanna
lies. It was bullshit. Trump should have been president
I do
the last 4
question.
years.
I do question a lot of
It's hard
elections.
not to question it, but it's also like it's an impossible effort to try
Yeah,
and
because
make it
the
anything
reason
else.
that I don't question as much is because if Trump had a case, he would have brought it, and that's the fucking irritating thing. He talked about it. I'm like, time to shut the fuck up and actually bring it. Like, do you actually have a case or not? And he never won any of them. And I'm like, fuck you,
Yeah,
you didn't.
he depended on the populace people rejecting it,
Yeah.
and making their
And it
voices heard.
Did not
But that's
happen.
not the way it works.
And that's the reason I'm so frustrated, because I earnestly wanted him to bring something. It's like, hey, look at how they stole it, and actually have a case, and he didn't bring a fucking case, and that really frustrates me because I'm like,
Well,
because
it takes that bullet out of their chamber. Like when
well, no, it adds one to their chamber too.
Sorry,
It's like,
it
takes one out of Trump's and adds it right
adds it
to
to
theirs.
them.
Like, look
It's-
how wrong he was
it's
because he
a
didn't have a
huge-
legal case.
Yeah. And really, like in all of the debates and all that stuff I've seen between the sides, between Vance and Walls and
Yeah,
Kamala and Trump and pundits arguing against each other, the one thing that is consistently their silver bullet, is the whole January 6th debacle.
Yeah.
And if for that reason, I don't think it's overblown, because it showed it gives them all the character evidence they need to paint their narrative.
yeah,
And it could have so easily been avoided. Like if
he would have just shut the fuck up and actually brought a case.
yeah,
and he didn't.
or just took it on the chin and ran again.
One or the other. And he
One
didn't
or
do
the
either.
other. If January 6th didn't happen, I have no idea what kind of hay they would be able to make in order to make this election even close.
Yeah.
But their pitch that democracy is at stake.
Yeah.
It's like,
So
well, yeah. I mean, they've got their pitch for it.
Well, they blew their load, right?
I mean, they blew their load. But the fact that it's
Best
there
way
at
to put
all,
it.
the fact that it's there at all is Trump's own fault.
And the fact, that was the most frustrating part. Is there was a point where I'm like, shut the fuck up,
it's-
bring it.
Yeah, January 6th is his bane.
I realized that we use it as a blanket term, but I knew it was everything prior to January 6th, and there's just a culmination.
Yeah,
of it.
that was the manifestation of the movement of denying the election.
Yeah, and I just wish he would have just fucking brought it.
We never got talking about it all, because like we just skipped the whole January 6th.
The thing is, we
while
would have
Will-
just gone on Will's side
yeah,
on that one.
while Will was here. But it's like, again, COVID was 2020 was and 2019 were such messed up years.
hmm
There was so much political unrest, so much going on, like so many areas that were touchstones for the id of the population to manifest itself, like in Black Lives Matter riots and all that stuff.
Yeah,
And like the January 6th one is like, that was the conservative end of things opportunity to do the same thing that the other side was doing.
Yeah.
That it was their pressure release valve from a shitty year of confusion and issues and all that stuff that was exacerbated by COVID.
yeah, and that's the unfortunate part, is that they just. You ever feel like the deck was stacked against them in that everything that could possibly go wrong?
But that's
Race-
the thing, like, and that's the thing to
And I think that's why people lean towards it being rigged, is the fact that anything that could went wrong. Like, it was Murphy's year of,
yeah,
okay, we're
it
gonna
was
have race,
Murphy's year.
yeah,
100%.
race riots. Okay, cool. We're gonna have a pandemic. Oh fuck,
Yeah.
we're gonna have everything that went along with it, and it just feels so, to the point of being like, this has to be manufactured, and then not being able to prove any of it.
Mhm.
None of it.
But then, and that's the thing, like when the Bible says live your life like in a way that's above reproach.
Yeah.
That was the conservative zeitgeist failed in that moment to do just that.
Yeah.
Like that was them giving in to the frustration and
Yeah.
letting their reproach be questioned.
Yeah,
Or
and-
letting their integrity be worthy of reproach.
Yeah.
It's like even when you're frustrated, even when it feels like the other side gets to do all this shit that you
Yeah.
deep in down near the lizard brain part of your body wishes that you could do,
Yeah.
because you want things to be fair and it's no fair that they get away with
Yeah.
it, all this kind of stuff. You still have to resist that and live above reproach no matter what.
Yeah.
Because all you're doing is giving them the opportunity to have a bullet in the chamber.
Yeah.
When you have a strong case for yourself, and that's the right fucked up there.
Yeah, and the fact that they could use that, and I think that's one of the downfalls of conservatism, is that we're not always willing to stoop to that level.
But we can't.
We
can't.
can.
We can. But like the second you do that, it undercuts your integrity.
Yeah.
Like if the right side of the aisle is going to be a party that's built on a certain kind of moral
Mhm.
that is, based on what is right, based
Yeah.
on our beliefs, then you have to be able to do that without being like, all right, fuck it, let's go.
Yeah.
You have to,
But that's-
to
and-
act in a conservative
And
way.
and that's exactly it. It's the downfall of conservatism, is acting in a way that is
conservative.
conservative and above reproach. And it's like, oh, we don't want to do that just in case something might happen. And then I think
I think conservatives deserve a little bit of fun too, though.
that's why we have
Like
so
I'm
many.
conservative,
That's
but
why
I'll
we
fight
have
you.
a lot. That's why we have a lot of kids.
I know, but it's giving in to the devil that undercuts what you ultimately want.
That's
for
right.
what you want in the moment.
Yeah, it's a short term game, and you're like, we got this. We'll destroy all the rules to take down the devil, and then there's nothing to hold him down because the rules have been destroyed.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah, that's the devil's greatest trick is getting you to, like, they often say the devil's greatest trick is making you think that there's no devil.
yeah.
I don't think that's true. I think the devil's greatest trick is getting you to act like the devil in order to defeat the devil.
Yep, I agree, because
Hmm.
you're embracing evil to destroy evil, and guess what? Now
You're
become,
just evil.
you've become that's what
Yeah.
you hate.
Yeah, and so evil still exists now through you as its avatar.
Yeah. No, that's 100% true. And it's unfortunate because I don't know, a lot of people fall for it, and I'm trying not to. But part of you ever just want to be the other guy,
Of
like
course,
yeah.
it would feel so good sometimes just to do it.
just feel like yes, let's fuck around and see what happens.
Yeah,
And knowing that this is just going to destroy me in the long run. And so it's unfortunate because that's the way life falls. So
all right, that's a good place to wrap up. I think that ties it nicely in a bow.
Amanda, thank you for coming on. I realized it was late, but we had to put our kid. You had to put our kids. You put our kids to bed because.
Well, we were watching watching
you
the election
watching?
upstairs. Yeah.
Okay. How do the kids feel about that?
Well,
I want to go to bed.
Gideon had asked if you had started recording, and I thought he said I thought he was inquiring when the election started. So then I was explaining election stuff to him, and he kind of wasn't very polite about his disinterest.
Well, if he's anything like his
he
father, he'll get
pretended to
there.
be asleep. And I was like, "Oh, are you tired?" And he's like, "No, I just don't really care." And I was like, but it wasn't funny because he didn't actually say, thanks, Mom, but I don't really care first.
Yeah.
He just pretended to sleep. I was like, that's really rude,
Yeah.
actually. I said, don't pretend you
Yeah.
care if you don't.
Yeah. He's like me. I thought I cared about some things as a kid. And it's like, I'm bored. But I do that in conversation sometimes. It's really bad. So anyways, thank you for coming on. It was a lot of fun. Will, you're probably not listening to this. I just want everyone to know I love Will. He's like one of my favorite people, and I'm glad he came on in spite of the fact that
You offended him.
I offended him.
You didn't offend him the whole time.
No, it's just like you
He-
said one thing that like got in his craw because it was a point of extreme disagreement, right?
Yeah,
And it's good to talk about it.
yeah. And again, love him to death. And again, disagree. We disagree on so much.
So much.
Y'all
I
see
actually
it.
was amazed when he's like, I actually was like personally offended this time.
I didn't
I
realize.
was like, and he stayed so calm and like waited his turn. And
I know
like,
it was such a
then-
nice way to be
it
I
offended.
was
was
like-
the best thing I've ever seen.
like
'cause he
slow
called me.
clap for Will, really.
Yeah.
Like
and-
in an honoring sort of way, not like a sarcastic type of like
No.
disrespectful way. Like, go
And-
Will.
and I wasn't trying to offend him, and I realized I was speaking about him as a monolith of like a many like a
He became the
The-
receptacle of your
the
opinion of the whole
respectable
movement.
left. And I
'Cause, like-
realized I'm like, no, I'm not trying to offend you. And I realized I projected that on you, but I never intended to. It's just maybe what he represents or maybe what I project him to represent. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I love you, and I don't want to misconstrue that. And so, yeah, disagree, but I love him like a
All right.
brother. So
Cool.
Welcome
like-
back.
It's such a prime
So good
example
to be
of
back.
disrespecting respectfully.
Yeah. Or no,
Or maybe
disagreeing
not,
respectfully.
not so respectfully, but then being offended respectfully as
Yes.
well.
And he was very gracious, and we argued, had fun.
Oh, you guys got heated for a bit.
But again,
More you than him.
really?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. I get
Will's
the-
really good at stopping and letting you listen, and you will just keep talking. So
and I
that's
appre-
where
and I
the respect
appreciate
comes
that.
in. He
But
respectfully just
my-
lets you rant.
My ADHD, ADD brain kind of jumps.
Just your
hoops.
brain.
Doesn't.
You're not diagnosed with anything officially.
I'm pretty sure if anyone watches, like, that guy's retarded. I mean, ADHD. Anyways, and I appreciate the grace that everyone bestowed upon me. And yeah,
It was fun to moderate between you two.
it was really good. Well done, Devin. That was really good. Even though you may have disagreed with some of the things that he was saying, you're like, but Mike, and you were really butting up against me. And I appreciate that because I'm like, okay, let me just hash through these thoughts. And I've jumped through hoops that I didn't know that I jumped through in order to get to my conclusion. But I still stand by my conclusion.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's good to be able to articulate it more and
Mhm.
more, right?
And again, thank you for moderating as you did. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed myself.
It was. I'm gonna do
Mhm.
that more. I'm gonna get you guys riled up with something else.
The Jews!
The Jews!
That might actually work.
Oh, perfect.
He is on the left. All right,
Well-
cool.
Tomorrow we'll see who was the new president.
Hmm. We might even see if we turn it on right now, but we're not going to look.
I mean, it might be 3 or 4 days from now, too.
Who knows?
All right. Peace out, y'all.
Don't be a dick.
Yuck.
All right.